I never did it. In 2012. God, I did loads of PML.
Actually, no, it's not that.
Did you do EIS as well?
Yeah, I mean, 7 years.
manufacturer in 3 years for Rory. BMW, then to Ducati, now to Yamaha, but staying with the same team. And that continuity is very much there. There goes Andrew Irwin. I like the yellow Ducati. I do. I like the yellow and blue, actually. That's quite eye-catching. It also stands out in a world where a lot of bikes can technically look the same from a distance. That sticks out. So we need to keep our eyes and see exactly how Andrew Irwin's going to get on through 2026. Brand new team put together with Met Healthcare, who've been a long-time supporter of the whole Irwin family, I have to say. And I do believe that Graham is one of the people instrumental with Met Healthcare. Here comes Rhys Irwin at the last corner. So Hawk go from having one rookie last year when John McPhee took the rookie honours. The RNG rookie honours, I think it was. He took the honours for that last year, did McPhee. So Hawk go from one rookie to two rookies. They have Eugene McManus and they also have Rhys Irwin. When I say rookies, rookies to the class, but two very, very fast racers. Second of the Cheshire Moulding Yamahas. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to saying that. But Danny Kent, well, it's good that Rory Skinner has a teammate. He's not had a teammate in this championship since he was part of, we're going back to, where were we now? Teammate for Rory Skinner, all the way back to FS3, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it would be FS3. And hello, 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 hello. There's a PBM van out the back. Let's just have a little bit of a look. What have we got down there? We have Deliveroo from Frank Bird. That's what it is. Frank Bird has an engine in the back of the PBM van, and I wonder where that's going to be going. Looks like it's going to be going into a certain Ducati garage. Lovely. That's DPD at his best as Peter Hickman comes into the pit lane. Two 810 BMWs here, which is great. Unfortunately, Davy Todd, not one of them. That second 810 BMW is piloted by Sylvain Gintoli. Currently in 18th place. It'll be a bit different from Sylvain, for Sylvain, you can imagine that, because he'll have come from all sorts of different electronic packages, different tyres as well. I think the last time was he maybe racing on Bridgestones, for correct. But yes, Sylvain has a bit of learning to do. He won't want to do anything silly on the Peter Hickman BMW, the 810 Racing BMW. He will want to make sure he just does exactly as he has been asked to do, and that's get some mileage on the bike and see if he can give them some feedback as well. But Sylvain, part of the BMW World Endurance team, will be on his hit list to make sure he does a cracking job. 37 minutes of this session to go. This is an hour-long session, so we should mention that as well. And this is what we normally see at a race weekend. Everybody goes out, does a set of laps, a thundering bank of laps, and they'll come back in the pit lane. And they like to go and sit down for X amount of time. But they have a bit of a chat with the race engineers, crew chiefs, and then they get themselves back up and go again. Andrew Irwin rumbles into the pit lane on the very yellow Ducati as he makes his way to his pit box. But it looks like Brooksy is carrying on as he comes in towards Goddard's. Dow Racing Honda, very similar livery for what we've seen. As he crosses the line and heads on for another lap, Josh Brooks does. Into the pit lane comes Christian Idden. First time we've mentioned Christian actually, and I feel bad about that. I saw his leathers getting delivered for this morning from Will at Alpine Star. And Christian's leathers on the Senkat Yamaha. I think that's the first time he's possibly wore them actually. He's not been testing in the race leathers, but Senkat Yamaha. There was rumours that was going to be a two-bike team, but they have got Christian at the helm of it. And here comes another 747 out of East Midlands. It's one of the greatest things you'll ever see. Apart from Leon Haslam going past and down towards Redgate, look at that 747 just taking off there with a little bit of bank angle, trying to fight the wind all the way up. Yes, fabulous stuff. As we keep our eyes on the bikes coming in. There's Max Cook as well. Brings the Moto back into the pit lane and rumbles down to the FS3 garage. That was a task, wasn't it, for Darren Fry and for Nigel Snook. They made that decision nice and early, towards the end of the season, to go with Bimota. Whether it was Kawasaki advised, we don't know, or whether it was maybe something that came together with a brainchild with Kawasaki and with FS3. But here we are now. We stand here in April, and they've got one of the most gorgeous-looking bikes underneath them. Dressed all in black with some white logos. They have done a fabulous job to get that bike in one piece and get it together for running round here. Now, drops of rain in Sector 1 is not what anybody really wants to see on their timing screen. So Leon Haslam heads in towards the Melbourne Loop hairpin, and Rhys Irwin's coming in. Richard Kerr will carry on. It seemed like Haslam was spinning down there, actually, as he went over the crest of the hill. Interesting that. Richard Kerr carries on for another lap. Across the line he goes. And here comes the pocket rocket, Leon Haslam. Just letting that one pass and disappear into the distance. Steve Wilfmore. So he was actually a truck driver yesterday, the boss of the Moto Rapido team. He parked up yesterday and it gave us a nice big cheery wave and a smile. And with some drops of rain in sector number 1, I'm just thinking about grabbing that stick, Mike, putting a jacket on and rumbling myself down into the pit lane to see if we can get a little bit of a nose in some of these garages and find out exactly what is going on. Because these are exciting times for the British Superbike Championship, as we are in our 30th anniversary here, but we've also got new bikes, new teams and new riders and returning riders all hitting their marks on track, with Ryan Vickers returning to the championship with Honda and being fastest of anybody so far by just about half a second, a 1:29.068. So let me grab a stick, Mike. I'll head down with my earbuds and we'll go into the pit lane and we'll bring you some information just in a couple of minutes. So here we are down in the pit lane then for well, there was reports of spots of rain, but I got to say I can't feel them myself, which is always a good thing. Always a good thing. A lot of bikes warming up in the background, and a very busy pit lane with a lot of people just waiting for their session to get going. But we'll head down towards the far end where the Superbike riders are, and we'll try and see if we can have I want to try and see if we can have a little bit of a look at some of these new Motos, see what they're like. The stunning little Motors, and a few other things as well. Ryan Vickers is a keen one that we want to keep our eye on, as well as we just here we go. Andrew Irwin. Let's have a quick look. It looks like there's a garage being shared here. Richard Kerr on one side, Andrew Irwin very much on the other. And I've got to say the Met Healthcare Phonocab Ducati looks very, very fetching in these yellow colours. Jason Griffiths having a bit of a chat with Graham Irwin just now. And at the back, some familiar faces in this garage, I've got to say. Some very familiar faces in this garage. Let's give a quick word. Graham, if we can, a very quick word. I've got to say, I like a Ducati in yellow. It looks great.
Yeah, I think the bike looks awesome, to be honest. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. So that's good.
So with Met Healthcare coming on board, Met Healthcare and Phonocab, obviously you're very much involved in Met Healthcare. You must be delighted with how things are planning out.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and there's nobody I'd rather do this with than my own brother, you know. So yeah, no, I'm really, really excited. So yeah, and he's had his first run out, and you're like, oh, it's all new to me as well. So awesome, 10 out of 10.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Graham. Thank you. Yeah, good to see that. I mean, that's 100%. There's Andrew just coming in the back of the garage just now. Just comes in through the door. He's got the leathers. Everything's in place. You know, the bike looks good. The leathers are on. Everything's in correct colour. And that's what we like to see. There's no hiding any fact that this is a brand new team. But there's a lot of familiar face in here. I can see James Mead is in here, or next door with the Honda guys, actually. And yeah, I'm getting that one wrong. Don't want to say the wrong thing for somebody. But let me see if we just stumble in here and grab a little word with Andrew if we can, because as Graham rightfully said, it's all so new and it looks so good.
Yeah, honestly, when I'm in eye, I tear my eye. Like, wow, it's amazing. So, yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's Crowd Tammy T Healthcare Phonocab who've put it all together, and a lot of hard work, sleepless nights over the past 3 or 4 months. You know, people kept asking me what am I doing, and I was like, something good is happening, but I just have to keep working hard. So, no, it's a credit to all those people. Every person in this team's new to me. We've got some really experienced guys, and I think we should be taken seriously.
I think you need to be taken seriously. Also, it's not your first time with a Ducati, first time in a V4, but you had been on the old B-Wiser Big Thumping Twin. But what's this like compared to what you've been on recently, like the Honda?
Hey, when you remind me of like riding that V-Twin, this is when I roll out of pit lane and I thought this is a motorbike. And John, the Ducati's an incredible motorbike. Everybody knows that. And yeah, it's easy to say, this, that. Let's see how we get on. But the initial feeling is really, really good. And yeah, I can't wait to... You know, this is the first time I've rid. Obviously, the last time I rid a Superbike, I got injured. I have rid a 600 out in Spain 2 or 3 weeks ago. So, yeah, it's been, I think, over 6 months from my last rid of big bike. So, it's nice to go on track, nice to ride again. And these two days are just about progressing and getting the whole team working together. And as we move on to Open Test, we'll try to pick up the pace and get closer to the front.
A lot of good familiar faces around you in here as well, which is good for you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I've got Dave Harris, who's team manager, crew chief. You know, he's won British Superbike championships before, and that's why I always say when you bring a team together, you need to have that experience. Simon, Barry, Ali, you know, they've all been there and done it. We've got Kay here this weekend, and yeah, you know, it's I think a team that I'm proud they've put together, but I wouldn't have put it together without all these people trusting me and coming into this team. Because when you say, oh, I've got a new team, not that many people take it serious. But honestly, it's something that I think I've personally done a good job, and it's hard for me to say I've done a good job. So yeah, everything is starting to come together, and I always get asked about the 25 bike. At the minute I do have the bikes from PBM from last year, but we are getting 26 stuff, and yeah, like everybody, I don't know exactly when mine will come. I would say I'm at the bottom of that pecking order, but they will arrive, and yeah, maybe it will be Knockhill or something, but I've already asked you about that test already, so that's the plan to test them there, and yeah, but we'll worry about today for now.
As you'd say though, no stress.
No stress, mate. Trust me, I've been bloody stressed.
Thank you. That's a big statement there, by the way.
we need to be taken seriously. We need to be taken seriously, and I think that's great. Fabulous to see Andrew and that bike looking so good, looking so strong as well. Very full garage here of Rocket rookies, and we have also got Moto 4 just next door to that. And we walk down just a little bit further. The Senkat team is down here. We've got the MP Racing, Neil Pearson's team next door to Senkat. Christian Iden is on track at this moment in time. And then we come down to the BMW garage, where we have got Sylvain Gintoli, and we also will have Peter Hickman. Kyle Reid rumbles back down the pit lane as he makes his way to his garage at the far end of pit lane. And yeah, very much a busy place right now. Very, very busy. Fraser Rogers walks back into his pit box, all decked out in black is Fraser. We'll see what's going on here. The shock's out of that Honda for Fraser Rogers at this present moment in time. Sean Winfield stands and looks on. Fraser just makes his way towards the front of the bike. We're going to see him get a word with him in just a minute. Guy's just doing a little tweak to the bike. The laptop's also plugged in, but Fraser's maybe about to put the helmet on. I'm not too sure here. Let's go and see if he's available. We'll see if it works in the garage. And it seems to be working in the garage. That's a good thing. Happy New Year. How are we doing?
Yeah, very well. Nice to see you. Nice to be back, and yeah, enjoying it.
Are you happy to be riding? Are you happy to beat the official RNG test? And bit of continuity, staying with the same team, which is good.
Yeah, same team. Fully fit this year. This time last year, I was still kind of rehabbing my legs. This year, I'm fully fit. I've had a great winter. We've got some really good upgrades on the bike. I've already gone out and gone fast. Happy.
What's the key for this year? Is it consistency, or is it building momentum all the way?
I think building momentum's a thing, but I know where we can be and where we should be. So we just need to, like now, start as means go on, stay inside that top 5, top 10, and just pick up some valuable points, pick up podiums when the opportunity arises, and just enjoy myself and enjoy being in the team. And yeah, I've got good hopes for this season.
Yeah, podiums, because the podium box has been ticked now. Now you want to be a regular guy there.
Yeah, exactly. Regular as you can be, unless you're one of the top boys in this class, because there's only 1 or 12 people on a weekend that can be on the podium. So yeah, just regular, consistent. Just want to be in the mix, fighting in that group. You know, there's always that group at the front, so I just need to be in it.
Good to see you again. Thanks, Fraser. And you're quick this morning as well. It's great to see him being so quick straight away. Big upgrades. Upgrades are the big thing that riders look for. You know, if you start your year and it doesn't feel nice straight away, it can be a long, cold, lonely year. But if you jump on the bike straight away, throw a leg over it, and the bike feels good, gives the rider a bit of a springy step. And you can see that with Fraser standing there looking very happy. Both Dow bikes on track. Storm Stacey's on track as well. Might be him there. Christian Iden. Got that wrong. Sounded like a Ducati. And Amy come down past FSC Moto. Singular garage for them just now. And everybody hunched round a timing screen. And we see Ryan Vickers fastest from Bradley Ray with Kyle Reid, Josh Brooks, Christian Iden, Fraser Rogers, and then Max Cook, first Moto in 7th place, which is a pretty steady run actually. It was quite sharp from the word go as Eugene McManus parks up next to us for the Hawk. The rookie steps off that, and the Hawk team then Master Matt Cock. Roger not here this weekend or this test day. I believe Roger's somewhere else in the world, but I think he's maybe on one of his many holidays. Let me see if I can grab a quick word with Ian, crew chief. Okay, good to see you. Good to see everybody here, kind of. I'm going for the safe option of this interview, because anybody in here could try and throw a banana peel underneath my feet. Well, Moto's changed from the Kawasaki, and we've got Max Cook currently sitting in 7th, and we've got a happy Joe Talbot, your rookie as well, and the bikes look stunning.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I can't hear a thing because you're deaf. What's it like coming up a Moto then?
Yeah, it's nice. It's a new challenge, new stuff to work with, and new feedback, so it's all good. Yeah, really good.
And is Darren going to make a show up this weekend? Darren or Nigel coming along?
Yeah, Nigel's here now, and Darren will be at some point. Yeah.
I'll let you get back to work. I'm going to try and find Nigel if I can. Everybody hunkered round the. Ben Wilson working in the Cheshire Moulding Garage. This is impressive. Hello, Ben. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
This is different, isn't it? Just come out the garage front just now. This is slightly different. So, what's your role in this team then?
Rory Skinner's chassis mechanic.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's good. Just something different. Thought I'd try something different, and yeah, looking forward to it.
no stress, but a lot of pressure that comes along with that. But obviously we saw you a fabulous year last year in Supersport. Good to be along with Rory though, because Rory's a rider who is certainly can go places in this championship.
Yeah, Rory's a great kid from what I've seen of him so far, so hopefully we can build a decent team around him and he'll have a successful year.
Cheers, buddy. I'll catch up later on. There you go. That was something that wasn't too sure about Ben Wilson being inside that garage, but that's great for Rory Skinner. As Jason O'Halloran's bike's on stand just now, getting a bit of work done. We've also got a busy Honda garage. Lots of personnel in here, lots of people in here, lots of bikes in here, even Ewan McGuinness in here, which is quite interesting to see. So busy that Dean Harrison can't get a spot inside the garage. He's been pushed out the front, and let's see if we can have a word with Dino. Good to see you. How's things?
All okay, just seeing what the weather's going to do shortly. So hopefully we'll get a dry session, it'll be nice.
It's a busy garage, isn't it? Lots going on, lots of people inside here. But what's your hopes for this year then? Tell us.
The front, trying to get the front of the Supersport. Trying to improve a bit on last year in that job really, and then obviously do the back to the Northwest TT again for me on everything. So try and chalk up another win or two maybe there over there, and hope for some sunshine.
I was really impressed with your Supersport last year because, you know, it's kind of Lions Den when you're jumping in that. I was very impressed with how you took it and how you got on. What progress can be made this year? Is there anything new on the bike, or is it kind of the same package?
No, the package is similar, but we're just refining everything we've got, really. Everyone's working hard at Honda and trying to keep the bike as sharp as we can make it in that class. And let's say we were top 6 every week, or weekend in, weekend out, really, on the bike. So the plan is to try and squeeze on the podium is the plan, at least this year, and try and challenge the front as much as we can on the bike.
Squeezing everything out that 600. There's not much left, is there?
No, exactly. Jack's doing an amazing job on it. He rides the bike so well. So luckily I've got a good teammate in Jack to sort of drag me on a bit and learn from, really.
Thanks, Dean. Thanks for your time. When will you be on track? When will we see you out?
Yeah, on track next, 11:25.
Okay, thank you. There we go. Good stuff. Good to see that Dean will be going out on track. As we have a quick look in here, we can see Ben Curry. That's the next session, the lovely R9s. We're looking forward to seeing those on track. There's Jamie Morris. Good to see Jamie back as well, photographer. Bradley Ray sits in his garage, just having a bit of a chat. Baines neck deep in a laptop, seeing if there's anything that he can spy, if there's anything he can spot. Then we've got Leon Haslam in his pit box, and the defending reigning champion, who I'm pretty sure we can get a word with him. Make sure the lights and everything are all taped up. It's a road bike. It is a road bike. It's good to see you. Welcome to 2026. Obviously slightly different testing. The team are away building the race bikes, but you're still here spinning laps on, it's not really a road bike, is it? It's a bit more than that.
It is now. I've put some rear sets on it, but yeah, apart from that and the exhaust pipe, she's pretty as she comes from the shop. So no, it's a great bike to come from the shop. I've really enjoyed my winter on it. And the biggest thing for me was, because the weather looked good, this is the first time using the new 2026 Pirelli SC1 tyre, so that is the first time I've ever used it. So I've got a couple of sets to burn through and get used to the tyre. And yeah, Spider have supplied me with rear sets the same as what I'm going to use on the Superbike, so that already feels a little bit better. So it was already worth coming already. So any other bits we can do to the bike to make it feel better for the race one will be a bonus.
Kyle Wright, defending champion again. Fabulous to hear that, isn't it? You've had a good winter as well. You've spun a lot of laps.
Yeah, I think I've done 1,100 miles on this bike, 600 on a 600, and a few others on the 250. So I've done a lot of laps, but yeah, you've got to invest in yourself, haven't you, if you want to win. I
saw you putting that on your social media. You've invested heavily this year as well. When will you get the new bike, and when will we see you? Is it Alton Park the first time you'll be testing that?
I hope so. I've not really asked. I mean, it's way out of my control. I just ride the bike as fast as I can, and if it's not here, it's not here. That's why I'm riding my practice bike. So I've not really thought about it, worried about it. I've just got on with what I've got. I can't do anything about it. It's not my fault that the bike's not here, so I'll do what I can do, and yeah, we'll see what we can do on this.
Crew chief looks ready for it anyway.
Yeah, he's a bit tired, I think.
He's been working hard. You working him hard?
Yeah, he's doing all right. Hopefully, with the next 2 days, we can. If we get any information for the race bike, that'll be a bonus.
What the boys doing here just now then? Because you've got rear sets. Are they just trying to do a shock at a height or something here?
Yeah, so the bike, even though it comes from the shop, has got kind of a ride-out device on it. Not like MotoGP, but obviously you can literally turn a 13mm spanner and you can lift the rear of the bike up and down. So it's literally like a superbike in that sort of sense. So yeah, the only thing that's the same compared to the superbike that I'm going to get is obviously the rear sets, the clutch, and the way we can use the ride-out device, and the pivot. So anything I can try here to get a bit of a bonus for when we come racing here, that's it'll be worth coming.
Fabulous. I'll let you get on them. Looking at Shannon and Kyle's dad there, both measuring their bike. If we have a little look across the other side, we've got Leon Haslam and Steve Wilf-Moore. And it is a road bike that Kyle's here on. It's great to hear from the champ as well. The lights are taped up. That's good to see. He has got the BSB sticker on the front of it. And yeah, it's great. And it's the first time I've actually been up close and seen one of the new Ducatis, the one that doesn't have the single-sided swinging arm. And I've got to say, it's a lovely, lovely little bit of kit. Leon Haslam on the other side of the garage, the Moto repeater team. Well, they're seasoned pros when it comes to Ducati. Steve Moore knows Ducati's inside out. It's his business. And this team really does punch above its weight. It's a tiny little shop that works in the south, the west of southwest. And they're up against the likes of as Steve said so many times, they're up against the likes of Honda UK. They're up against the likes of Yamaha UK. And what a job they do. What a fabulous job they do. Steve is furiously tapping away on the laptop right now, so it's probably best that we don't do too much interrupting there. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with Leon just in a minute, see if he is available for a quick chat. And welcome back. It's great to see you here. I saw you walking the track yesterday with an army of Rocket rookies. How did that go?
Yeah, good. We've got some really good lads this year, and done a lot of riding with them over the winter on the 400s and obviously the 800s. So it's the first time we've jumped on 1,000 since Brands Hatch. So it's been a bit of a long winter for the big bikes, and the first few laps definitely felt a bit more powerful than the 400s. But yeah, no, it's good. We've got a few things just to sort out with last year's bike, and obviously we're preparing with the new bike as well. So yeah, feeling pretty good.
Strong season last year, really strong for such a small team that you guys have got. What's the expectations moving into 26?
Yeah, obviously last year was third, top Ducati. Same again, really. We need to obviously try and go for the championship, and if we're top Ducati, I think we'll be battling with Brad, and it should be a good year.
Thanks, Liam. Good stuff. Leon Haslam never changes, does he? I mean, he's ready to go for it. He's ready for it. He's primed, and that bike looks stunning. Yeah, and a lot of talk about the new bike as well. A lot of talk about prepping for this new bike as Vickers comes back into the pit lane. I think I broke my headphones. I'm trying to hear here. Sorry about this. Let's go and see if we can grab a word with one of the Honda guys. Ryan's always been very, very good about having chats with us and speaking to us. But right now he sits in the garage. You can actually see the smile under the helmet. And you know what else is good for Ryan Vickers? He's reunited with Roger Marshall in this squad. So I think that is something that really brought Ryan on quite considerably when he was at the Gorilla team, Gorilla OMG. Roger Marshall was his rider coach. So it obviously made sense the minute Ryan came back to race in the British Superbike Championship. There was really only one place he could go. And into this team with everybody's looking through the garage, looking at me. It's like I'm standing in the road, so I'll move off to the side ever so slightly. But yeah, Jason O'Halloran's bike sits on my right. Ryan Vickers' bike sits on my left. The very luminous yellow 7 of Ryan Vickers, the font that we've known for so long. Likewise for the Osho, but he goes for the black number scheme on his bike. These factory Hondas, the bike which Tommy Bridewell was on last year before he vacated the championship and has gone elsewhere. But with Spider, the crew chief, just having a bit of a chat with Andrew Irwin. Andrew Irwin, there's a flashback. I'm going to chat with Ryan Vickers. That's because the crew chief, they've been synonymous. It's what they are. You think of the crew chief and the rider. So yeah, Spider having a chat with Ryan Vickers. He now comes along and plugs in the laptop. And I'm going to go and see if I can grab a quick word with Ryan, but I don't want to interrupt until he has done a bit of a debrief with the crew chief, with his crew chief. On the other side of the garage, the 600s are now getting warmed up. You can hear that just in the background. Oh, that's Joe McGuinness. Hello. What do you think of my clothes? What do you think of my gear?
Beautiful. It's A-star. The best.
Doesn't get any better, does it?
You make it look really good, Duncan, yeah. I always make good clothes look bad, but you make it look good.
I understand. How are you, John McGuinness? Living legend?
Absolutely brilliant, mate. Yeah, in a really good spot with everybody, family, friends, the team. Yeah, bit of fresh staff in the team and that, yeah. So, yeah, it's a really good spot. Yeah, really happy.
Busy garage, isn't it? Real busy in Honda.
It is really busy, yeah. I mean, I don't think I've helped. That's on a bit of a spanner in there, jumping there, but It's all right. Tommy Bradwell's gone now. I'm allowed in. So it's he wouldn't let me in last year. He didn't like the road races. But yeah, no, we're in the garage, and that's a nice thing about it. We're all working together. We had a great test in Spain. I love the new livery. It's desperate for a little bit of a change up. You know, the big Honda straight down the side, the red slightly different, and yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, we're all singing from the same page at the minute, and yeah, I'm just excited. It's starting my 36th season of racing. You know, just hope the sun comes out at some point.
It's almost MotoGP-esque, the paint job, but the Honda, the red, sorry, is a lot brighter.
Yes, but I don't know what you would call it. Maybe a bit more orangey, if you like. But yeah, it's a much nice red. And when you get close to it, the superbikes are stunning. You know, the bodywork's carbon, and they've like left some of the carbon out on we're lacquered over the top of the carbon. So yeah, when you get a good close look at them bikes, I mean, they're a work of art. I love bikes. I love bikes.
I know that, yeah.
Yeah, I just love looking at them, and yeah, it's exciting. And yeah, no, it's yeah, I can't say enough about it. You know, I mean, I'm looking forward to everything. I'm feeling pretty good, and just a bit of my job's slightly changing a little bit. Honda, I've just got to keep an extra pair of eyes over some of the team, and that makes sure we're all happy and going forward. And yeah, Ryan's looking fast. Jason's learning Honda again from World Endurance, so yeah, it's going to be good.
You've done a bit of time with Honda. You've obviously over a long time, but this year you've done some testing. Seems like there's a good feeling in the garage. A lot of smiley faces. Is there a bit more harmony than we've maybe seen in previous years?
Yeah, maybe. It's really hard, isn't it? Really hard to call. I think that, listen, you know, the two new Superbike riders, I mean, Ryan's a breath of fresh air. He's young, he's hungry, he wants it. We just need to slow him down a bit, if anything. And Jason is one of the most experienced, and is the winningest. Is it winning? Is that a word?
Go with that, yeah.
We'll go with the winningest BSB riders there is. So we've got a huge experienced Superbike team. You can't take out Jack. I mean, Jack's sort of just a bit of a silent assassin, really. You know, he just rolls his sleeves up on that 600, gets stuck in, and yeah, he does a fantastic job. And Dean, you know, it doesn't matter what's happening. If there's anything negative in the team, Dean will find a positive out of it. Like, Dean just does not take a breath, you know. He's just flat out all day. So, you know, great company with everybody in the team. Some young fellas as well, a bit of new staff. My son's back on the spanners as well, a bit of part-time with us all. So, yeah, we're in a good sweet spot, I think.
Are you going on track soon yourself?
Yeah, I'm dragging my heels a bit to get my leathers on a bit. But
noticing that.
Yeah, but I think I've done an odd lap, you know, odd lap or two over the years. So yeah, I'm going to go out with I think Superstock, Super Sport together. So yeah, I'm going to pop my leathers on and go and have a spin on my stocker.
Good stuff, John. Thank you very much. Great in depth as ever. I'm going to try and see if I can grab a quick word with the vicar himself at the back of the garage. He's chatting with Roger just now. So, you know, I like how John's just saying we need to try and slow him down more than anything. He's putting earplugs in. Is he going to go on track? Is he heading out, Roger?
Sorry, what did you say?
Is he heading on track?
Yes, he is, Duncan, yeah.
I'll get him after he's running. Thank you very much. It's interesting to say, though, that John McGuinness says, look, we need to slow him down. He's going too fast and tested. Before you know it, we'll be getting well, don't get bopped in this, but yeah, interesting stuff that. The Ducati that you heard going away in the background of that interview was Storm Stacey, and Storm has gone back out on the Batham's Ducati. Now this is where you should maybe start running a book if you're listening. See how many times I get the manufacturers wrong for the riders and the teams. Good grief. I'm going to approach with caution, Mr. Plater. Are you okay?
Yeah, very good, thank you. I might not look it, but actually I am.
What have you done? You've got a shiner, that's what I would say.
I walked into a door.
All right, okay, that famous door. Okay, hey, come outside just now, though. What a sensational winter you've had. You've gone from Ducati to Yamaha, from one rider to two riders.
Yeah, it's been a great winter in all fairness. You know, first of all, you know, it's good to work with Danny Kent. He's obviously got a lot of experience with Yamaha and his crew around him, so that's a strong point, obviously. And Rory's kind of, we had a test in Spain. Rory's been going good already on the Yamaha, and we know how good the Yamaha is, obviously, from his previous years winning championships. But, you know, it's looking forward to the season and hopefully plenty of success.
Yeah, lots of success, and great to see Cheshire Moulding staying on as well. The bikes look fabulous in your press launch.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Thank you very much. Now, obviously, Philip Neal always does a great job, you know, designing with the people around him, and the bikes always look good. But one thing's looking good, you got to get them on top of the podium to show everybody. That's the thing, and that's what we're planning on doing, obviously.
Yeah, great to see two bikes as well. Great to see two good quality riders. Thank you very much. Yeah, he's got a proper. He's walked into a door hard. That boy has. So we'll come back to that one later on. Let me give you a rundown of the timing screens just now. Max Cook fastest on the Moto from Ryan Vickers on the Honda. Then Josh Brooks on the Dow Honda in third place with Bradley Ray and Kyle Ride on. I can confirm that is a road bike down there with a few added extras, foot pegs and a tyre. We've got Charlie Spud Nesbitt, Christian Eden, Fraser Rogers, Danny Kent, and then Lee Bob Jackson rounding at the top 10. Rory Skinner in 11th place on bike number 11 with Joe Talbot in 12th. Leon Haslam, Andrew Irwin, Storm Stacey, Luke Hedger, Luke Mossey. We're now into stock territory for Mossey with Rhys Irwin, Jason O'Halloran, Richard Kerr, Matt Truelove, Sylvain Gintoli, who is out there still just now as Kyle Wright comes back into the pit lane again. Then Peter Hickman, Eugene McManus, Damon Rees, and we've got Joey Thompson, Dom Herbertson as well. A couple of the guests out there, and Finn Arscott. These are the selected guests who, the last 12 minutes of the session, it will be purely for the Superbike racers. There we go. Interesting. In the Batham's Ducati garage, looking at a 2026 Ducati. Well, we've seen the one that Storm is out there on, but that's one of the new bikes. The new bike quite far away from being ready by the looks of things. The double-sided swinging arm is the first telltale that you can see on that. And yeah, so an empty garage here. I was hoping that Michael Rutter might have been around. Ray Stringer's on the phone just now. I like the way he casually looked at me and picked the phone out of his pocket. So, yeah, don't want to speak to me, I think. But I'm going to just hang around here and see what the outcome of this is, because Batham's have gone all in by the looks of things this time. If we could just grab a quick word if we can, Ray. I'm noticing this looks very different from the one that sits there.
Yeah, the one we're on at the minute is the development bike, if you like. This should be the first version of the getting nearer to where we're going to be racing it from.
Is this a 2026 Ducati that sits here?
Yes, both 26 Ducatis.
Both 26 Ducatis, so he's on one just now then, okay. Batham's have gone all in, I'm just saying there. The bikes look fabulous, and it's quite a big step from BMW to go to Ducati.
Yeah, completely different philosophy motorcycle, so we're just finding our way through it now, and hopefully get stronger and stronger.
And what a time to do it, moving into 30 years of BSB, and you know what, you've been around for all, I don't want to make it sound old, but you've been around for all 30 of those years. Could be something special this year for you guys.
Yeah, I've been here a long time. We hope so. We're optimistic.
Been here a long time as a fast racer and a good crew chief now as well. Thank you very much, Ray Stringer. But yes, so Storm Stacey out there on both bikes. So a development bike of what they think they have, and then something that they want to go to. But yeah, 2026 bikes for Storm Stacey. Rhys Irwin sits in the pit box at Honda. Good to see the boss here. Stuart Hicken gives us a little bit of a wave. As Rhys at the back, and Victoria and Steve in there as well. And it's great to see Rhys Irwin steps up from Supersport into the Superbike class with the Master Matt Cock Honda. On the other side of the garage, we've got Dan Brooks, who is sitting there waiting to go out on his Superstock Honda. But yeah, the other rider on the Superbike team will be young Eugene McManus, who is on track just at this moment in time. I expect Eugene to come into the pit lane maybe in a couple of laps after completing another run. Just having a little bit of a look over the shoulder just now. It's still Max Cook from Josh Brooks and Ryan Vickers back up into third place. I'm not going to wander too far away from Honda, because Ryan did say he'd give us a bit of a chat. And he is kind of one of the headline stars that we have just now, as Andrew Irwin again comes back into the pit lane. Wasn't that a good statement that Andrew Irwin made earlier on? You know, we need to be taken seriously. And I think that is 100% correct. It goes without saying that you're not going to do anything else rather than take Andrew Irwin serious. But interesting that he comes out with that in the first interview that we do in 2026. Doubt watching, just sneaked into the, snuck or is it sneak? Slinked, there we go, slinked inside the Dow Honda garage. I'm having a look at the telemetry on the screen here. Just perched behind Ben Stafford as he types away on the laptop. Looking after all things Josh Brooks on this side of the garage. Here comes Samai.
Good to see her looking very happy in the garage. And a lovely, lovely little outfit that we have here at Dow Honda. Remember, stepping away from Kawasaki was a big move for that little team, and to get 2 Hondas and to take 2 completely different riders as well was something else that was very much talked about at the time. Here comes one of the Dow Hondas down pit lane. That's Lee Jackson. Lee about to come into his pit box. Parks it up. Got to say, he did look good in the pictures. He had the hair all up, and he was very much on form. And the number 14 Dow Honda gets put onto a bit of a, I like that, gets put on a little dolly so they can spin the bike round and take it back into the garage. That's really cool. That's a good trick, saves a bit of time, does that. Remember, Lee injured himself last year, Brands Hatch, fairly nasty hindsight going through the clearways area. Done a bit of damage to himself. He was out for quite a while, but delighted to see him back firing fit towards the end of last year, and to see him looking happy again on the bike. As we come back down to the Honda garage, because Vickers has been putting some electrifying times and watching the screens to see just how quick Vickers has been going. And I can tell you that Max Cook still fastest, Vickers third with another lap, only a 1/10 of a second away from the same time. As the checker flag now flies, that's an hour session gone in a heartbeat. And that's what testing's all about. Good to come down into the pit lane and actually have a bit of a chat with some of the riders down here. We're going to stay down here after this session and see if we can get some more Superbike riders. There goes Jason O'Halloran. Leon Haslam, who we've already had a bit of a chat to. But it is Max Cook who ends the session fastest of anybody on the new Moto, which is quite exciting. Get out of the way there. Thank you. I was going to move. Don't run over. It's like nice when somebody tries to pick you up and move you. You're going to need a JCB to move me. But that's Joe Talbot, who's just come into his pit box here. Remember, Joe steps up from Supersport, where he was with Binge Pro in 2025, and he throws his leg over the factory Moto, and that's all it is. It's a 100% full, pure factory. The guys put the bikes on the front and the back stand. Bayer there just making sure everything's good with the front end. Tyre warmer will go on that. Check some tyre temperatures. And Nigel Snook gives Joe Talbot a nice big long thumbs up, and Joe Talbot ends that session in 16th place. That's just in the other side of the pit box. Comes Storm Stacey. Here comes the man who was fastest in this session for the British Superbike Championship, Max Cook. Lovely when they switch the bike off and it just rolls in. You just see the chain on the sprocket as it makes its way into the garage. It is testing. It doesn't mean too much, but it will for this team. It will kind of justify the manoeuvre from the ZX10RR in its full form over towards the Moto, which has the beating heart of the ZX10RR, the engine, and Moto bits all around it. So I think that's justifiable in the move that we see Max Cook fastest with a 1:28.543, 600 of a second faster than Josh Brooks, and a 1/10 of a second faster than Ryan Vickers. So very interesting indeed. Now Max is sitting in his chair, and the debriefs need to happen, but we want to try and grab Nigel if we can. Get a word for the team boss before he disappears at the back. It's a problem, there's no room. Can't get past. You need to throw something at him to try and get his attention. Yeah, but Nigel just having a bit of a chat with some of the crew personnel, and we'll kind of make our way between these two bikes here, and we'll give him a little wave, and Nigel straight away, like a good lad, comes towards the front of the garage. Nigel Snook, good to see you. Duncan Vincent, BSB Radio with Kawasaki Key Options. How are you today?
Yeah, I remember you from last year.
That's great.
Yeah, you back again then.
Well, I think if we look at the timing screens, what we see there justifies the swap from the Kawasaki as a full form over towards the Moto, because Max comes in with a smile on his face and you guys are fastest. It is only testing, but it's a big step.
Yeah, and it's the first session. Yeah, it's a, journey of 1,000 miles and all of that starts with a step. It's been a very, very busy winter organising things. As you say, swap from Kawasaki to Moto sounds simple. Moto, of course, are wholly owned by Kawasaki, so it's all the same family. But so we've got Italian chassis engineering, our good old reliable Japanese engine with a few little tweaks. and a lot of help from the World Superbike team. You've probably seen Alex Lowe's is in the garage with us. Marcel Juncker, the chief engineer of Kawasaki Racing, who works with Alex at Provec, is here as well, keeping an eye on us. And so we're being the spoilt child at the moment because it's only bikes number 3 and 4 in the world that are racing.
Full factory effort, this, isn't it? Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. But you may have read some of the socials. Max rode the bike for the first time at a World Superbike test at Portimao. Just came in and he said, "This is a race bike." That's all he said, which Marcel says was Alex's first reaction when he rode the final chassis. And then we got young Joe Talbot. Joe's not shy. He's being very sensible. He realises he's got the opportunity of a lifetime, loving the bike and learning a lot of new tricks. So far, so good, Dunk.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to try and grab order with Alex, but I will come back and get the riders as well. But so far, so good, as you say, and little steps, but with a good outcome.
Thanks.
Let me see if I can grab Alex for a wee minute, if he would. That's perfect. He just walked the wrong way. You walked the wrong way at the wrong time there. I was going to try and pounce on you. Alex Lowe's, how are you, first of all?
I'm all right, thank you very much. Not too bad.
Good to see you here in the Moto FSD garage. Obviously, you are Mr. Moto. You've got a fountain of knowledge. You've kind of got this bike from the start, from where it is to where it is now. What are you telling the guys? What do they need to know from you?
Nothing at the minute, to be honest. Obviously, it's the first time on the bike at a track that they really know. So just sort of getting used to it, getting used to the, let's say, the base setting of the bike. I think initially it looks like it's working quite well. They had smiles on their faces for the first session, so that's always positive. But yeah, obviously the more they get used to it, the quicker everyone's going, the more they're going to learn about the bike. But it's nice to see the promoter out in another championship.
And your own championship in 2026. I've been watching it. You know, Portimao was almost, it was so close, wasn't it? So close to a podium.
Yeah, close to a podium. Fun races. I enjoyed it. I felt like I got a lot out of the weekend. Obviously, it's frustrating to finish fourth 3 times. You'd want at least one podium, but yeah, try a bit harder in Assen.
It's the best of luck. Thank you very much for your time. There we go. Alex having a bit of a helping hand, not doing too much just yet, which is interesting to see. But when he does need to do something, when he does have to step up, you're guaranteed that will happen. So we're looking at the Beetham's Ducatis. I almost stumbled. I almost said it wrong. Looking at the back of Storm Stacey's bikes, and there's like a fruit. You know when you go to the supermarket and you see all the oranges piled up in like what is a fruit box? There's a fruit box on the floor filled with black bits of Ducati rear sets, which is quite interesting. We'll give Storm a wave. See if he wants to come and speak to me. He's doing that playing it cool, casual thing, where he's having a bit of a chat with his sis, but here he comes. But there's so many new bits in this garage that have to be tried. Good to see you, young man. I love this. There's a fruit box on the floor with bits of Ducati in it that are going to get tested on the bike. You've got a busy 2 days ahead of you.
Yeah, we've got a lot to try with the bike, really. Still a lot of teething issues, to be honest. That lap time I did then was probably going a bit faster than I should be already. We just need to keep it calm. It's 2 days of just testing. Alton Park again is 2 days of testing that it means nothing. It means nothing on the lap times, but you get carried away. What matters is where we are at round 1, and I think we'll be there strong. But yeah, just couple too many teething issues than I'd like at the minute. Did like gear shifting and stuff like that, but we're one of the first people to have the Motec system on a new Ducati yet, so it's taking a bit of time to get it right. And we've got Motec in here coming trying to make it work for us, and then still trying to test parts in between that, and when a bike doesn't backshift, you're like, am I going straight on? Am I going to make the corner? I'm trying to keep out of anyone's way because I don't feel too comfortable yet, but we're getting there. The bike's got a lot of potential. You can see what it's done at World Superbikes. It's just, Bootlegger doesn't even look like he's trying on it, and is it going to ruin racing? I think it maybe did ruin Portimao because it looked too easy. It obviously wasn't, but I think that just shows how good this new bike's going to be.
What was your first impression when you sat a leg over it and did a couple of laps?
How well it stops. It stops good, but I've come off the BMW, which predominantly doesn't stop that well. We did have an exhaust brake on the BMW, which helped us quite a lot. But yeah, the stopping power on this thing is a lot more than the BMW. But then handling and turning. The Ducati is very unstable compared to the BMW. It gets very wobbly and gets quite a wobble on. You've got to be very gentle on it, I found. But then turning, the front end is so planted. Like Craner, I feel lovely down the left-hander. It feels very nice compared to the BMW or Kawasaki. You'd feel the front was quite light, whereas this, I feel like I can commit even on a rubbish day like today.
Storm, I'll let you back to Ray. You've got a lot of work to do, but so far so good. Thank you.
No, good to see you, Duncan, and good to see everyone out there. I give everyone a wave on the in-lap then. It's nice to see everyone trackside and be back on a track, and yeah, hopefully see you all soon.
And Sister's back for the vlog as well, yeah?
Yep, Lowell's vlogging. Yeah, there'll be a vlog on for this weekend. It'll be Storm Stacey on YouTube. Go on there, there'll be a vlog from the testing. We've just launched one that went live last night at 7 o'clock. It was a behind-the-scenes testing video switching from BMW to Ducati, so it's a good watch, I think.
I'm going to watch that tonight. Thank you very much, buddy. We'll catch you later on. Great stuff. Storm Stacey, wow, that's exciting. You know, that's the brand new bike, getting a bit of mileage under him, seeing what it feels like, right, Alistair? Seeing what it feels like and making progress, and that's kind of what we want to see from Storm Stacey. We want to see Storm having a pretty good year if we can. The man himself. Thank you. Roger Marshall's like the best guy ever because he always gets his right to come and speak to me. Good to see you. Welcome back. Wow. John McGuinness was saying the only problem we've got with Ryan Vickers is I think we need to slow him down a little bit right now because he's settled right in at Honda. How are you?
Yeah, not so bad. Nice to see everyone from a distance here at Donington Park. It's great to be back. I always love the fans in BSB, and yeah, we're having a great time with Honda so far. We're getting settled with a bike. We obviously went to Spain, got a bit of a fun on our feet, and then coming here to Donington in freezing cold conditions, and yeah, learning some new things about the bike all the time. So we'll keep progressing.
Ryan, we were sad when we lost you to World Superbikes, but it's our gain to have you back here because when you went away, you were right at the peak of your BSB kind of powers. Are we going to see you landing back on your feet like that in this Honda? Does it feel the same as when you were last year in the Gorilla OMG Yamaha?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think I've come back a better rider for sure. You know, I learned a lot in World Superbikes in that year, and I progressed so much as a rider, and I feel like I can bring that back to BSB. So let's hope we can have a successful year.
Let's catch up later on. Thank you very much. Cheers for that. Perfect. That's good. That is really good, actually. Ryan Vickers looking kind of happy on that bike, and I like the fact that they're saying they need to try and slow him down. That's John McGuinness. His input anyway. There's Bradley Ray. Can we have a quick word with Brad before he disappears? He's just having a drink of water just at this moment in time as we stand on the wrong side of the garage at McCam's. A red flag popping out, so this session just quick red flag on track just now. We'll bring an update as and when we can. But Bradley Ray, welcome back to Donington Park and the McCam's Yamaha. How are you?
Yeah, good mate. Yeah, nice to be back. Obviously back into the swing of things. Been a long winter, so nice to be back here at the typical cold Donington test.
What were you doing in the winter? Were you doing like Kyle spun about 1 million laps? Is that what you did, or did you kind of take time off?
Took a bit of time off in the winter, started riding maybe Jan, Feb time, done a few days out in Spain on the stocker, and then done 2 days on the superbike. So yeah, just doing what we need to do really. It's obviously, right bike time's good, but when you ride the same bike like a stocker for a long time in the winter and then jump on your superbike, it's quite a big step. So just done enough riding to keep bike fit, and then now it's time to get going.
What do you have underneath you? Is this a brand new 2026 Yamaha, or is it an evolution from last year? I almost got run over there by Cam Dixon, didn't he? Kind of buzzed me as he went past.
Yeah, no, it's sort of like a 25/26. As you know, the Yamaha is a little bit dated, so we're just small upgrades year on year. Yeah, that's basically it. Electronics a little bit, and just basically fine tuning the package we got. There's a bit of time left in the old girl, so we're just trying to find it.
Looks like it suits your riding style so well, though, and you look comfortable and fast on it.
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, when I first jumped on the Yam in 22, I felt at home straight away, and since then we've just been fine tuning and making small adjustments to not sort of find lap time, but consistency over races and just to make my life a little bit easier. But yeah, the boys are working hard, and we've got a testing program to get through.
It's good you've got a lot of familiar faces. It's a good bit of continuity in this team of brains and the guys.
Yeah, that's it. We're literally, our side of the garage is the same crew as last year, so it's nice to go out rolling with the same boys and try and achieve what we achieved last year.
Yeah, just the garage kind of doubled in size on the other side with the Supersport effort.
Yeah, that's it. We've got a few more boys this side, so no, it's nice. Steve's come back with a bang this year, so yeah, hopefully see these boys on the box.
Cheers, Brad.
Cheers, mate.
There we go. Bradley Ray. So the red flag out just at this moment in time. Bikes come back, and when there was a bit of an intake of breath from Bradley Ray and myself, there was Cam Dixon went past, and he almost removed my jacket as he went past. He felt the wind flashing past. So yeah, no update on screen as to what's happened. So I'll give it just a minute or two. I have seen marshals on track at Redgate there, so maybe there's maybe there's something going on down there on the track surface that they can have a little bit of a check with. So we're going to get a word with Rory in just a minute. He's just having a quick word with Papa Stu. Yeah, Marshall's now out checking the circuit around on the main straight and towards Redgate as well. So we'd imagine that's just checking for any track contamination, and that's something that, you know, is testing. But Race Direction never take any chances on that. Whenever there's something happening out there, you know, if a bike has let go or something like that, they will stop a race, they will stop a test session, practice session. They would never compromise safety. And our Port West Race Safe marshals out there doing a fantastic job just making sure that everything is A-OK. So the Rory Skinner garage, on the other side of that, we have got the Bimotas, and it's great to see Alex Lowe's now getting his hands dirty, very much in there with Joe Talbot. And here comes young Rory to the front of the garage, and it's good to see you. How is Cheshire Moulding's Yamaha?
It's all right, Duncan. It's a bit of a change. So yeah.
Well, I said earlier, it's the third manufacturer in 3 years. BMW, Ducati, and Yam.
It's fifth manufacturer in 5 years. For me. Yeah. It's been a bit of a change up again, but no, we're just we're working through it. It's a cold Donington Park. It's the first test session of the UK season, and yeah, there was nothing really to gain there. So just working through it, trying to get the bike in a way that kind of works for me.
You did a bit of riding in Spain. Obviously, it's a bit slightly warmer out there, but it did look like it went pretty well.
Yeah, Spain was good, to be honest. We kind of came away from the track feeling quite happy where we were. Obviously, we're not really sure where we need to be at right now. So, you know, on my side of the garage, we're just trying to make sure the numbers are in the right spot. I've got a decent feeling, kind of be able to correlate what looks good in the data and what works for me. So, yeah, we're just kind of working away with it in a minute, Duncan, and yeah, feeling all right.
Can you use any of Danny's knowledge and experience in the Ducati to kind of see, all right, we're in the right area?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as it comes through kind of later in the test, I think me and Danny will probably start kind of chatting a little bit more together and kind of figuring out where we need to go with the bike for each of us. But right now, I'm still quite young with the Yamaha, if you like. I'm trying to understand it and learn kind of what feedback it's given me. I went out there and all my muscle memory was related to the Ducati. I was saying to Stuart I was going down Craners and turning where I would normally turn, and obviously we're going a bit slower right now and the bike's totally different, and I'm clipping white lines and inside curbs everywhere because the Yamaha's so different. So yeah, it's just working away. As I said, there's nothing really for us to gain massively in the first session of the test. So yeah, just kind of going out, bending new gloves, leathers, boots, making sure everything kind of feels back to normal again, and yeah, go again.
It's good to see you here. I'm going to grab a word with Danny if I can as well. Thank you very much, Rory. Yeah, and Rory, 5 manufacturers in 5 years. That is quite something, actually, when you think about it. For Kawasaki, Moto 2, yeah, BMW, Ducati, Yamaha. He gets around a bit, that Rory Skinner, doesn't he? Danny Kent, how are you? Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you too, mate. Hope you're well.
I'm very well. I'm delighted to see you here on a Yamaha with the Cheshire Mouldings TS team. You know, it's great for them to pick up a rider of your stature and double themselves in size.
Yeah, well, I'm really pleased to be with the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha. I'm also happy to be teammates with Rory. You know, I think he's a great guy. He's great talent, and his riding style is made for the Yamaha. So it's been a while since I've had a teammate. It's one thing that I have wanted over the last couple of years. I feel like me and Rory can bounce off each other and sort of push each other up the field. So it should be a good year.
It's quite funny because Rory really hasn't had a teammate either. So it's something that I think that he always kind of needed. So this could be like a dream partnership for you guys.
Well, that's the plan. But you know, racing is not so straightforward. But yeah, we just need to work hard during this testing program and make sure that we get everything right for round one.
Have you had a good winter?
Yeah, I've had a really good winter. Normally in the past I'd never really do any riding. This winter I changed that, bought myself a little R6. We went out to Spain and did quite a bit of riding. So yeah, hopefully all that will pay off this year.
Yeah, good stuff. I'll let you get back to the guys. Thank you very much. There you go. That's both boys in the Cheshire Moulding Camp. That's great to hear from Danny Kenton. You know, he hasn't had a teammate, and that's one thing that you want a teammate, and Rory Skinner hasn't had a teammate, and maybe that's where they needed to go. So that's experienced riders. That's both guys that have been in Grand Prix, you know. That's a former Moto 3 world champion. That's a guy who was racing in Moto 2. Rory Skinner, you know, maybe didn't get the real attempt that he needed, but it was still fairly extensive. You know, we saw him almost getting into the top 10. Unfortunately, he was wiped out. I think it was India, right at the last minute of a race, last corner, where he got picked up, and that was a disaster for him. But I do want to speak to one of these guys in the Moto garage if I can. But as you can imagine, brand new bike, lots of data, lots to talk about. Bikes are getting stripped down, and young Max Cook, he's just got his back to us just now. Let's have a word with Alan Gardner. Oh, good day, mate. How are you? You well? Is this and what's your role with the Met Healthcare Phonacab Ducati then?
I'm just helping Andrew a little bit, I think, just to sort of he needs to concentrate on riding. So we're just giving him a little bit of help there, and we're going to help him with his hospitality this year. So
one less thing for him and the team to worry about.
Yeah, he needs to ride. He needs to ride. That's the main thing.
Yeah, good stuff, Alan. You well? You well yourself?
Yeah, very well. Very well, thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see Alan Gardner. Yeah, and that's nice. I mean, that's exactly what he's very. When it comes to hospitality, he is very much the man with his finger on the pulse for that. That's for sure. I don't want to interrupt the promoter guys. I know you may want me to interrupt the promoter guys if you're out there listening. But we're just going to give them a couple of minutes, okay? The O show, Jason O'Halloran was still around, but I think he's just left the garage. So we've missed that one by a couple of seconds. So what we'll probably do is head back in towards the commentary box up the stairs. We're going to see how Wes is doing with his camera up there. We'll finish that cup of tea which we got delivered, and then we'll take it from there in just a couple of minutes.
Back again. Quattro Group British Super Sport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship. This is the R&G official test at Donington Park, and with a red flag there. The red flag, unfortunately, was for track contamination at turn number 9. So if I look at my CCTV screens, well, if you're across there at the Fogarty S's, you'll have seen the fairly large line of speedy dry that's been put down, and that will notify the riders to avoid that as much as they can. But typically, the Port West Race Safe Marshals doing a fantastic, fabulous job of clearing up any contamination on the track. What I liked about that Superbike session, I liked being down there in the pit lane. I liked speaking to Kyle Ryde. I loved the Andrew Irwin interview. If you managed to hear that, Andrew was, for his first interview on a Ducati, to say we need to be taken seriously. I think he does. He's fabulous. Really, really impressive from Andrew Irwin. And he's got a lot going on there, a lot of moving parts in that team. But as we hear at the end of that, like, just you focus on the riding part of Andrew and let the team do everything else. And we spoke with Graham Irwin as well, who's very much behind the Met Healthcare side of things. But interesting stuff, that. Also lovely to speak with Ryan Vickers. You know, Ryan thinks he's come back a better rider. Probably has, actually. A year in World Superbikes will bring him back even stronger. But I did ask the question, you know, you left BSB at the peak of your BSB powers. Can you come back and hit the ground running? And it would seem yes is the question, or the answer to that, because as John McGuinness so rightfully said, John McGuinness was saying, right now we need to try and slow Ryan down. It's the first test of the year. It's quite chilly out there, as a lot of riders have said. Rory Skinner was saying that, you know, there's no point trying to be a hero, because you can go from hero to zero in a split second. But let's focus on what we've got on track just now, because the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, well, it always delivers. No matter what happens, it always delivers great racing, as does the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Jack Kennedy's fastest on track just now from Lee Johnson and Dean Harrison. And Jack Kennedy, he's a bit of an enigma, Jack, isn't he? I mean, ringing everything out of that little 600. There's nothing left in that 600. Kennedy just tries to get everything he can out of it, and he rides it so incredibly well. You always know that Jack Kennedy will give you 100%, but he's up against new bikes this year, and he's been like that before. We have to look towards the very far end of the pit lane, where Bradley Ray is in the McCann's Yamaha garage. On the other side of that double garage, there are now 2 Supersport Yamahas, and for the first time, they're not 600 R6s. They are the R7s, sorry. No, they're not the R7s. The R9s. I'll get there at the end. The R9s that Ben Curry and Harry Truelove both find themselves on. We saw them last year at the World Superbikes at this round, when the likes of Stefano Manzi and various others were riding these bikes. And I think it was the first time I had commentated on a Supersport race, as it's called, and there wasn't a 600 Yamaha in the race. They were all the new R9s. So very interesting to see how that will develop, because it's a new bike. I mean, I think Bradley Ray hit the nail on the head. You know, Steve's come back with a bang. 30 years of BSB. And the McCann's Yamaha team haven't come back with just one Superbike rider. They've come back with Bradley Ray, Superbike rider, and 2 Supersport racers as well. And Ben Curry and Matt Truelove. So that will, Harry Truelove, that will be a very exciting garage to be in. I walked further down, coming back up here. It was nice to speak with Zach Corduroy's mum, who's down in pit lane. Zach Attack, P3 in the standings as it sits right now. And we're also having a quick chat with Declan Connell and Ash Barnes. Ash Barnes, where's he on our timing screens? Just a little bit further down than he probably would want to be. Can't even see them. You look at a timing screen, and it's so easy to go by people's names. Yeah, we'll come back to that one in a minute, because I've only got X amount on that screen. But Eduardo Colombi, somebody else wanted to talk about. Spiatella, as the nickname goes. We saw Eduardo in the TAS team last year, but he moves over to the bench team for 2026. Colombi, who we know, Colombi incredibly fast and very talented, young rider who basically gets it done. MMB, not bench, sorry. He took over the ride from Eugene McManus, who left that. And we see Eduardo on a Ducati, where he knows he has been. He was in the Ducati last year, but it was his first year. He stepped up from Sportbike, and Remember, Richard Cooper was the man who said Columbia is such a talent. We need to watch out for this young man. He came over on the Gradara course Aprilia in Sportbike, and he cleaned up in year number 1. Absolutely cleaned up. Showed everybody a clean pair of heels. Jumping onto Supersport can always be a big ask. Declan Connell crosses the line, chased by Carter Brown. That's the second of our bench racers. I knew I'd get it right eventually. Carter last year was with the Ugly & Co. by Josh Davis, Motorsport, but this year Carter finds himself on that very impressive 3B Ducati, teammate to Oliver Barr. Oliver Barr, who flirted with podiums quite a few times last year. And OB, if he could string some really consistent races together, he will be a threat as well. Remember Knockhill, he was on for a win at Knockhill, and fortunately when the gear lever failed on the bike as he left Clark Corner heading round towards the hairpin. And we saw him heading for a really solid podium on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit at the very end of the year. And I think myself and Alan Hyde had just said, if he could just calm down here, his lap times are maybe, he's pushing a little bit too hard, and he folded the front going in towards 30s. And unfortunately, that was all she wrote for OB. But coming back for another season on the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducati in Liebherr yellow. Liebherr yellow, that's the yellow that bike is. That's one of their main sponsors on the bike. But Kennedy fastest from 7/10 of a second over Has a True Love and then Carter Brown. So Honda, Yamaha, Ducati. Then Cam Dixon, who, when I was doing that interview with Bradley Ray, standing, and you just feel a gust of wind flashing past behind you, and Brad's eyeballs went huge. And it was Cam Dixon who got off his bike and looked back and had a little bit of a laugh back towards us, which I thought was quite nasty, actually, buzzing the commentator. I only know one commentator that's been run over in a BSB pit lane, and that was Larry Carter. And I think it was James Ellison who done him at Knockhill. But we'll come back to that when Scoop arrives down here tomorrow. 3 minutes of this session to go, and we will have another run-through of the RNG Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike before we have lunch. And I think probably like everybody else, I'm actually noticing that it's getting close to lunchtime in the commentary point. It's lovely that I got a cup of tea delivered this morning from Harrison McKay and Mum Tammy and Sam Cox as well. And it's nice that Sam Cox came up to tell us that his racing plans is a kind of a phased return to racing for Sam Cox, where he will come back to Superstock racing, but he will come back gradually. He doesn't do the first 3 rounds, and then we'll see him after that. But he is on track testing today. You know something else that's quite good? I don't know if you can see in the camera, but the sun has popped out from behind the old cloud in the sky, and it's giving us some lovely sunny pictures out the window here. But you can also tell it's quite gusty because quite windy, because the flag's on the far side of the Donington Straight down towards Redgate on the inside, and the Donington Park flag, which sits outside race control. It's blowing that way at 100 miles per hour. So Hooley, the flag, really is getting pushed about a lot there. So the riders will notice that. They'll come down the pit lane or down the pit straight, and once the pit wall finishes, they'll get a gust of wind as the pit wall then leaves them open to the elements going in towards Redgate. And then what you've got to watch, go through the middle part of Craner Curves, but it's the top of Craner Curves through Hollywood. You've got to watch the front doesn't go light on you as you make your way through the top of that with the gusts of wind. Mikey Hardy comes into the pit lane on the Astro JGR Suzuki. Still in his Rocket Rookie leathers, Mikey Hardy. Parks that one up in the garage. Lovely guy, Mikey. One of the biggest sets of eyebrows and big fringe. Always got a smile on. So he finds a new home with Astro GGR Hippo Suzuki, the GSXR 750. And Bradley Peary, we need to keep our eyes on Bradley. He's the Triumph Macadam Factory Racing Team for 2026. No Luke Stapleford here this weekend. Happy little Stapleford went away to, I think, Barcelona, or was it maybe Mugello, for a couple of days testing on the Scars Ducati. So he said he might come down, pay a visit and say hello to everybody. But yeah, Stapleford goes from Triumph to Ducati, which makes it quite exciting and quite interesting. As I say, Supersport never fails to deliver and the Quattro group staying on board for another great season. As we roll into our 30th anniversary with the British Superbike Championship, we get the Quattro group staying with us, giving us another year of thrilling racing on track. Got to have your head in a swivel in a commentary box. There's so much to see here. The Melbourne Loop over my left shoulder, Goddard's over my right shoulder. The rest of the circuit pans out in front of me. Joe Sheldon Shaw crosses the line, chased by Richard White and Jordan Major Bird. Ryan Campion, remember Ryan Campion so impressed us massively at Cadwell Park. He's back for another campaign in 2026. Checker flag flies. There was a message on screen, 66 faller at the S's. That was much, much earlier on. Number 14 had a course cut. Lap time was cancelled. And number 93. 14 is James McManus. And 93 was Mikey Hardy. So that session now comes to an end. As the Port West Race Safe Marshals just start to gather their stuff up. We have one more session prior to lunch. And it will be Jack Kennedy who ends that session fastest of all from Cam Dixon and Has a True Love. So Kennedy fastest in Super Sport and Cam Dixon fastest in Stock. Even if he did almost run me over as a joke in the pit lane. Then Harry Truelove. That's good for a McCam's Yamaha to have Harry Truelove so far up there on the R9 so early doors. As Carter Brown crosses the line and goes P2. 0.6 of a second away from Jack Kennedy. Now, as commentators and spectators, we all get excited by the testing times because we like to look at the testing times. The riders always play the testing times down. Oh, it's only testing. It's meaningless. It doesn't mean much. It does really. Gives us a bit of an indication of where people will be fitting in throughout the course of the year. Oliver Barr, 6th place. Lewis Rollo, 9th place on his return as well on the BMW. Number 88 this year, Lewis Rollo. And would you like the team name? Maybe you would. Motorrad Central Edinburgh by MLav Racing. So Lewis Rollo slides into Michael Laverty's Superstock team, taking the berth that Eli Mikkelchik had in 2025. There you go. Bike's making their way back into pit lane now. It's Kennedy fastest in Supersport, and it's Ash Beach, actually, who steals it right at the very end there. You can probably hear the surprise in my voice. Ash Beach goes fastest in Superstock, just ahead of Cam Dixon. We'll be back with the next session in a couple of minutes. I think this commentator requires a little drink of water, maybe finish his cup of tea. So the R&G Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile Junior Sportbike Championship are on track. They've got 25 minutes of their session remaining, and then we will stroll into a lunch break at the back of this. As we have a look at the session before, earlier on today it was Jack Dunnaby who was fastest from Ryan Frost and Mason Foster, the top three guys who are bound to be big hitters in the championship moving forward for 2026. Jack Burrows, Clayton Edmonds and young Harrison Day, the top six, all Moto 4. The first of the junior sport bike was Marley McKenzie on his Kirkcaldy Kawasaki. He was in 7th place, ahead of another newcomer to the BSB paddock, and that's young Tyler Humphreys again, who I mentioned that he'd done some good club racing in Scotland on the 300s, more production-based bikes. But Tyler Humphreys hitting the ground pretty much running here, 8th overall on his Fibertech Honda. The second of the Fibertech Hondas by MLav, the fastest one being Ryan Frost. Jensen Bishop, Asia Devine, and then Luke Fitchett in 11th place. Isaac Mark again up there with another one of the junior sport bikes. He was with, remember last year he was in Super Teens, he was racing with Steve Brogan. So Isaac Mark doing a bit of a sidestep from Super Team, which is now no longer with us. It's now Dow Junior Sport Bike. Update number 6 is going to take a little trip to the medical centre. Number 6 takes a trip to the medical centre. Don't have a 6 on my entry list actually, unless I see Jediah Cumbermack. That's who is going to take a bit of a trip to the medical centre. That's a great shame. Not how you want your first official R&G test to go, but it does happen, shall we say. Conditions are lovely out there on track. The little bikes will be feeling a bit of the breeze, but with 23 minutes to go, it's all about getting track time and laps in. Dunnaby with another scorcher of a lap, a 40.656. Puts himself almost 9/10 of a second up the road from Clayton Edmonds. And then Jack Burrows. Dunnaby, well, another one of the rookie sensations that we had last year. He come into this championship alongside Ethan Sparks as Jack comes across the line now. Another fastest lap from Dunnaby. Wow, now 1.2 seconds up the road. So really throwing caution to the wind here, Jack Dunnaby. Feels like he's in a bit of a rhythm. Feels like he's in the zone and is happy to push on just that little bit harder. But Jack picked up 2 victories. Last year he got a victory, if you remember, when we were over at the TC circuit of Assen, I'll get that right. And then he picked up the first victory at Oulton Park at the very next round, which was the final round for the R&G British Talent Cup as it was last year. It's now the R&G Moto 4 British Cup moving into 2026. And remember, this is a Dorna sanctioned championship. It's great to have it as part of our race day programme. And we do have Alex Baldolini and Matt Balkin, who are Dorna representatives who look after these youngsters very, very well. They take them round for a track walk. They have dedicated rider briefings, but they're very much schooled with Dorna in mind. Very much schooled with the road to MotoGP being a big part of where they want to go. Naturally, after, if you win this championship, you would imagine you would go over to Spain and possibly race in the Junior World Championship, if that was a thing, or taking some ETC, European Talent Cup races, with Moto 3 being the ultimate end goal for the small bikes, and then moving your way through the capacity ranks, Moto 3, Moto 2, all the way up to MotoGP. It's a big ask, but it's how the best in the world have done it, and it's what they do. Number 38 stopped with a technical problem at Goddard's, which is just out of our window. Now, if I had the right sheet, that would really help. But I can see the Port West Race Safe marshals doing a fabulous job of making sure that there's nothing in the road down there. A technical fault. Technical faults happen all the time at test days. That's Finn Harrison. Some test days you do see a lot of people running out of fuel because they want to do so many laps, but they forget maybe to do a lap count. Somebody's about to come in the pits the wrong way. That will get them a slap on this. That's Finn Harrison, actually. He's been picked up from the marshals and he's been sent on his way. He brings his ZX4RR Junior Sport Bike in towards the pit lane. Superficial damage more than anything. A little bit of dust and mud falling off the side of it, but Finn looks perfectly okay. He'll just be cursing a little bit, one would imagine, underneath that helmet as he heads down pit lane and parks up right at the far end, right at the far end of pit lane. So not the desired thing to do in testing, but it can happen. And the storm, Stacey said earlier on, is testing. You know, it doesn't really mean anything, but it does. But it certainly does. Dunnaby, Edmonds and Frost, your top three. So Clayton Edmonds has managed to get himself in between Jack Dunnaby and Ryan Frost. And as we look at the junior sport bike, this is actually Isaac Mark who's gone faster now than Marley McKenzie. So Isaac Mark, Lewis Mullen, then Marley McKenzie. They're all together 6th, 7th and 8th overall, but 1, 2, 3 in sport bike. Still young Luke Fitchett just on the fringes of the top 10. George Bowes in 12th place, a man who we have seen last year, who we expect to hit the ground running. Bike number 67 for George. Keeps his favourite number 67 number. And he's just ahead of Jensen Bishop. And then we have our Spanish representative who is with MLAV Racing, and that is Axel Lomas. Axel Rosemel Lomas, giving him his full title. Sits in 15th place. And he's just ahead of bike number 42, who's got a lovely name, Thorley Trevorrow. Now, I do know that our chief timekeeper, Richard Evans, thinks it's a lovely name, and he was looking forward to hearing Larry Carter or myself giving him a bit of an interview. So we'll try and catch up with Thorley at one point and do a little bit of investigative journalism and see where he's come from. Big improvement for Lewis Mullen. He goes up into 6th place. He goes ahead of Humphreys, Bishop and Isaac Mark. 1:42.437, 2.1 seconds away from the fastest time, but what that has done is put him the fastest of the junior sport bikes. And now there seems to be a bit of a push on from a lot of the Moto 4 guys, because there's a lot of green sectors on the timing screen that you can see. And if you're looking at the same timing screen that I am, if you're looking via YouTube, you'll see green sectors means they are on a personal best. Purple sectors, or magenta, as Mason Law used to always like to say, means it's the fastest of anybody in that session. Or session in that section. And if it's yellow, it just means they're on a lap and they've gone through and their transponder has picked up on that timing line. Or timing loop. The timekeepers will correct me on that one later on, I would imagine. But yeah, a lot of green sectors popping up there. And you look at the last laps as well. Personal best for Clayton Edmonds, personal best for Ryan Frost, personal best for Mason Foster, personal best for Lewis Mullen and Jensen Bishop as well. So personal best across the board, which is quite impressive. Jack Dunnaby's 140.293 still hasn't been headed by anybody. Yes, people definitely try. Here comes Luke Fitcher out of the last corner. He's got one of the Fibertech bikes tucked up under the back of him. And that's Axel Lomas. They both go in towards Redgate. 3 bikes all together in a line. Doing a bit of working together, it would seem there. Trying to get a bit of a toe down certain straights and see if we can help their lap times out. But this is also a good time for some of the rookies to try and get with some of the more established riders on track to see how they ride and what happens when there is bikes around them, how they react to being in a tow and a draft situation. And basically what not to do. Clayton Edmonds crossing the line. Good solid test day for Clayton so far. 1:41.066. Personal best lap. 0.8 away from Dunnaby. But good running from Clayton. 10 laps in for this session for Clayton Edmonds. 10 laps also for Mason Foster. So people putting in slightly longer runs as we go and take a seat in the commentary box now. Take a little bit of weight off. It's good to see a decent crowd here as well today. We've got the grandstand right next to the commentary point, which is fairly well populated. People like to sit in there and get a bit of a view of the bikes coming out of Gorrard. You can also see them over the back side of the circuit, McLean's into Coppice, as they make their way from Starkeys. And then down towards the Melbourne Loop, yeah, a busy area down there. That's always a fan favourite to watch from down there. You've got a little bit of shelter from some of the surrounding buildings. But also the ice cream van's right at the back of you, so that does make it nice and helpful for people. Toilet's not far away. And then Garage 39's rather close as well. 16 minutes to go. 16 minutes to go, and there's not been much movement in junior sport bikes since we saw Lewis Mullen put a really strong lap in and Isaac Mark. Marley McKenzie is on an out lap, and he's been shuffled down the order just that little bit. If we look how far away he is from Lewis Mullen. Okay, so 142.437 for Lewis Mullen, a 143.1 for Marley Mackenzie. So Mackenzie some 7/10 away. Would want to try and get that down a little bit if he can. But it's easy saying that. It's not easy actually executing that. Marco Holt on track, another one of the Cavara projects. Improvement for him. Bike number 37 goes up 1 place ahead of Isaac Mark, who sits in the pit lane. And Mason Foster leapfrogs. What happened there? Mason Foster leapfrogged Ryan Frost. And then Frosty went ahead of both Foster and Edmund. So they're clearly circulating together. Let's look at my tracker map. Yes, they are. So that's impressive from Ryan Frost. Now 4/10 of a second away from that fastest time that Jack Dunnaby still holds. The young man from South East or South Ayrshire in the southwest of Scotland. And let's see what Marley Mackenzie can do in his second year in this paddock. Been racing for a couple of years Clubland before that, but this is a big paddock to be involved in. It's a big paddock to be part of. When you arrive in this paddock, you see much more advertising at the track. There's bigger lorries. Everything's on a much, much grander scale. And that can work for some riders. It can also work against some riders. As through sector number 1, purple for Jack Dunnaby. Let's see what he does going through sector number 2. Dunnaby, 21.546. Sector 2 runs from going through Craner Curves all the way up to the far end of Coppice. It's a fairly chunky sector. And Dunnaby goes purple through that sector as well with a 26.8. We'll wait for him to make his way down in towards the Fogarty S's, where we should see him in just a second or two. There goes Marley Mackenzie. Dunnaby's at the back of the commentary box now, tucked under the bubble, heading down towards the Melbourne Loop. Nice bit of braking, gets the Cavara Projects Honda stopped on its nose through the corner. Very economical rider. Jack Dunnaby always looks good behind the screen and under the bubble. And as we come in towards the last corner of Goddard's, let's see what Dunnaby does coming through this time, because looks like it could be a faster lap. 140.239. He crosses the line and does a 39.966. So Jack Dunnaby does improve, and he moves the goalpost just that little bit, but he's also the first man to go sub 1 minute 40. 139.966 for Jack Dunnaby. He'll be happy with that one, as will the team. Let's have a look. 140.6 was his earlier on time. So he's taken a whole chunk of time out of everybody. And away he goes. Bike number 63, Jack Dunnaby. 139.966. We did mention that. And we're also keeping an eye on Marley Mackenzie. He's put a personal best middle sector, just crossing that sector at the back end of Coppice. But he's got some serious work to do, because he now finds himself third. Freddie Oakley, actually, he finds himself fourth because Freddie Oakley's gone into second place in the junior sport bike. So it's all shifting around here at Donington Park for the official RNG test. This is the RNG Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. As we see Freddie Oakley coming back into the pit lane. Again, for me, looks like Nemesis Kawasaki leathers from many years ago. Great to see my good friend Pat Blakeney pop into the commentary box like that. Hello, Pat. Man who, in my eyes, kept Thruxton Circuit going for many years single-handedly with a good team of people around him. I should maybe put that out there. Should say that. But great to have Pat as one of our safety car drivers for 2026. With 11 minutes of the session to go. Yeah, no improvement for Mackenzie with a 43.012. So yes, he has improved in time, but not position. But as long as he's improving in time, that's what you're really looking for. It doesn't really matter if you don't make a position up. The positions can be that close. It's not always easy to make one. As blue boards and blue flags are flashing down at Redgate, and some of the riders leave the pit lane. Nice big long look over the shoulders, always a good thing. Binoculars out. Is that Dunnaby in the pit lane? It certainly is. Jack Dunnaby. Dad putting the tyre warmer on the back. Jack will be pretty happy with his morning and early afternoon's work. It is afternoon now. It's just gone 12:30 here at Donington Park. And I could tell it was 12:30 because I could hear Wes's stomach rumbling next to him in the commentary point. So, poor man needs fed. He was up at 5 o'clock this morning. He told me to go to the gym, and then drove to Donington. That's a heroic effort, if you ask me, on a Good Friday. But it's all about getting to the RNG test. That's what he says. All about coming to the official RNG BSB test. Test number 1 for 2026. Before we move on to Oulton Park on the 21st and 22nd of April. There goes young Clayton Edmonds across the line. Looking pretty handy there. And Frosty is about to move the goalpost here. We've got a lot of magenta on the screen, and Frosty does go to the top. Fabulous stuff from Ryan. 1:39.693. Ryan Frost, fastest by 0.2 of a second. Let's get the reaction in the pit lane from Jack Dunnaby on the binoculars. Yeah, he couldn't look any less interested if he wanted to tried. As a walk across, you just have a little look at a screen or get told that he's in P2, but yeah, I don't think he's too bothered about that, to be honest. He and Ryan Frost both going sub 1 minute 40 is quite a decent time around here in these weather conditions. Each day is different. That's one thing. You can never just look at a lap time and say, well, that wasn't very good or that was good. Each day is different purely when it comes down to what you have happening out there with the weather. The wind has a huge effect on these little bikes, massive effect. The temperature has a big effect on how the tyres work and how the bikes work on the track. So each day has to be taken at face value for what the riders have. Rossi Banham has managed to put the Banham bodywork back on for this one. I'll get that right. It's the ex-Banham bike, isn't it? Yeah, that's what it is. Rossi's in the next session. Yep, it's easier if you own up to your mistake. It's easier. Axel Lomas, big improvement for the young Spanish rider. He finds himself up 6 places into 7th on his Fibertech Honda. A 1:42.444, 2.7 seconds away from the fastest time by Ryan Frost. But that, for that young Spanish rider, is pretty impressive. As a whole flurry of bikes, including the fastest man in the session, Ryan Frost comes back into pit lane. And Frosty gets himself parked up. And what have we got? 8 minutes of the session to go. Come over here, Pat. Come on in. Let's put this headset on you for a minute. Let's hear from one of our safety car drivers, right? Yeah, you're going to be live on YouTube, Pat. So you stick that headset on. Give everybody in the camera a bit of a wave there. This thing here. There we go. Yeah, you're on screen. So Pat Blakeney, welcome to the British Superbike Championship. You've known about this for so many years because you were Mr. Thruxton.
Absolutely.
But you've got a new role this year. Tell us about it.
I have. Yeah, after 39 years, I've stepped away from full-time work at Thruxton. And yeah, I've been talking to Stuart for a little while, and he's asked me a couple of times if I'd be interested, and the opportunity and the timing was right, and I'm really excited about it. It's going to be a whole steep learning curve for me, but I mean, I think safe hands sort of shadowing Chris, who's been doing it for a long time.
Chris Glendenning, our safety car driver, absolutely. And you're going to be one of the safety car team?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So I'm doing every round bar Snetterton and Cabell Park.
Okay.
So, yeah,
I hope there's a good excuse.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
That's fine then. That's fine. Now, Pat, you've been a racer for a long time, so to do the safety car part of it, it's not just anybody who can jump in the car. You've got to be a bit of a driver who can cope under pressure, and that's exactly what you can do.
Yeah, the driving bit, to be fair, for me is fairly easy. Yeah, Monday, Easter Monday is the 40th anniversary of my first circuit race, so I've been doing it a little while.
Wow.
But yeah, the procedural stuff and working, if you like, on the coalface with various procedures, etc. for BSB is very different, and as I say, steep learning curve. But hopefully, the experience I've gained from being on the other side of the fence for so long will help with that.
And you're always first to the scene with the telehandler at Thruxton yourself, and I think it was Laura at the time.
Yes.
Thruxton's a place where you have been. I mean, how many years were you part of that team?
39 years.
39 years.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Well, they're going to miss you there, I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
they're going to miss you there.
And I'm going to miss them. So,
but I've got to say,
things change.
Their loss is our gain, Pat, very much so. And it'll be great.
Yeah.
I mean, we love it when a safety car is not used, I'd like to point out there.
No,
but,
absolutely.
But when Chris and yourself have to spring into action, it is a high-pressure job. It's a very high-pressure job, and it's good to know there's two professional guys at the helm.
And as I'm finding out very quickly, it's not just safety car. So it's a lot of checking track surfaces, overseeing various bits and pieces, and working with the race safe team.
I take it you would have been round at turn number 9 when
Yes,
the
I was at the SS, yeah. So that last little bit there was down to me. I put that little bit of dust down.
You actually put the dust down as well.
I did, yeah.
You can't step away from it, man, can you? No, you can't. It's always hands-on. But we see Chris Glendenning doing that as well. You know, the safety car would stop at a scene, jump out, and it's amazing what you actually, when you're in the car, you think you see everything, but once you step out, you actually see an awful lot more as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, with the bikes, it's slightly different. Your perspective on a bike is slightly higher than you are in a car.
Yeah.
So, sort of, my car experience, you're always crouching down and having a look down lower.
Smelling a tarmac.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, your view of things is slightly different on the bike.
It's certainly great to have you on board. It's you know, experience counts for everything, and you've got a vast amount of experience. In motorsport, all kinds of motorsport as well. Pretty mean driver himself, Pat Blakeney. Formula 4, Formula 2000, all sorts of other things.
Some historic F1, bit of Maserati Trofeo.
Go on, keep it going, build it up, you know.
And racing again on Monday at Castle Combe.
Yeah. Still in the Formula Ford 1600.
Still in the Formula Ford. Yeah.
Well, look after yourself, because we need you here.
Yeah,
you know, we need you here.
Yeah.
Will we see Alton Park for the RNG number 2 test?
No, I'll be at round 1.
Okay, so this is just going to get you, get some initiation, get dropped in, get some lovely Alpine Star clothes.
Absolutely.
It's good, isn't it?
It is, very nice.
You've got the shoes as well.
Yeah, and I've got the race suit as well.
Oh, so of course, that'll change, Brilliant, Pat, brilliant. It's great to know that you're on board. Alan Hyde was actually telling me as well, he said, by the way, guess who's coming along?
Yeah.
So that was really good news for the pair of us, because myself and Pat have been friends for a long time as well. I mean, we go back when I was a very, very young boy. So, no, great to know you're here. Great to know you're here, and enjoy it.
Yeah, and I'm bringing a bit of Scotland with me as well, because my crash helmet's just been painted by Sasha.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah,
that'll be Sasha Fat Mouse Paint Jobs.
Yes,
am I right in saying that?
Yeah,
yes, good stuff.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
that's good. You can come back, Pat. That's no problem.
No, good.
And you'll be at Knockhill as well.
Yes, I will. Yeah,
good.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Good. Well, I'll make sure I've got plenty of tonics in the commentary box for you that day when you come there. Thank you very much, Pat. It's great to see you anyway. Okay, no problem. No problems. So we have got some 3.5 minutes of this session to go, and it's Jack Dunnaby who is fastest of everybody. Thank you very much, Pat. Great stuff. Jack Dunnaby fastest from Ryan Frost and Mason Foster. So there's just a little insight to things that happen, you know, in the organisation on the other side. You know, you guys might be trackside. You may not notice that there's another safety car driver, a new man in town. Don't worry, it's a very safe pair of hands. Pat Blakeney, who was the man who, you'll actually probably recognise him because you see him on the television enough at Thruxton, especially when the British touring cars are there and they're biffing tyre barriers left, right and centre. Pat and his team were always out there bolting them back together and moving them into the right place. So, yeah, good man to have on board. And I think Chris Glendenning will be happy as well. Probably means I won't get to drive the safety car anymore now. So that's one bad thing that's come from it. But maybe that's a good thing, actually. So two and a bit minutes to go. Asia Define with a fairly large improvement. Puts himself inside the top 10 into 7th place. Goes ahead of Tyler Humphreys, Axel Lomas and Lewis Mullen. And the Moto 4 bikes all starting to get in line now and get themselves into the top 10 positions. Just Lewis Mullen on the junior sport bike, who's just hanging in there now. The first of those bikes, but it doesn't look like there's much more speed from the junior sport bike, whereas Lewis's time 2.6 seconds away from the fastest time that Dunnaby has now put back, and he's going to taking that back from Ryan Frost, and it looks like he's maybe about to do the same again if you're looking at the timing screen, because Jack Dunnaby heads in towards sector number 4, and he has gone purple through 2 sectors and personal best through another one. So let's try and catch up with the young man. There's a stand on my cable, never the best thing to do. Where has Dunnaby gone? There he is, there in towards Goddard's now. He should be the next bike coming out. Here comes Jack Dunnaby now. Perfect, nice line, gets tucked in behind the bubble. Will this be quicker than 1:39.588? Crosses the line, yes. 1:39.256 for Jack Dunnaby. And that wasn't even a personal best through that last sector. So Dunnaby looking really, really strong in this early running in the RNG Moto 4 British Cup. And on track also we have the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. This is the official RNG test at Donington Parks as we start our 30th anniversary season. You could almost call it a 30th anniversary tour. Makes us sound a little bit like status quo as we head around the circuits of the UK and across towards Assen. 30 years of the British Superbike Championship, and there's so many great features and great little snippets that we can all look back on and remember. Went out onto circuit yesterday and Neil Mackenzie was pushing the Cadbury's Boost Yamaha back in the pit entrance. He'd been out there for a photo shoot with the McCams team, and you know that Boost Yamaha, it still looks great. It still doesn't look dated. The YZF 750 as it was at that time. Fabulous looking bike. And I got to tell you, Spuds, he looks good as well. Neil Mackenzie, still very fit and very able at riding anything. I think Jan, though, the boss of the Mackenzie household, just puts the brakes on him a little bit so he can't get too excited and go and do any more comeback races. That's kind of, that ship's very much sailed. Checker flag now flies. And that will lead us into our lunch break here at Donington Park for the British Superbike Championship. And I can tell you one person that's happy about that is off to my left here. That's Wes. He's very happy about lunch coming because he's been up very early today. I don't think he's had his breakfast. But Jack Dunnaby, fastest in Moto 4 from Ryan Frost and Mason Foster, with Lewis Mullen, Marley Mackenzie gets himself into second place in Sportbike, and Isaac Mark in third. The rest of the bikes making their way around for their in-lap. We will be back this afternoon. The schedule, if you want to see it, is on BritishSuperbike.com. You can download the timetable. 1:10 for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes and the Rocket Off BMW F900 R Cup. Be back in a little while. Thank you. Welcome back after a pretty speedy little lunch break for everybody involved, but just enough time for everybody to get what they needed. And bikes back on track, which we do like to see, and that's why we're here. We're here to watch bikes test at the official RNG test at Donington Park before we move on to the second official RNG test at Oulton Park on the 21st and 22nd of April. And then it's round one after that at Oulton Park. Bank holiday weekend. We can't wait. Superbikes are back. The British Superbike celebrates its 30th anniversary, coming through into 2026. And the British Superbikes is in a fine, fine place. The support cast is on track just now, and they have also been going through a winter of building, putting bikes together and getting teams in place. And this is just some of the fruits of their labour. The British Sportbike Championship and the Rocket Off BMW F900 R Cup on track. And, well, Sportbike is a big talking point because it's gone from being a national championship to full-blown British Championship status, which is actually something that's really exciting, and it's really progressive, and it steps it forward quite a bit. It mimics what's going on in the World Championship. And if you watched any of the Portimao World Championship World Superbike round, you would have very much seen that a lot of our racers from last year featured heavily towards the sharp end. The likes of Cass Beckmans, who was our champion, her Suzuki's first champion in quite some time. Cass Beckmans last year, the GSX 8R, which he took and piloted his way to a fabulous, fabulous championship here in Britain. But Cass, yeah, he was at the sharp end. Ferry Fleerackers is also at the sharp end. Fenton Seabright, Harrison Desoy. It was all happening on Sportbike in the World Championship, that's for sure. But back in the mainland UK, we have a very good-looking championship here. And we now have a slider off at turn number 1. Binoculars in hand, let's have a look. See what the Port West Race Safe Marshals are doing. Rider's up on his feet, can tell that straight away. Rider up on his feet, and it's one of our BMWs. We'll come back to that in a minute. Rider's okay, that's the most important thing. We'll get an update from TSL in just a minute or two, that's for sure. It'll pop up on the bottom of our screen. Yeah, yellow flag down at Redgate. Well, the Port West Race Safe Marshals deal with that. It's a big gravel trap, that, actually. When you run from the tyre wall to the edge of the track, you realise just how big and how deep pan a gravel trap that is. It's not an easy thing. It's not easy to walk through or run through. Never mind push a bike through. But I can tell you on the internal CCTV camera, the rider standing very much firmly with his hands on hips, looking that little bit, shall we say, miffed. But most importantly, perfectly A-OK. But yellow flags, yellow flashing boards down there at turn number 1, Redgate. Easy to do that early in the session, but not exactly what you want to be doing early in the session. So let's keep an eye on what's going on. We'll look at the sheet from earlier on as well, because we can tell you it was XMT Racing Zach Shelton who was fastest of everybody in session number 1, from Rhys Stevenson and Charlie Atkins, with Rossi Banham a fine 4th place, Jacob Stevenson and Alfie Davidson behind him in 6th. Lewis Smart was just ahead of Cam Dawson, Kieran Kent and young Carl Harris rounded out the top 10, and it was a top 10 filled with all sport bikes. In fact, the first BMW was Rob McNeely, and that came into play on the timing screens in 15th place for Big Rob on the McNeely Brown BMW. He was the top BMW from Alex Pearson and Paul Barker, your top 3. Number 36 was the faller at Redgate in the BMW. Rider is okay, that's Chris Taylor on the Cam Civils and Landscaping Limited BMW. So not exactly ideal, but unfortunately it has happened. Few spots of rain on the window appearing. Now, that kind of was the forecast, but with the wind, you would like to think that maybe, just maybe, the rain will be kept away. if there is enough wind in the air. I can look down the pit lane. I can tell you that Rob McNeely is parked in the pit lane. Always so easy to spot the very bright, luminous orange bike of Rob McNeely, which sits down there. Quite a few bikes deciding to come back into the pit lane, including Jacob Stevenson on bike number 7. The bodywork looks like it's changed on that bike. I think they were still running the Tribute R7 Haga bodywork. I think it was his teammate, actually, who had that on this morning. This is their second session, and a whole flurry of bikes deciding that, yeah, not really wanting to be out there. We'd rather come back into pit lane. That's Craig Watson from Kawasaki UK, tries to hide himself out of the screen. He's just over there, just to let you know. He's trying to play it cool. Up here for a little bit of a view, but this is BSB Radio with Kawasaki key options, something else we should be seeing. And we have said that plenty of times during this official R&G test that we have here at Donington Park. So I wonder if a few riders were spooked by a few spots of rain they may have had on their visor going down that back stretch. That's quite a possibility because they're all now carrying on. But Alfie Davidson has lost a lap, a little bit of a course cut down at turn 9 and 10. That's the Fogarty S's. That's where we had our blow-up earlier on, if you remember that. And that was so very well dealt with by the Port West Race Safe Marshals, Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney, who were down there on official clear-up duties. And Pat Blakeney getting his hands dirty on his first day on the job, which I was very impressed with. Straight in there with the speedy dry or cement dust, whatever it is, gypsum at some places, and he put that down and helped mop up the mess. But yeah, Alfie Davison loses a lap with the course cut. Bike number 61 also does the exact same thing in that area. That's Harrison McKay, and he's on the Armada SC31 Racing, Armada Cables, and that's Sam Cox's team. So Harrison, remember, and Mum Tammy brought us they brought a cup of tea up here earlier on, which was lovely, and I've still not quite finished it yet. The tea's a little bit cold now, but it's still nice, that a little bit of lubrication. You need lubrication on the track for the bikes, and the commentator definitely needs it as well, just to get the old voice back up to speed and get it through this 2-day official R&G BSB test. Keeping an eye on everything that's going on and crossing the line. That's Ben Hardwick, who's just crossed the timing line there. And Ben, young Canadian who comes across on MPR Racing. And a very exciting time for he. There goes Aidan Davey on the CF Moto in the background. The much improved CF Moto. It will be exciting to see exactly how that little team goes. 2 riders this year. Aidan seems to have been... He seems to be the main staple in that team. The other rider, the second slot, kind of changes depending on the year. We saw Joe Collier, but Joe Collier got injured. We saw Jack Nixon on that. We've seen them come and go. But this year it will be Peter Willis who is his teammate. Young Peter steps up from last year's R&G British Talent Cup, which is now Moto 4 British Cup. And Peter will be stepping onto that CF Moto. And I think Aidan will be put a bit of pressure on himself to try and see if they can deliver some good results on the CF Moto, because it certainly looks the part, and it did start getting close towards the end of last year. Once the BOP, the balance of performance, had been given a little bit of mid to late season tweaking, and that's something that will happen quite a lot, always gets monitored by Scott Smart, but remember, there's no such things as knee-jerk reactions. It's all very small tweaks. Now that was Lewis Jones crossing the line. Now Lewis Jones has already got more laps in him this afternoon than he had this morning when he went down at the Fogarty S's. Tipped in to go left, tipped in to go right, and kept on going left, unfortunately. So that was he was the first person I think we saw on the bottom of our TSL timing screen who had a bit of an issue. And there's somebody now retiring at Redgate Corner. Back out with the binoculars, bit of a look down that big long look into the distance. That was straight out the pit lane, straight on at Redgate. And if anything, I think they'll now be looking for a bit of a... Oh no, they're actually going to go back on the track. I thought they were maybe going to go through the gate at Redgate and head back into the paddock. But with testing, we do see quite a lot of this. We see a lot of people and a lot of teams having small issues, not massive issues, just small issues where certain things need tweaked every now and again. And that's exactly what the riders are looking to do here. So He's going to try and tell me he doesn't want to speak, but that's why he's popped up here. You need to take your jacket off so you look kind of on brand for what you're going to be doing, because we will talk a little bit about the superbikes, but also just nice to welcome back and say hello to Mr. Kawasaki, Craig Watson. So Craig, good to catch up with yourself. How are you?
Really good. Chuffed to be here.
It's good, isn't it? It's nice to be back, seeing bikes on track.
It's nice to pull up in a car park and there'll be so many cars out there, to be fair. You know, it's a fresh day, but it's dry at the moment. Very blowy out there, but yeah, how good is it just to finally be back?
You're a fan, aren't you? You're a bike fan.
Yes.
I'm a motorcycle fan as well. That's why we're here. Just lucky to do this side of the job as well. But you know, you're...
New top on.
Yeah, new top. Yeah, did you get that for Christmas? you look good in that. Craig is wearing the new Moto top, as you would imagine. He is Kawasaki through and through.
Absolutely.
But the boys went very, very well this morning. Max Cook, fastest in session number 1. I know it's only testing, and we always get a little bit excited about testing, but they say, oh, don't worry, you know, it means nothing. But it does mean a bit when your brand new bike goes top of the times.
I think it just, on a day like today, what it shows is they're clearly comfortable, and they would tend to ride within themselves on a day like today. So if he's riding within himself and he's you know, got that sort of pace in him to lead the way, clearly there's a lot of people will be taking it slightly more gingerly than normal down Craner, for instance.
Yeah.
But no, I've just had a quick word with them, and I said to Max, I said, so come on then, you've spent a few years on the Kawasaki, you've jumped on this. Where's it different? Where does it feel better? And you've now been out with a crowd, and you know more about the bike when you're, for argument's sake, on the tail of somebody, and you see where they've got either a weakness or a strength compared to you. And he just said, he says, it's on the way into the corners. He said, it's just so planted, and the feedback from the front is amazing. And he just says he can just trail brake in a lot deeper and harder, but he needs to learn how that should be maximised and not overriding that situation. Alex and the World Superbike team, Marcel from the World Superbike team's in the garage.
Yes.
They're right now sat next to Ian.
There's some big hitters down there, you know?
Yeah. The support has really genuinely been superb. They did a test a few weeks ago in Portimao, and the feedback between Garage A and Garage B with the World Superbike team coming across, Alex helping out young Joe. They've known each other for a long while, play golf, and Alex is helping with little words of wisdom about how to get the best out of that package. All good.
No, sorry, I was just looking.
Sorry.
No. Yes,
I panicked when you saw you staring down there.
No, it's fine. And is that level of support from the factory team, is that normal, or is it like almost like, wow, this is impressive?
It's not normal. The level of support and working together would be at a normal level, and there's a level of openness.
Yeah, okay.
What I would say about the World Superbike team is they're so excited about being involved with the BSB.
Oh, wow.
The bike is different. It's not a World Superbike in as much as we run completely different electronics. The front forks that are in our bike are K-Tech rather than Showa in the World Superbike. Suspension's different, etc. But they're really, really excited about being in BSB. And if you speak to Alex, who obviously knows the bike inside out, he's convinced that this chassis will suit a BSB set of circuits.
Well, Alex said that last year, I think, where was it? It might be Motorcycle Live, actually.
Yeah.
He said that I think in an interview I did with him, he goes, I think the Moto will be fabulous, especially at circuits like of Cadwell Park. He says where the front end is so good and it wants to turn through the corners. Do you think that's something to do with the kind of aero that's on the bike, or is it just the
I imagine
geometry?
It's a mixture of both.
Yeah,
I really do. I think it's a mixture of both. I've been lucky enough to ride the road bike version of a KB 998. I went to Japan last summer and I rode what has now turned into the new ZX10. Rode it in comparison to the old ZX10, and we had KB 998 there. Before I went, I went to Snetterton, did a track day at Snetterton on the Sunday on my race bike to kind of get your brain back up to speed. And the way I would describe how taut the KB 998 is, it feels like a race bike as a road bike.
Yeah, okay.
Do what these guys do to it, and now put much higher grade suspension, etc., etc. And Max got off it. And it's the first thing he says, that's the best bike I've ever ridden. It feels like a race bike.
Yeah, it's exactly what Nigel Snook said to us in the pit lane earlier on. And for young Max to say that, it's almost, as I said, when I looked at the timing screen, I saw Max Cook at the top. Yes, it's testing. I get excited by that, but they're not at the bottom. You know, it's almost justifiable now, the switch from Kawasaki in its full force that it was to the Moto, which still is a beating heart of the ZX10RR.
100%. And, you know, Kawasaki own Moto. It is our company. It's I suppose it's a bit like Volkswagen owning Lamborghini.
Yeah, yeah.
With the story in the background, now we can talk about it because it's all out in the open. World Superbikes here at Donington Park. We took Max into the back of the garage at Moto, and I showed him the rolling chassis that's sat in there. So they have, in World Superbikes, they have their single race bike, but at the tick of a scrutineer's pen, they can wheel the second bike out. So it's sat there, pretty much ready to go, but it's all naked. And I showed him around the bike and showed him what was different, told him the stories of me riding the one in Japan as a bit of a rev up, really, saying, look, this is what you might get to ride next year. Of course, he wasn't signed at that stage, but listening to the words that he's saying now, they're the words exactly as I put to him. I said, this is a race bike that's built for the road, and when you turn it into an actual race bike, you're going to love it.
Well, it's only going to get faster through the development that the FS3 team put into it, with help from World Superbikes. And I mean, having Alex Lowe's in the garage, you know, I spoke to him. I said, "What have you said anything?" Because no, just not yet. I will get involved. And about 20 minutes later, I saw him getting his hands dirty on Joe Talbot's bike. And I thought, that's fabulous. I mean, that's almost like a money can't buy thing, you know, to have those guys there. Just to bring you back up to speed, guys, with what's happening with the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. It's Alfie Davidson fastest from Aidan Davey. I did say that CF Moto would have a bit of an uptake in speed, and Aidan's put that into P2. Jacob Stevenson ahead of Rhys Stevenson, and then Rossi Barnum. BMW, well, it's Davy Grace who's fastest, and what's happened there, a bit of movement on the screen as Rhys Stevenson goes up into second. But BMW sees Davy Grace fastest from Rob McNeely and Alex Pearson. I should also say that it's absolutely fabulous to have Kawasaki back on board with BSB Radio with K Options. It's I've had to change one of my things that I say about the BSB, but I can keep that one, thankfully, keep that one going. So that's great, Craig. And from Kawasaki, I would imagine that they're very happy with what we've got as well.
We are, yeah. I mean, first round will start first weekend, bank holiday weekend in May. And yeah, we will be continuing to use BSB Radio to make sure our promotions and messages relative to campaigns we're running and new models, etc., we'll be pushing them through BSB Radio.
Well, we push ourselves on BSB Radio trackside, the Circuit PA. We obviously stream, so we're live on YouTube just now. We've got a little camera here inside the commentary box. Give it a bit of a wave, Craig, because there we go. Because people can actually see and have and you know, put a comment in. Do you like Craig's new get-up that he's wearing? Or did you prefer Craig in Kawasaki black and green? Who knows? Do you like my new Alpine Star stuff that we've got?
There you go. See, this isn't the British stuff, this is the world stuff. So I should also maybe put my hand across there, because our British setup is supported by Silkeling.
And Showa.
Yeah.
I've got some tape we could just stick over there. But I think I remember you getting that last year. You were actually on TV last year at the World Superbikes here.
Yeah.
Just when poor Alex had his misdemeanor going down through Craner curves and the bike was broken in half, it went to a kind of meerkat pose of Craig Watson just along at the
staring. Yes, yeah, no.
Yes, you remember that, don't you?
I was staring actually from the turn overlooking the final hairpin, looking up towards Coppice to see if I could see Alex coming back round, and I thought, oh no, he's not there.
Yeah, it was still, unfortunately, yeah. But no, it's going to be exciting to see this year, because the whole Moto transition in towards the British Superbike Championship, getting help from the world scene. But as well, we've got so many riders that have other talking points. Storm Stacey's got 220-26 Ducatis in that pit box. What a transformation that is for Bathams, you know. You look and you see Brad Ray at home, happy on the Yamaha, the old girl as he's calling it. Then you look at Honda. The Honda looks completely different. Lovely new paint job. Looks like the MotoGP paint job they've got on the bike. But they're all in the garage joking and walking about happy and smiling. That's not something that I've seen too much in that garage. It's really nice to see. And also two riders, one returning to the Honda camp being Jason O'Halloran, and then Ryan Vickers come back. Now remember, when Vickers was here, he was at the height of his BSB powers when he went to World Superbikes. And he tells me, look, I think I've come back a better rider.
He will. He'll be sharper. 100% he'll be sharper. I mean, one of the sort of advantages of BSB is you can get close. And, you know, once we get to race weekends and we've got open pit lanes for a pit lane walkabout, you need to come and have a look up and down that pit lane now. There's a lot of different garages, a lot of different teams with different bikes. But what I would say is make sure you get a little sneaky peek in at the back end of that motor. Look at the swinging arm. It is an absolute work of art.
It's not just the swinging arm, though.
I know.
It's the actual shaft. I don't know what bit it's called. You've got the trellis bit that bolts onto this big shiny bit, and it's just, that's enough for me.
Yeah.
And then you look at this and you look at that, and it's, yeah.
And there's lots going on with that brand at the moment.
You know what, you sound proud of it.
I know, absolutely, we are.
That's-
It started, let's call it the relationship and the marriage with Kawasaki Moto started in 2019. And it's grown and grown and grown, and we've just launched the little KB399, and it comes in 2 specs. It comes in an entry-level spec, and then what they call an ES, which is full carbon fibre bodywork and Öhlins and what have you. But that's, let's call it a motor for everybody.
Yeah.
It's a £9,750 motor, not a £38,000 KB998.
Yeah.
And we only launched that just over a week ago, and Bournemouth Motor, which is Bournemouth Kawasaki, they're already into double numbers, double figures.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yep.
You're right, though. If something's a little bit, it's a motor for everybody rather than the Superbike is
elite.
Yeah, but when you
it's
look
with
at
people with bank balances bigger than mine. Let's put it that way.
You sure?
Yes.
Fair. That's not what I hear. That's not what I hear. There's a quick lap incoming from Rhys Stevenson. Now, Rhys Stevenson just recently announced that he is going to do a little bit of road racing on Isle of Man TT this year as well, the young man from Rocket Racing. But let's see if he can rocket his way around and put himself at the top of the timings as he sits in 3rd place, making his way in towards the last couple of sectors of this lap. Rhys, he's always kind of been the person who has had great speed but just never had out-and-out luck as he does go to the top of the times as we watch him going in towards Redgate. So it's Stevenson from Davidson, and then we've got Alistair Seeley out there, which Craig's face tells the story. And people were thinking, well, why is Seeley on a sport bike? Seeley will be on a sport bike with Binge Pro and Aprilia, because you'll imagine he'll end up racing that at the Northwest and doing a bit of international roads and that. So, but you know, there's no real wrong with Alistair Seeley being there.
No.
Because it's not a junior championship. We saw that with Richard Cooper. And I think Alistair Seeley would like to get his teeth into a whole year of this. It's kind of got Seeley territory. If you watched these races last year from, I think it was mid-season onwards, Alfie Davidson started it. He started getting the elbows out. He started, like, these guys got super aggressive with each other. It's kind of got Seeley's name written all over it.
Alistair Seeley will fit right in.
Oh, he'd be leading it.
But he's light as a feather as well, isn't he?
Yeah, but you know, he's also a vastly experienced rider, and he will notice things and be able to drag that bench Aprilia on, and maybe get it going just that little bit faster, and we'll see exactly how it does go.
And it's not confusing at all that there were 2 Stevensons right next to each other in the timing order there.
Well, and they've both got a 7 in their number as well. Rhys Stevenson 76 and Jacob Stevenson 7. Rhys in the Triumph and Jakey Stevenson on the R7 Yamaha, the Rev to Race Yamaha. So did you watch the World Superbikes? Have you been keeping an eye on Grand Prix and everything that's going on? Or are you just excited that we're back?
I'm excited that you're back because I'm confused as to what channel I'm supposed to be watching World Superbikes and MotoGP on, and it changed about a week ago, and I sat there with my iPad trying to figure it out, and I gave up.
Why does that not surprise me? Yeah. But we're back, don't you worry.
I am from Yorkshire as well. So
yeah. So you don't want to pay for too much, is that what you're saying? Number 61 with the course cut of the Fogarty S's is young Harrison McKay. And we should probably just show the Harrison McKay mug there. Mum, Tammy and Harrison brought up a lovely cup of tea. There's still tea in that. I've not actually managed to drink it all. Got that 9 o'clock this morning. Like a cold cup of tea, actually. Goes down quite well. And Alfie Davidson as well. Now, the course cut is just when you're making your way down on the brakes and towards the Fogarty S's, quite a lot of stuff can go wrong, and rather than going into a gravel trap, it's just a little escape road. It's not wide, Craig. It's only about
I was just looking to see which way the wind was blowing, but it's not. I thought if it's coming behind them, it might be blowing them in a little bit, but it's not. What the wind's doing where it's coming now, actually, the crest where I'm old enough to know remember the Dunlop Bridge, but the crest where the Dunlop Bridge was, when you go across that and the wind catches you, if the front comes up, it can catch you out.
Yeah, it can catch you, exactly that. But it gives them just that little bit of extra space. Now, this is slightly worrying. We're going to go off here for just a second and come back. Now, when Spanner Anderson comes into the commentary point, there's probably a good reason to just mute the mics, because you never know.
Just in case.
You never know what's going to come out. Where's the timekeepers? Downstairs. turns on his feet and walks away.
Yeah.
Good to see that, though. But yeah,
I was impressed that you didn't say it's behind the door that says timekeepers.
He's from Dundee.
I know.
You know, that wouldn't go down well. He'd like to take a fifer, and he's not getting a chance at it. But I was just saying the escape road there, Craig. It's only a couple of feet wide, but it gives him that escape. I think we saw it last year. Was it Glen Irwin? Yeah, you know, they can make a mistake, and rather than going in the gravel and falling over, because riding a bike through the gravel, I was trying to explain, it's really difficult. It's difficult to run through a gravel trap, and you've been in a lot of them. But for marshals to move bikes, it's just not easy. So the escape road's a bit of safety.
My most embarrassing moment came at Assen, BSB weekend. I was riding 3 weeks after breaking my pelvis, and this was in the Sunday race, and I was catching up with someone. I don't know the name of the corners, but basically there's a flat out, I think it's 5th or 6th gear kink that's followed by another left-hander.
Yeah.
I forgot to brake. When I did brake, I knew I wasn't going to make the corner, so I had to run straight on into the gravel at, I don't know, 100 mile an hour or whatever. Huge gravel trap. Made it, started to turn the bike through the gravel, turn. Managed to actually get, you know, parallel with the wall. Went to let the clutch out, and I was still in about 5th gear and just fell off the side of the bike. So when it got replayed on the big screen, there was a huge cheer that I'd saved it, followed by a big
They didn't
as I
save
landed
it.
on the side.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That is quite funny, that though. You survived the hardest part of it, and then you get to
fell off at 10 mile an hour.
You get to there. So let's give you a run through of the top 10 positions just now in Sportbike. It's Rhys Stevenson, Alfie Davison, and still Alistair Seeley ahead of Lewis Smart, Jacob Stevenson. We have then got Freddie Barnes, Aidan Davey on the CF motorbike, still much in the mix, with Rossi Banham, Harry Cook, and Cam Dawson in 10th place. Now, Cam Dawson on the Powerslide Suzuki. I was waxing lyrical about young Cam earlier on. You're just a little bit off screen there. Not that I want you closer to me, but you know, there we go. Cam stays on the coast road. Now, if you're a bike racing fan, that's a race course. He stays on the coast road across in the northwest. And he's been picked up. He looks like he's enjoying things again, because you know Cam quite well, because he was a Kawasaki back rider for quite a few years. But you could see the smile starting to slip all the time, and he wasn't enjoying himself until mid-season last year, decided to step away, and then he came back with Peter Hickman on the Triumph and Sportbike. And you know what? It's nice to see the young lad smiling again, because he's a fast rider, Cam Dawson.
Very fast, yeah. And works in a Kawasaki dealership.
Works
at, yep. Works with Lawrence at Moto Plus.
There you go.
Yeah.
You dropped that one in well.
Yes.
This doesn't miss a beat. But it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. He's just gone up another 5 places up to 5th. Now, when you say works, I'm quite surprised at that.
He works in the workshop. He's a mechanic. I walked into our head office one morning, and I heard a "What about your boy, yeah?"
Oh dear.
And I turned round, and there he was. So yeah, he was sat waiting to go into a training course in our technical school.
I can imagine Cam Dawson getting appearance money rather than actually working money. But yeah, it's great to see him with a smile on his face. Even if he is riding another manufacturer, you know, whatever happens. He's on a Suzuki and he looks good. He came back with a Triumph, got on a Suzuki, excuse me, and just happy to see that smile. Giving you the top couple of places in BMW with just 2.5 minutes to go. We've got Davy Grace in Davy Grace fastest. That's quite a strange one, because Rob McNeely was looking good, but Davy Grace quite a way ahead, a 39.7. Rob McNeely with a 40.8, so a good chunk of time back is Rob McNeely in 2nd place. Then we have got Harley, Preble and Paul Barker. The BMWs, you know, they make their first trip north of the border this year to Knockhill.
They've not been to Knockhill before?
No, they've never been to Knockhill, so it's going to be exciting. It's going to be really exciting.
I've only ever raced there a couple of times, and for a tiny little track, it's a lot of fun.
It's not easy either.
No.
You know, it's a physical place. It's, and it'll be interesting to see that the BMW is getting on. So something new for... It's great that the BSB is still investing in, you know, my local round north of the border, bringing different things for the public to see. So, yeah, BMWs should go down.
It's a good track to go and watch at as well, because you can, within a day, see from the whole circuit without, you know, walking miles and miles and miles.
Yeah, you can walk miles and miles and miles, but you just did them doing lap after lap after lap. Yeah. No, but looking forward to that in June. That's just after we have our international roads break as well. So be interesting to see. But I mean, the first round, it's not far away. You know, I think I saw yesterday it was only 30 days away, and we go to Oulton Park. We go racing, and that is something for me. It's really exciting. I've enjoyed the winter. Don't get me wrong. but I'm ready to get going now.
It's funny, isn't it? When you're in February, the winter seems like it's been so long. You get to now, and it's gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. And the trees start to turn, and you get a few leaves coming out, and, you know, not leaves coming out, we get spectators coming out as well. Look at the grandstand at the exit of Goddard's and the inside here. Great grandstand, full of people. There's a lot of people down at Goddard's as well. There's people roaming about the inside of the circuit enjoying a good Good Friday. This official RNG test day that we have. And the 2 RNG test days, they're the official ones. You know, these guys can go and test anywhere else they like, but this is the one you want to be at. This is the one you need to show up at, and you need to be fast here. And that's what we're seeing young Reece Stevenson doing. That's what we've seen Max Cook doing as well. And with 20 seconds to go, almost got 21 seconds to go there, you know that? Just missed
21
that.
seconds to go, bum, bum.
Yeah. It's been good catching up with you, Craig.
Thank you very much.
It's been good, and it's lovely that we at BSB Radio have Kawasaki Key Options on board for another year. I know that Alan Hyde's looking forward to that as well. And Larry Carter, as ever, I think Scoop's coming down tomorrow. He said to me he was going to take a ride down.
All right. Well, it's funny. I've come up from the office down near High Wycombe this morning, and there's been quite a few bikes on the road. Followed a chap in on his Aprilia.
I didn't know Larry rode on the road, so interesting. Maybe he's going to get the old Velocity out.
5 more minutes and the big boys will be out.
You excited about that?
I am. Yeah, really, really excited. I missed the last session. I arrived just as it finished. So.
Well, I spent the majority of it actually down in the pit lane. It was good.
Yeah.
Getting them coming in, going out, getting a lot of reaction, and just catching up with people in the pit lane. It was very good. So we'll probably do a little bit from the box, because it is an hour-long session. We'll do a little bit from the box, and then we'll do a little bit from the pit lane as well. But there we go. Checkered flag flies here for the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and the rocket of BMW F900R Cup. And Reece Stevenson in the pit lane and fastest of anybody on that session. Quickest sport bike as well, ahead of Alfie Davidson and Alistair Seeley, who is still on track. BMWs, no change, still Davy Grace fastest from Rob McNeely. And, yeah, you got to love him, it's Harley Preble for Peter Eaton's 2-stroke racing. Craig, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We shall disappear and we shall come back. Well, I'll come back. I'll let you head back down and get a Moto coffee or a Moto tea, whatever you're doing. Thank you. So welcome back for the second Superbike session on track in sunshine at Donington Park, which is always nice to see as well. Selected Superstock riders also out there just now, and let's have a look back at the first session and recap how that unfolded for everybody, because it was Max Cook, who we were just speaking about a couple of minutes ago. Young Max Cook, who was fastest of anybody in that session with a 128.543 for young Max, with Josh Brooks in second place. Now, the interesting thing about Brooksy being in second place in the Dow Honda, 22 laps completed for Brooksy, fastest lap on the 20th. So quite late in the session for Josh to put in a good time, but a good time he did definitely put in. And you know, I never got a chance to speak with Brooksy, but we'll pop down after this session and see exactly what he's saying. But that's the thing with Josh, he won't hide anything. He will tell you exactly how it is. But he's not a great one to he's like everybody else. They don't care too much about their testing times. It'll be about how the bike feels underneath them and how much progress they think they can actually make. That's what Brooksy will always look for. Ryan Vickers was third fastest on his return to the British Superbike Championship with Honda Racing UK, and a very impressive 1/10 of a second behind the fastest time was Vickers. He did 15 laps. His fastest lap was on the 14th of his 15 laps. So a decent long run of laps for Ryan Vickers, which resulted in a pretty impressive third place. Equally impressive was fourth place Danny Kent. Danny on the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha, fourth place for Danny. It was good to catch up with him in the pit lane and have a bit of a word and see how he was feeling, see if he had a good winter. And he says he had a great winter. And normally he doesn't ride bikes in the winter, but for this winter he decided to get himself an R6 and go and do a little bit of winter riding, which is always good. But he also mentioned it's nice to have a teammate, especially when you're in a one-bike team. Everything falls back on you, but if you have a two-bike team with a teammate, you know, sometimes that teammate will be working in a different direction, and it saves you having to go across that direction and actually look and see if there's anything you need to test. That teammate could have already done that. So, yeah, Danny Kent, quite happy to have Rory Skinner as a teammate, but Danny fourth fastest. And obviously, Rory will benefit from having Danny Kent because Rory has never been on a Yamaha before. He's never raced the Yamaha in the Superbike class. He has had great success on an R6 in Supersport. But it'll be interesting to see just how that relationship does blossom. We'll keep our eyes firmly on that. Behind Danny Kent this morning in fifth place was Bradley Ray on the McCallum's Yamaha. A 128.886 for Bradley Ray. Kyle Ryde on the Nitrous Competition Racing Ducati. 20 laps completed for Kyle. His fastest lap was on the very last lap. And effectively, he says, it is a road bike. It does have everything still taped up, such as lights. He's got some rear sets, and he's got the new tyre to test, though. That was the biggest thing for him. Getting that new tyre to test was something that he was really looking forward to doing. I think he called it, was it the SC1? I think it was something like that. But yeah, he's got a couple of those to burn out today. And he said it felt really, really nice on the bike. So he'll be pretty happy with how that felt and how things move forward. Behind Kyle Ryde, 7th place was Leon Haslam, the Pocket Rocket. Then with Charlie Spud Nesbitt in 8th place. Storm Stacey on the Batham's Ducati. Takes a bit of getting used to that. Normally used to say another manufacturer, but we will hopefully not let you down too many times. And in 10th place, it was Sencat Racing Yamaha, Christian Eden, 1.2 seconds away from the fastest time. Don't look too much into the times there. It's all relative if they kind of say that. They all say that to me, but I always disagree with them. We then had Fraser Rogers, Lee Jackson, Richard Kerr, Andrew Irwin, who I just saw flashing past. And the nice good thing about looking at Andrew Irwin, I really do like the yellow and blue. I'm a bit of a fan of that, actually, as Storm Stacey comes into the pit lane on his 2026 Ducati. That's a bit of a development bike, Ray Stringer was telling us. They've got two of these Ducatis. There's one in race trim that we see going into the pit garage just now. And the other one in Storm's garage is very much more stripped down. There are bits, you can see that there's getting work done on in between the sessions to build that up into a second or a more current kind of state of bike. So a very interesting bit of work getting done there down in the Batham's Ducati garage. I haven't tripped up yet. Ryan Vickers fastest on track just now with a 1:28.552. If we look at this morning's time, 1:28.543 was Max Cook's fastest time. So Vickers has already gone faster than his morning's time. About a tenth of a second up the road from where he was. And the sun's shining, which will always make it that little bit better. And this session just over an hour, actually, we should say. So it's plenty time for them to be out there. And you'll imagine we'll have that typical where they're all on track just now. Then everybody will make that mad dash for the pit lane. And they'll sit in their pit box. And they'll go through a bit of chatting with the crew chief. And see if there's anything that they can do. Anything that they can make a little bit more user-friendly on the bike. It's also interesting to see just how many of them say, goodness me, when you're off a 1000cc superbike for quite some time and then you get back on, it feels like the world's moving very quickly past you. Kyle Ray goes fastest, top of the times with the 1:28.291. Clearly showing that the winter of investment that he's put into himself has paid off and is working. 0.2 of a second up the road from anybody else, 1:28.291. Rory Skinner still doesn't have a working transponder, and Richard Kerr does a course cut down at the Fogarty S's. So unfortunately Richard Kerr goes through the Fogarty S's, he loses his lap time. As Finn Arscott crosses the line, one of our welcome guests from the Superstock class, and he's chased down by Ryan Vickers in towards turn 1. Let's follow Vickers in a lap, let's see what he does. He doesn't set up out of Hollywood. So he's hard on the power all the way down through the top of the Craner curves. And he will be pushing just to see where the limit of this Honda is, because Vickers is having to learn a new motorcycle. He knows the circuit very well, but Ryan was last year, and he was last year racing on a Yamaha, if you remember, back in the days of the Gorilla OMG team. So he's somewhat different now, and the factory Honda UK team is a berth that every rider would like to be put into. And the two riders that they've got, a lot of experience and a lot of speed there. We saw Tommy Bridewell in that team last year, but with Tommy now going on to pastures new in the World Superbike Championship, it's interesting to see two riders, a lot of experience and a lot of speed in that Honda garage. And that can only be a good thing for the guys. It can only be a good thing for the team, as well as Vickers gets past Finn Arscott on the run down towards the Melbourne Loop. From the Melbourne Loop, gets a stop back to the apex, and he'll try and drive this back up the hill in towards Goddard's. In fact, Ryan's sat up, he's going to head to the pit lane. Looks like he, maybe had his lamp just that little bit compromised as he comes in under the nose of us in pit lane, followed by Finn Arscott. He comes in. Long look down pit lane, yet Ryan off the bike and walks back into the garage. Thought that was maybe just a quick stop, but no, he wants to do a little bit more on that bike. Also coming down pit lane is Josh Brooks. Hutch is one of our guests in this session as well. And there goes, is that Fraser or is that Spud? That's Charlie Nesbitt. Charlie in the tag coloured leathers. And Fraser Rogers, he is still in his black RST leathers. And he's kind of testing trim, you could say. But it's Ride, Vickers, Nesbitt and Cook, your top four, with Andrew Irwin up into 5th place now. And backing up the statements that Andrew Irwin made earlier on, where we are, we're a threat. We need to be taken seriously. Rory Skinner goes into P5, still not with a working transponder, so one would imagine the timekeeper's working furiously hard down there to try and make sure that they can keep on times every lap that Rory does. But Rory in the 5th, Andrew Irwin down to 6th, and Josh Brooks in 7th, ahead of Danny Kent in 8th place and Fraser Rogers, with Luke Hedger again up there in 10th place. Hedger gave us some really good, strong performances last year, if you remember, on the CDH Honda. He was very, very strong. A lot of time punching just that little bit above his weight. But we'll need to keep our eyes and see what 2026 delivers, because, Luke, he's had a year on the Superbike, and it's great that he's staying on for another year because you don't want him to disappear. Great things could come from that garage. We could see a nice, good bit of giant killing. That's for sure. Christian Idden sits just outside that top 10. Brad Ray is in 11th, and Christian Idden is in 12th, with Richard Kerr in 13th. Joe Talbot, Jason O'Halloran, Leon Haslam, Eugene McManus, as his teammate Rhys Irwin crosses the line, and he goes into, well, 17th and 18th place for McManus and Irwin. Then Storm Stacey. And Storm was just telling us that there's lots of little things, just niggly things that need to get fixed on the bike. And it's not that there's a problem. The niggly things are just saying that it's basically brand new bike, little teething problems. And that's what they've got to get to the bottom of. And if they can get to the bottom of all that, well, I'm pretty sure it will be a good package. And Storm said that. He says it stops better. It seems to turn better. It goes through the crane of curves so much nicer than his previous BMW. And that's all part of it. If a rider's feeling that at this early stage, it can only mean good things, that's for sure. But Storm finds himself in 19th place, just ahead of Luke Mossey, the first of our stock riders. Sylvain Gintoli is in 21st place with Mari Trulov in 22nd. Lee Jackson all the way down there in 23rd place. I don't think that's too much of a worry. He's not done very many laps. 3 laps completed for Lee Jackson. And I'm pretty sure that will improve as we go on. Connor Thompson just behind Lee Jackson. Connor Thompson on the MP Racing Honda. That's Peter Hickman going into turn number 1. Redgate, nice flash or flick of flame out of the exhaust on the 810 Lou Racing BMW. And Hickey, obviously, great shame that Davy Todd's not here. We wish Davy Todd the best. We hope he gets well soon. The femur that he broke over in Daytona and the tib and fib, and I think there's maybe a foot in there as well. All sorts of injuries for poor Davy Todd. Yeah, but we wish him the best. And what Peter Hickman has done, they've decided to go and put Sylvain Gintoli on the second bike. So with Gintoli out there, lots of experience for Sylvain, lots of BMW experience now as well. So fabulous to see that Sylvain stepping in to help Peter Hickman out and try and get some more information for that bike. Because, you know, Sylvain's not too far from here. And Peter Hickman, a wise move there, actually, I would say. Then Matt Trulov is in 22nd. There's a bit of moving about further down that pack. Josh Owens out there as well. We should mention that. Josh Owens on the GR Performance. Is he still GR Performance, Josh Owens, actually? It's something we need to check on. But Josh Owens out there on track. And it's good that Danger Scouse is back because we've seen Josh have so many great runs. And yeah, Saf Holland Honda, GR Performance. Big Joe down there. I think in the garage directly underneath the commentary point, so it's possibly worth a nipping down there to try and see if we can get ourselves a cup of tea at some point. And Danger Scouse, Josh Owens, 65, just ahead of Ian Hutchison, Finn Arscott, Damon Rees, and Dom Herbertson, who's here as a guest. Dom Herbertson on bike number 96. But we're into that kind of mid-session lull now, where we see that happening quite a lot at the actual Superbike events, where the guys will go out there and do a whole good run of laps, then back inside. Then it starts to sit down with the race engineer and see exactly where you can go and what can be done. And they all sit in the garage as well. Unlike other classes who decide to sit in the pit lane, and we can see them, these guys, though, all in their pit boxes, helmets off, deep in conversation with the race engineers. Jason O'Halloran carries on. He is out there putting the laps down. And where does the Osho find himself? 15th overall, 2.1 seconds away, as Hickey decides to come back in the pit lane. It's good to see Hickey back in one piece as well. Some of those kind of horrible injuries that he picked up when he had an off on the Isle of Man. So Hickey back into a full strength. Hickey, remember, he took his time to come back. He had to take his time to come back with the injuries, but he spent quite a bit of time in the commentary box as well. He was great at that. We had some fabulous insights from Peter at various circuits all over the UK. and he actually started to enjoy it. So, but I think ultimately he also missed the racing, that's for sure. He'd be on the grid with Davy Todd, and then he would suddenly look up and have a wee look at the commentary point. Something came off the back of Storm Stacey's bike there. I'm looking at it just outside the track just now. Looks like it's one of the bits of the paddock stand would go and lock onto directly opposite the grandstand. You can see that through the binoculars. It's just on the edge of the curb. And that happened just coming out of Goddard. So Storm Stacey losing little bits of furniture. And I think the marshals saw that there because they're having a bit of a look in that direction. No harm, no foul. It's far enough off the track not to cause an issue. Jason O'Halloran crosses the line to clip off another lap for the O-Show. And that's now his 6th lap in this session. He's not done too much, but it's round about now that you'd expect him to come back into pit lane. The most laps have been put down by Finn Arscott. He's done 10 laps in his stock 1000 bike, but everybody else round about between 7, 8, 9, which would tell me that Jason O'Halloran, who is on a personal best lap at this moment in time, I'm still surprised that Max Cook came in the pit lane because he was fastest of anybody through Sector 1 and Sector 3 and a personal best in Sector 4, and then scrubbed the lap and came into the pit lane. So obviously not 100% happy or not wanting to show their colours. Maybe that's more like it. Few more specks of rain on the side of our commentary box window now as well, and that's a little bit ominous. There is a bit of a black cloud above the Melbourne area heading towards us at Donington. Not much we can do about that with 49 minutes of the session still to go. If it does go super quiet on track, don't worry, we'll head into the pit lane with the stick mic and we'll make sure that we bring you all the information that we can get from any of these riders. But yeah, some more spits on the window. I wouldn't expect too many more laps to be done. Jason O'Halloran now crosses the line. Let's see what he does going in towards turn 1 Redgate. Does he set it up through mid-corner and think enough is enough? As it looks like Luke Mossey's going out there on a brand new tyre with the sticker still on it, as Mossey heads down pit lane on the Malenko by Paget's motorcycle Honda. It was a birthday for Paget recently in social media, which we did see, which is lovely. Yeah, drops of rain now on the screen in Sector 3. So that's not great. As Storm Stacey has very much backed the Ducati off as he heads in towards the bottom of the Melbourne Loop. So if that is the case, we shall get the rain jacket on and we'll head down into the pit lane ourselves, and we'll bring you the last 40 odd minutes of this session live from the pit lane, because there might not be too much happening, but you never know. There's always a good time to be on track. O'Halloran comes up 5 places, as you'd say, on his last flying lap round. I put the number 22 Honda into 12th place, so a fairly chunky improvement for Jason O'Halloran. But yeah, raindrops in sectors 1 and 3 now. So grab the stick mic, head into the pit lane. Back in a couple of minutes.
Well, we've made it downstairs, and typically the rain seems to have stopped, which is quite a good thing actually, but we're downstairs now, so we may as well stay downstairs and see what we can find out in this very, very windy pit lane. Good grief. Didn't realise just how windy it would be down here. Oh, there's Josh Owens. Shall we have a quick word with Josh, with Danger Scouts? Good day, good day. How are you? Good to see you. You well?
Yeah, I'm good. All the better for seeing you.
You're a smooth talker, aren't you? You really are. A little bit of rain, a little bit of sun, a little bit of wind. It's the RNG test. It's always going to be this way, isn't it?
Well, exactly. I mean, the wind today is super bad. I mean, you're down here in pit lane and you almost didn't make it here.
I noticed it was a lot stronger just walking down here, yeah.
No, it doesn't look too bad when you're out, when you're like, you know, a little bit at the back of the garages, but out there it's pretty sketchy. First thing I said when I came in, I was like, wow, it's super windy out there. I don't really know about pushing in that. I mean, obviously if it was qualifying, everyone would be in the same boat, but yeah, like you said, it's how hard do you go, do you know what I mean? I know we're on obviously for me this year, same bike, same team, a few small changes, but nothing drastic, so I know we can be somewhere near, so it's like, do you just go around and get some laps in, but...
Have you done try again. Have you done a lot of riding in the winter, or what have you been up to?
Not on the tarmac. I've done a lot of enduro.
I've seen that, yeah.
So yeah, I've been racing all the British rounds of the extreme, so I've been doing a lot of that. But yeah, I've done 6 days, I think, 5.5 days in Spain this year. So yeah, we literally parked the bike up in October. I went on a family holiday, which we haven't done since I was a wee nipper, and yeah, just spent some time enjoying other things in life, and then got back to it, and well, yeah, probably two weeks ago really was the first time I rode again since October, so I felt a little bit sketchy when I went out in Valencia with bike promotions, and Schrosser was there and a few other fast lads, and I went out obviously in a fast group, and I was like, oh, don't know whether I should be out here or not. I got on the bike and I was like, it's got the wrong bars on it. But no, yeah, it's good. We got up to speed, and yeah, everything's pretty good. Team morale's still the same, everyone's happy, so no, it's good atmosphere.
That was the next question. How's Big Joe? Is he good? Is he happy?
He's happy. When isn't he happy?
Well, he's always happy, isn't he? Good to see you anyway.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Josh Owens there, back at the garage for Scott. There's the 3B construction team. Alistair Seeley. I wanted to have a chat with Alistair, didn't I? But he's busy. But yeah, he's busy. I tell you what he's busy doing. He's busy giving a debrief on that little Honda that they've got up the back, the Aprilia, sorry, that they have up the back there. Let me give you an update on the times. No change. It's still Cowride fastest from Ryan Vickers with Charlie Nesbitt and Max Cook. As we will come further down pit lane, because we want to try and catch up with a few other people who we missed earlier on. There's Ben Tolliday looking very racy and ready to go. And Josh Owens wasn't kidding when he said that wind's stronger. It's a lot stronger than it was this morning. That's proper gusting down the pit lane here. And it's right into the face of the riders as they head into the brakes on Redgate. Now let's see if we can grab a word with Richard Kerr. Because Dad Ivan up, sorry. And let's say, hello Richard. Could you just pop outside the garage? Actually, we're getting a little bit of break-up on the microphone there. And we'll see exactly how Richard is. Well, it's good to see you, first of all. And it's also nice to see you back on a familiar steed, back on a Honda.
Yeah, no, it's day one on a Superbike Honda for me, and it's going really well so far. I'm very pleased with it. Been riding the Superstock bike off, so I was really excited to just jump on this and see how different it was, if it was better or worse, for the initial feeling. And to be fair, the initial feeling's been better, which I'm relieved about and obviously excited about now. So we just have a few wee changes to make here now. It's got a bit of an issue there, but hopefully the team will get sorted.
Brand new team. Tell us about the team.
Yeah, so new team this year, SM Racing. Sean Meehan, for those who don't know. We're all, it's kind of the boys, McCorm, my dad, and Spun Boys helped over the years, and then some of the CNL Fairburn team from Chris last year, so we've come together, and so far this is our first weekend working all together, first day even, but it's all really good, and everyone's getting along well, and well, time will tell.
And obviously last year was difficult in the BMW. Does the Honda feel straight away nicer?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that compared to my first time on riding the BM, I could point out this, that, and on, and I wasn't quite happy with, and straight away, we're within less than a second off my PB around here, and I've done one session on it, so it's definitely looking better.
Good stuff. Good luck. We'll catch up with you later on. There you go, Richard Kerr on the new SM Honda. Sean Meehan. And I did recognise Andy Jameson there as well. So a lot of good people in that garage. Do apologise, carrying a little bit of a bad throat after not being that great with a bit of a cold. Did want to try and catch up with Christian Iden. He's not around. So with Christian Iden on track, the 810 racing bike about to come out. Who's going on track though? It's going to be Peter Hickman going out. Peter comes forward, steps out. A little bit of stretching before he throws his leg over the 810 racing blue BMW. Another side of the garage, you have Sylvain Gintoli, whose helmet's on, ready to go. So there's tire warmers coming off. You can hear that happening in the background. Very, very experienced man, Sylvain Gintoli. Darren Jones still at the helm of this team, behind the computers just now, and here comes Ginters, his bike. He's going to go out and track. Lovely looking bikes, and let's get that fired up for him. It's a clever move putting Sylvain on, you know, he's a BMW racer, he's a BMW rider anyway, as he comes out and makes his way towards the number 50 bike for Sylvain. I wonder if we'll see Sylvain maybe deputising in the first round, you never know. Let's grab a wee word with Luke, as the whole family's down here. Where is he? Is he still? You still in 10th place? Still?
Still, I don't know how long it's going to last. Everyone's on new tyres, aren't they?
Yeah, you're not going to do that, are you?
Huh?
You're not putting new tyres on now?
Not yet. I will do. I mean, that was my first new tyre on that little stint there. I was on scrubs this morning, so I've got another set, but I'm going to go out and have a spin in the wind.
How's it feel to be back?
Yeah, good. I've not done much over the winter. I've been working, so not had time to ride, unfortunately. But no, it's like muscle memory. It comes back after a while. It's just a little bike fitness takes a while, but apart from that, all good.
Everybody tells me the first time they get back on the bike, they're like, oh, good grief, it's fast.
To be fair, it normally is. Honestly, it normally is. Normally when you get on a superbike, it's like, whoa. But unless I've just used to it now. In my old age, nothing scares me no more.
Superstar status, that's what it is.
What's that saying?
Superstar.
Oh, well, I wish.
I'll let you get back to it. Thanks, Luke. Cheers, buddy. Connor Thompson about to leave the pit lane on the MP Racing Honda from Neil Pearson. You're about to hear Eugene McManus's bike get brought to life. Throws his leg over it. Eugene just taking his time. There we go. Drops into gear and away he goes. B. Jackson walks out from his garage, parks himself beside the Dow Racing Honda. And away goes Lee Jackson. Now let's have a little bit of a look inside this Batham's Ducati garage, because there's a lot of people in here now. A lot more people. Michael Rutter's now here on hand as well. We'll try and get a word with Blade in a minute. He's surveying the scene from the back of the garage. Let's pop in to see Michael. Good day, Mr. Rutter.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Big change of machinery. How's things going so far?
Yeah, like we expected. A bit of a nightmare, really. It's just we went away testing Califat, and we had a bit of a road bike mix of things, and it's all electronic stuff, you see, which is, you know, Motec are here helping out, as you can see in the back of the garage there, and it's the new bike with all the software and the updates, and we've got all the pain of doing it, and fortunately we'll be doing all the hard work, and everyone else will come along and use it. So, but it's just getting all the values right and everything like that. It's a lot of, honestly, it's painstaking, and you're losing so much track time by trying to get little issues right with it. So I just told Storm to keep calm and ride round, and we just got to treat these few days as, you know, it is a brand new bike, and like we're the only ones on one. You know, obviously the road bike's going around there, and it's got the road bike electronics, and it's a completely different thing. The bike handles different, does everything different. As soon as you put the Motec system on it, it changes everything. So it's yeah, we've just got to plod through it.
It's a huge change, massive change from BMW to Ducati. I mean, when was the decision made to do that?
You know, look, you know, with real good help off BMW, and we'd have loved to stay with them, but really they couldn't offer us anything much different for next year, and we just thought, you know, want to try and move forward as a team, and you know, BMW were brilliant with us. It was just basically we just thought we need to go forward as a team, and Ducati was probably the better option. You know, it's at the moment we're scratching our heads a bit and doing things, but it's normal. It's normal. We've all been here before.
It'll come good. It'll come good. Thank you, Michael. Interesting that. You can totally feel for them. They're going to do all the donkey work, and along comes everybody else to use their data. It probably will happen. This is Danny Kent leaving the garage as we see Danny coming out, former Moto 3 world champion, the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha. 27 years of TES racing, fabulous that really is good. As he makes his way back out onto track, Rory Skinner still sits in his garage. With a little bit of work getting done to the bike off, what is it, the exhaust bracket getting a bit of work done to for some reason there. No, it looks like they're trying to put a transponder on the bike actually. Yes, they are. It's been on the screen all day. But Rory Skinner hasn't had a transponder, so that's probably what they're trying to do to that bike. Darren Fry's here. We're good to catch up with Darren. He's talking currently with Scott Smart because both of the Bemotas back out on track. Where are they sitting just now? Max Cook in 4th, and Joe Talbot is in. Joe Talbot's 17th just now. So good bit of work for these guys. But it's just miles. It's every lap that these guys do is what they need to be doing. Peter Hickman being pushed back up the pit lane, which is not what he would be liking. So Hickey, I believe, has possibly stopped. He did get a lap, but he's now getting pushed back up pit lane. And that's not what the guys at the 810 Racing Lou BMW would be wanting. Peter still with his helmet on, and we're not going to approach him. Facial expression tells it all, really. So we'll kind of give that one a bit of a miss. We'll go back to that guys later on and find out what's going on. Honda both on track. On track for Jason O'Halloran and for Ryan Vickers. And yeah, good scenes in there. So we went down to see Brad Ray, but he's actually on track just now, so there's no point hanging about down there. Let's go back and see if we can find out what is going on with that Peter Hickman BMW, because that's a bit of a shame for that one. Don't like that at all. And Hickey will be in all sorts of. We want to try and get as many laps as he can on track. As the two tag Hondas are still out there just now. We'll go past the tag garage, and here we come up to Hickey's. Bit of head scratching going on here, actually. Bit of head scratching, which is never good for anybody to see. I'm looking, the bike hasn't been on its side from what we can tell you. And just a little bit of carbon fibre bodywork getting taken off that BMW just now, so we can then expose the problem. The data transfer cable has been plugged in. And yeah, Peter get kind of some vivid hand gestures from Peter towards Darren Jones.
as Eugene McManus comes down the pit lane. He rolls into his box, and Brad Ray goes down the far end of pit lane for him as well. And here comes Vickers. Let's go down to Honda, see if we can maybe, if we can't catch a word with Ryan Vickers, we could maybe catch a word with Roger Marshall, and he could give us a bit of an update to how things are going for those guys. It's great to know that Roger's still in the Ryan Vickers camp. I know that Roger was quite upset when Ryan went to World Superbikes. Obviously, it's great for the career of the young rider, but Roger did really enjoy working alongside him. So. So I'm sorry, Scott Smart, sorry. Mr. Fry, how are you?
Tired.
Tired?
Tired.
How?
It's been a long winter. It's been a very, very busy winter, to say the least. Everybody's worked so hard in the team to make it happen. And yeah, to see the motor here and circulating, I think I can go for a rest now.
But circulating well, fast, it's good.
It's, to be fair, the first time that Max jumped on it, he came back in and he just said, oh, feels like a proper race bike. It feels stiff, the chassis stiff. And I was like, what, too stiff? And he's like, oh, no. He says, you know, it's like, he actually said it feels like a Moto 3 bike with 1,000 in it. So, and he obviously likes that kind of chassis because that's his background. But he said the more you push the bike, the more feedback it gives you. So, yeah, he's a really happy boy.
And what about young Joe?
Brilliant. I had to go back to the workshop this morning and came up the motorway listening to your dulcet tones and, you know, top 15, brilliant. And I said to him, and he's a bit disappointed in it, and I said, that's exactly where you need to be. You know, just build the engine braking. We've moved that quite a bit because he brakes quite a lot differently to Max. So he's starting to go his own way now, starting to learn what he wants. And that's all we want him to do is just learn.
I'm also impressed that you've got the motor personnel. You've got Alex Lowe's here. This is good.
Yeah, we got Alex here. We got Marcel Dunker here as well, who's ahead of the whole project and overseeing everything for us. And he's, well, we've got red lights.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, so he's in helping us out as well. So big.
Number 33. Connor Thompson's slipped off at the old hairpin, so that's what it says. Number 33, yes. So we've got a red flag for that.
Yeah, no, it's going all the right direction at the minute. So let's see how we go. I mean, we're going to come up against some. We're going to come up against some walls. We know that, and but the KRT team have been amazing. Moto have been amazing. Kawasaki UK, KME, they've all been amazing to make all this project happen. It's took so much to get the AGN steel stock motor out on the track, and everybody's had to pull in the right direction. It's lovely to see Alan here this morning. He's over the moon with the bike, and you know it's quite nice as well because we're next to Storm, so we've got both AGN bikes out there. So let the battle commence again.
It's so pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, it is pretty. Yeah, it is very pretty, and all will be revealed in the next sort of 10 days of the paint job. But it's
so that's not the finished colour.
No. It's I want to run it like that because I love a winter test bike. But yeah, it's going to look cool.
Do you think it justifies the swap now that the riders are happy?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, straight away it's rejuvenated the team. We've been on the Kawasaki a long time, and like anything, a change is as good as the rest. And it's been amazing to change. It's been amazing to meet all these people that are now helping the project. And it's put a great big smile on all the boys' faces in the garage as well. So, and it is a pretty bike.
Oh, it's lovely. It's good to see you as well.
And you.
Thank you. Here we go. It's Darren Fry. Good to catch up with Darren. He's the F in FS3. Oh, I looked. And we were going to try and see if you get a chat with one of the Honda riders. I'd like to get Jason O'Halloran because we haven't actually had him, but yeah, the session has just been red flagged, just temporarily for a spill at the old here. But let's see if we can get Steve Rogers actually. Very quick word with the boss man himself. Steve, welcome to the RNG test. How are you?
Hey, we're good, thank you very much. Yes, yeah, all good. Yeah, it's not raining, which is a bonus.
No, thankfully. And look at your garage now. You've come back big this year. You've got 3 bikes in here.
Oh, yes. Yeah, a bit of a change considering only a couple of years ago we'd packed in. Yes, I mean, obviously we've got the two R9s in Supersport. It's a quite important project for Yamaha. So obviously it's our new road bike, our new sports bike that we've got to sell. So yeah, hopefully they'll go well. And yeah, so it is.
And how's Brad? He seems to be calm, cool, typically Brad.
Yeah, it's Brad all over, isn't it? You know, I ain't got a worry in the world. Yeah, no, good. Yeah, we're just making a few changes, a few new things to try. So yeah, should be okay.
Thank you very much. Great to catch up with Steve Rogers. So yeah, red flag, a temporary red flag. We'll go and find out some information, and we'll come back to you guys in just a minute.
20 minutes off this, 12 minutes off this session to go, so I don't know where the 20 come from there. Made our way back into the commentary point, and it's Brad Ray, Kyle Ryde and Danny Kent, your top three. We've said that quite a few times last year. But then we've got Ryan Vickers in 4th place with Max Cook in 5th. Charlie Nesbitt 6th. Joe Talbot, look at that. Joe Talbot in 7th place. That's fabulous to be 1 second away from the fastest time. Got to say, very impressive with front row Joe there. Leon Haslam 8th with Josh Brooks 9th and Christian Idden in 10th place. I was down in Christian Idden's garage just having a bit of a watch of what was going on, and I did see some fairly sizable changes. It looked like they were changing something in the shock, the pivot point is the only thing I could actually imagine they were doing, but yeah, a big change there. And Connor Thompson was in the garage next door just describing to Neil Pearson exactly what went wrong when he was unfortunately crashing at the old hairpin. David Allingham was listening. Hello, David. I hope you're well. We do miss you, by the way. We do miss you. It's not the same without D-Bomb. Hopefully we'll see you back at the Oulton Park test in the not too distant future, 21st and 22nd of April. Rory Skinner's finally got a transponder on his bike, which is good news, and we see Rory in 9th place. I was at the garage door when they were feverishly trying to pin that onto his bike as well. Tyre Apps had foam, had all sorts of little bits and bobs going on with that, but Rory, his teammate is in 3rd place and Rory is in 9th place, but ultimately that's pretty good for both those Cheshire Moulding Yamahas. For them to both be in that top area, I think says quite a bit about the team. And what they've got down there. 27 years, it says, of Taz. I remember that the 25th just a couple of years ago. I mean, I thought that was pretty special, but for 27 years, yeah. And the bikes will look fabulous when they do come out. That's Rhys Irwin crossing the line. Rhys finds himself a respectable 16th place, actually. And for a young man who steps into superbikes, looking very solid. He and his teammate Eugene McManus very similar on pace. There's only 0.4 of a second separating them, and Ryan Vickers has just been pinged for a course cut there, and he's gone through the Fogarty S's, so he'll have the lap time cancelled. Not that he would continue by well, he does actually just continue through. Normally when we see somebody do a course cut, we see them coming back in towards the actual pit lane, but Vickers carries on. Laps for Vickers, 14 laps. The most laps that we see. Fraser Rogers with 17, 16 for Jason O'Halloran, 19 for Josh Brooks. It's not surprising, that, is it? And Brad Ray also with 19 laps. Big numbers, not surprising. These guys trying to cram as many laps into this elongated session as we can. An hour and 10 minutes for them on track. So Peter Hickman, who we saw getting pushed in the pit lane the wrong way, he has now gone back out for an outlap. So let's see if we can spy Hickey someplace. Sylvain Gantoli was also on track, getting some valuable data for the 8-10 team. But we want to try and see if Hickey can make it round. He didn't look too chuffed, I've got to say, as Rhys Irwin now does a course cut through the Fogarty S's. Yeah, Hickman did look just a little bit disgruntled as into the pit lane comes Eugene McManus, and Kyle Ryde crosses the line on a Ducati to do another lap. Interesting what Michael Rutter said to us as well. You know, Kyle's out there on the road bike with full road electronics, and you know, all feels nice and user friendly. As soon as you put the Motec on these bikes, yeah, it becomes a bit of a different animal. And it's a very well made point, that actually, that they're doing all this work here, and will everybody else just steal their work? Or will everybody else have to go through the same amount of pain that Storm Stacey's team is going through? Sylvain Gantoli crossing the line. There's Sylvain, 21st position for Sylvain, 2.7 seconds away from the fastest time, but still very much in the mix. And following him across the line was Joe Talbot and Ryan Vickers. Joe, got to say, impressed with front row Joe, for 8th place for Joe Talbot. Only a second away from the fastest time, showing that he has he's got all the makings of being a good superbike rider. Remember last year he dipped his toe in and he did Superstock and Superbike. It was at Donington Park actually where he did it, and that was a lot of riding. Big ask for the young man. But he stepped up to the plate, that's for sure. Yeah, cool. As we have a look out the window down towards Redgate again. Charlie Nesbitt, Kyle Wright together. There's Rhys Irwin. He did do a cut through, but thankfully carried on for some more laps. Skinner makes his way into pit lane, 7th place for Rory, and Max Cook is on a quick lap. Although he's just had the time that was purple disappear there. I wonder why that is. But he goes P2, Max Cook. Ray, Cook and Ride. And let's try and catch a bit of a visual on this Moto that's going round. It's Christian Idden crossing the line. On the Senka Aprilia. There's a flashback to Alfie Davidson on the Senka Yamaha, we should say. 11th place for Lightning and bike 21. But still keeping our eyes on this Max Cook lap. It's drifted away quite a bit now, but that 128.1 that he's just put down, only 0.2 of a second away from the fastest lap by Bradley Ray. Puts himself ahead of Kyle Wright and Danny Kent. And he now does a course cut through the Fogarty S's, and he will lose the previous lap, or the lap he's on, I should say. And you know why he did that? Because he's got a great visual in front of him. He's got Kyle Wright just ahead of him as they go in towards Redgate. Kyle slides underneath one of the tag Hondas, immediately misses his apex and runs wide. And then, yeah, Max Cook gains yards on them all as he goes down through the top of Hollywood and in towards the Craner Curves area of the track. And this is all valuable data for the guys in the Moto team, for Joe Talbot and for Max Cook. They just want to get miles under their belt. The more they can do, the more they can put in the memory bank. And they've got a very experienced crew down there as well that can kind of make them step forward and step up with everything that they've gone through as well. The change from Kawasaki across, it's a big change. They've still got the Kawasaki engine, which they know so well, and they build themselves in the FS3 team. But that AGN steel stock by Moto, wait till the colour scheme comes out. Well, Darren Fry said it, and I actually quite like the winter testing livery that we see the bike wearing just at this moment in time. But we are told, just wait till we see the actual race liveries. Max once again comes in towards Goddard's. He's riding that bike so well. And the slight differences, well, the K-Tech front forks don't have Showa, as we heard that from Darren Fry and from Craig Watson. Thanks, Bess. And yeah, Max again crossing the line, another good lap, a 130.2. So he's managing to put in consistent laps, good consistent runs, and that's something that really will help him with the data for the team. And his teammate Joe, front row Joe, 8th place. That's outstanding. And I think Darren Fry even agreed with what we were kind of saying on that. Those laps, Joe beats himself up quite a lot. He gives himself a hard time, and he doesn't need to do that. He's such a good quality little rider that the more time he gets on a superbike, the better he will go. And the better he will become. Well, at least the sun has now popped out, and the rain that was threatening earlier on has kind of disappeared. And we have the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. So the last 2 minutes of this session, you'll notice that all the stock guys have now left. They've gone back into pit lane, and it's just purely the Superbike guys on track. That's Brooksy crossing the line. Brooksy goes up 2 places to 9th, continuing the good progress made in that Dow Honda garage. And Max Cook again through the first sector, fastest of anybody. Really, really impressive run on that Moto. The time just seems to be drifting away ever so slightly. And another good improvement, Charlie Spud Nesbitt, 6th place for Charlie. Now, that's great for that little tag Honda team. Danny Kent crosses the line. No improvement for DK. Rhys Irwin crossing the line as well. 17th place for Rhys. Here comes Storm Stacey back into the pit lane. I did like the kind of calming influence from Michael Rutter, just keeping Storm calm. That's really what he needs to do. Trying to not let Storm get wound up by... Yes, they've got technical problems, but it's teething problems, as Storm put it. But there's quite a lot of them, and they are starting to niggle just that little bit at Storm. Oh, we've got Ryder down at the exit of Goddard. Is that Sylvan? It is that. Sylvan picks the BMW up. The 810 Lou Racing BMW Motorrad M1000RR. Well, he'll get to ride that back into the paddock. Yep, the Port West Race Safe Marshal's very happy with what his very slow, low-speed get-off along there. And here comes Sylvan back into the pit lane. So that's a shame. It's not exactly blotting his copybook, but it's not something that he will want to have done. And he heads along towards the garage. Daz and the guys will be out on hand to take the bike from Sylvan and get him in his chair as the checkered flag goes out, and it's Brad Ray who will end session number 2, fastest of anybody from Max Cook. Again, another impressive run from Max Cook, with Kyle Ryde and Danny Kent in 4th and Ryan Vickers in 5th place. Good showing for Charlie Spud Nesbitt to get the tag Honda inside that top 10 and well inside the top 10 in 6th place. And Rory Skinner ends the session in 7th, instead of Joe Talbot, Josh Brooks and Leon Haslam. Right, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Next session on track will once again be Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock. So back on track now. We've got the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship and Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Jack Kennedy once again top of the timing screens for us here. And this morning's session, well, yeah, Kennedy, Carter Brown, Ash Beach is how the session finished. And I was right at the very end, remember, when I was starting to read out the top 10. That's when Carter Brown managed to just get himself in there. On the 12th of 12 laps, he managed to get, I think he moved up something like 6 or 7 places. Fabulous. But it's all happening on track once again for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship and Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Kennedy, Dixon, Brooks, Rollo. Now, that's interesting. Dan Brooks up there in P3 and Lewis Rollo up there in P4, making a return to racing on the Motorrad Central by MLAV Racing BMW. Now, let's make sure we get the name correct for that one, because Lewis Rollo is on Motorrad Central Edinburgh by MLAV Racing. And it's great to have him back in the mix, actually. And just as we were talking about Lewis Rollo, red flag has just popped out. So let's see if we can see why the session has come to a halt. John McGuinness comes back in to the pit lane directly underneath us. And nothing on our TSL timing screen yet as to why the session has stopped. But always a great shame when a red flag does come out. 9 times out of 10, the riders are on a run plan and something happens, something upsets the apple cart for them. But yeah, quick scan around the corners. Can't see any of our marshals on the move. So maybe something just out of our sight. Or is that something down at the old hairpin? Nope, that's not. That's just a bridge parapet, Duncan. Trying to make something out of nothing there. So yeah, great shame. Red flag comes out. And number 97 has fallen at Starkey's Bridge. Number 97 fallen at Starkey's Bridge. So that's just a little bit out of our sight. 97, no. Is, if I'm not mistaken, Bradley Peary of the Triumph. So Bradley Peary, who comes back to full-time racing in 2026, unfortunately has gone off the Triumph, Macadam Factory Racing Triumph, at Starkey's Bridge. So a bit of clear-up will have to get done down there. And you can see the very, very windy down there, just the way they opened the van door. It almost got pulled out of his hand. But a red flag, so the time doesn't stop on the clock, and we will we'll just wait and see, and we'll come back with an update when we can. But it's Jack Kennedy fastest from Cam Dixon, from Dan Brooks, Lewis Rollo, Ash Beach, Jack Bednarek, Simon Reed in 7th place with Ben Luxton, Declan Connell and Ash Band rounding out the top 10. Well, you'll be happy to know that the hooter in the pit lane has gone off, so bikes will be making their way back out onto track after that slight red flag after Bradley Peary tipped off at Starkey's Bridge. Bradley taking a trip to the medical centre as bikes now make their way down onto the track for the last 13 minutes of this Quattro Group Supersport session and Pirelli National Superstock session. So thankfully the weather has played ball. The wind did pick up a little bit in that red flag there. I think a lot of people saw that. You can see the old hats going on in the grandstand down there. A few jackets getting zipped up. But here we go, we're green again, and it looked like, I think it was Sam Cox who was the first man rumbling down pit lane. And it's so good to see Sam Cox back because, you know, that leg injury was really, really nasty. Kept him out for quite some time. Quite a complicated break that he did to the lower, I'm going to say left leg. I think it was. Complicated break, and yeah. It'll be great to see him back on track racing, but I think Alan Hyde and myself will miss him from the commentary box, and a lot of you people out there as well loved Sam Cox's input. He was so good. So good, and he will still come back and give us a little bit, he says. He could maybe come up and do a bit of sport bike as well. So I'm quite surprised at that, but he's obviously got a keen eye on that because he is a young rider in that. By the way of Harrison McKay. But bikes making their way around to start the last little bit of this session. Dan Brooks just dives past Sam Cox on the run into Wars Goddard's. So you're going to see the Master Mac Hawk Honda come through. Dan Brooks and Sam Cox. They're going to cross the line and chased across the line by Ben Luxton as well. The ever-present Ben Luxton. Remember I used to nickname him that way? Well, last year he was ever kind of, couldn't find him, Ben Luxton. Did have a very difficult year last year. So hopefully we can see Ben Luxton back to what we know he can do. I'm a Ben Luxton fan. There's no getting away from it. And if he can just put a good season together, struggled last year. And I think it was... I think he said to me a few times, it was just personnel in the team. He didn't have the same amount of people around him, and I think he was data and crew chiefing himself at one point, and it's just difficult at this level. You need to have the resources around you, and the resources are the people who work the bike with you. And somebody's gone straight on at Redgate, and they're going to try and park that. They're actually going to go through the Redgate gate and get back to the paddock straight away. So a very early one for that. That was just a rider with a bit of a technical issue, which nobody wants. Just having a bit of a long look through the stalker binoculars. Yeah, that bike's now safely out of the way. Great work by the Port West Race Safe marshals down there. And as I have a big long look with the binoculars down towards the far end of the paddock, it's quite impressive just how busy it is down there. Lots of trucks, lots of awnings. Number 62 was it stopped at Redgate for us just now. It's Sam West on the Sam West Racing Ducati. I heard Sam go past. The bike went past quite fine, firing all well, but then it stopped just on the braking zone. He's now riding it back through the paddock, is Sam. And he's directly at the back of my commentary point as he rides back between a couple of vehicles, and he'll go back into his garage in the wrong way through the public entrance at the back. But a great shame for him. Just a technical issue brought him to an end there. Simon Reed up into 4th place. Now Simon Reed's been doing a lot of riding in Dubai recently as well. That's something that has not gone missed by quite a lot of people. Simon getting himself on a plane away to some hotter climates, maybe not where he'd want to be right now, but he has been riding with BMW in Dubai. So to have Simon Reed back looking pretty good on a Carl Cox BMW by MLAV Racing, teammate to Lewis Rollo, it will be interesting. But never mind that, if you have a look at the timing screens just now, if you can see them. If not, you want to find number 4 Supersport Jack Kennedy. He has gone purple through sector number 1, and he'd already just put a new fastest lap in, a 1:31.522 for Jack Kennedy. He is, you know what you're going to get with Jack Kennedy, and I think it was John McGuinness that said that. You're going to get a guy who hits the ground running and gives it absolutely everything in every lap. And Ash Barnes goes into P2, gets himself up 10 places on the rapid Motorsport Honda. Now, Rapid, well, they're a bit of a nightmare travel to get here. I met Matt Bainbridge and they were arriving on the back of a tow truck, unfortunately. So I said, what's going on? He goes, the truck keeps overheating. I said, oh dear. He goes, but I've made it here. You've got 2 days to figure a plan to get home. Just love it. Absolutely fabulous. Doesn't matter, we're going to get the bike out first. And we'll deal with the truck and the transportation home later. Harry Trulove, quick section for him. Quick lap put together for Harry Trulove, actually. 3-place improvement on the MT-09. MT-09, R9. I'll get it right. The MT-09 is what I've just been speaking about with the timekeepers. It's an engine that goes in a legend race car. But the R9 is what we have here in Lewis Rollo, P2. And fastest off the stock racers as well. So Lewis Rollo looking pretty good at the sharp end to get himself into P2. Not his usual number 8. No, Ash Barnes has claimed that. So Lewis has gone to 88, which is just as good for Rollo. But it's just good to see Lewis Rollo back on a bike, to tell you the truth. To see him, we know the potential that he had, but it just, unfortunately, that nasty incident at the start of last year whilst testing just stopped him doing anything, to be honest. He came back at Knockhill. Did he come back too soon? I think he did. And he said it himself, but he was desperate to ride the bike, and unfortunately, maybe came back too soon, but then decided, let's park it for the rest of the season and just see about getting ourselves fit for 2026. Freddie Barnes, course cut at the Fogarty S's, so that will get a lap time disallowed for young Freddie. Freddie, who continues his racing career in the Sencat racing team, and he has had, in fact, he's getting pushed back into the pit box right now. But Freddie, very likeable young chap. Loves being around Lee Johnston, as everybody does, and loves being mentored by Lee Johnston as well. And it's good to see the General still very much involved. I mean, superstar status for Lee Johnston, and he finds himself in 9th place just now. And bike number 13, always happy to run that number 13 on the Triumph. And I also, speaking of Triumph, and I mentioned this earlier on, the change that Bradley Peary has gone to Triumph because Luke Stapleford left Triumph to go to the Scars Ducati team. We'll hopefully see Stapleford at Oulton Park. But what we also did see was, we got a little message from Terry, Luke Stapleford's stunt double, so it's good to know that they were listening, and I think they may be still in Italy. Not 100% sure, but I think they were trying to rub it in just a little bit. But we'll look forward to seeing Luke Stapleford when he joins us back in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship when we get to Oulton Park. Good showing from Declan Connell. Declan up into 6th place on the second of the Rapid Hondas. And there's a bike in the gravel at the Coppice entry. Let me get the binoculars on this one. That's a long way for the bifocals to try and see. Yeah. As good as they are, I'm not going to see that, but I can tell you it's number 26 who's slipped off into the gravel up there. That's Adam Hartgrove on the Adam Hartgrove Triumph. Number 26, a follower at Coppice, rider biased as being okay. So that's quite good news for Adam Hartgrove, but not good that he's gone down. With the last 4 minutes of the session, you know, that's it. You do so much testing and then slip off in the last 4 minutes. Well, it does happen, and Ash Barnes has now gone to the top of the times overall. Not just off stock 1000, but also off the session. He goes faster than Jack Kennedy by 900ths of a second. it shows you just how fast Kennedy's going. He's done a 131.522. The next person in British Supersport, Harry Truelove, is a 132.120. So Kennedy are almost 0.6 of a second faster than anybody in Supersport, and that's quite big. I mean, I mentioned earlier on you can only kind of judge the day on what weather you have, and today everybody's dealing with the same thing, but Kennedy seems to extract just that little bit more from the bike than anybody else in these given circumstances. A run on for Ricardo Brink at the exit of Goddard's, but he manages to rejoin the circuit and get going again. Here comes the living legend himself, John McGuinness. Yeah, great to see McGuinness out there. And a lovely, you know, when you ask John McGuinness a question, he's going to answer about another 4 or 5 that you haven't actually answered, but it's just great to get some time with the man. He loves to tell us all about everything, and he's very honest as well. At that stage of his career now where he maybe doesn't need to bother too much about the corporate line, but he still does. He's still good at it, and into his 36th year of racing. That is impressive to keep that going for so long and to still be committed towards it. I mean, what else would he do? That's the thing. McGuinness is a racer through and through. And he does also like collecting bikes. I think he said that, didn't he? He had a bit of a laugh with that one. One of the Astro JGR Hippo bikes takes a detour. That's Mikey Hardy this time. Again, straight on going through Goddard's and rejoining. And there's quite a few of them doing that now. Whether that's the wind is blowing them straight on into that area, we shall only guess. That was Ryan Campion, I think, who did the last one. Yeah, Ryan Campion, 100%. Number 50 in Stock 1000. And Mikey Hardy's also been pinged for a course cut. So, yeah, getting a bit of a slap on the wrist. Number 37, there are a lot of them going through the course cut area now. And number 37, well, it depends if it's stock or if it's Supersport. It could be Barry Burrell and it could be Corey Tinker. And Barry Burrell, well, what about those BMWs last year with Barry Burrell? He had the bar-to-bar bashing with quite a few people. Josh Corner, Nicky Coates, but he came out on top, did Barry. And a lot of emotion bubbling over with that championship win as well. But we see him here today on a stock 1000 bike, but he was talking about wanting to go and tackle the Northwest 200, and yeah, he's got to be on a stock bike to do that. And I think he said quite a few times to Larry Carter that he's having to go, he's put himself on a diet, and I thought he was quite harsh on himself because there's not that much of Barry Burrell. But yeah, it's definitely a good way of getting free horsepower, that's for sure. As the last 40 seconds of this session count down, Eduardo Colombi improves up to 16th place. He puts the number 32 MMB Ducati ahead of Freddie Barnes and Richard White. Spiatella, as he is nicknamed, Eduardo Colombi, signing for that MMB squad in the vacant seat that Eugene McManus left. So 10 seconds, 9 seconds, Oliver Barr crosses the line, and that will be the end of his test session. He'll get the checker flag next time round. And the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, we see them back on track one more time, actually. They will be back out at 5:30 until 6:05. So there is another session for these riders to have some track time. A lot of track time to be had here if you are testing, and that's one of the good things about the BSB organisers. MSV are really trying to maximise as much time for each rider and team to make sure they can get on track. Cam Dixon takes a checker flag. He'll be happy with his afternoon's work, I would imagine, to finish 4th place and be one of the top stock riders home. And inside the top 3, it's always going to give you a smile, even if it is what we class as testing edition. But it's Ash Barnes who ends the session fastest of all from Jack Kennedy, and then the returning Lewis Rollo in 3rd place. Ahead of Cam Dixon, Declan Connell, Simon Reed, Jack Bednarek, Harry Truelove, Lee Johnson and Dan Brooks. Checker flag out, and we'll be back after this short break with some more track action. So the British Superbikes make their way back out for their final session of today. And this is an hour-long session that we will be having. As we look back towards the previous session, it was a very interesting session that took place. Bradley Ray was fastest, but it's the emergence of the Moto, the AJN Steelstock Moto, that we're all talking about here at Donington this weekend. It looks impressive. It really does look impressive, and it's not just impressive in the hands of Max Cook. It's also very impressive in the hands of the rookie in that team, Joe Talbot. Max Cook finished that session second. Joe Talbot finished his session in 8th, which is a marked improvement from where he had been. I think he was 17th in session number 1, but he was only a second or so away. But very strong riding from both the Motos, and as I said, tongues wagging up and down the pit lane and in the media building and in the grandstands, the busy grandstands that we have here this weekend, and the busy spectator areas. That's Lee Jackson, who flashes across the line first of all on the Dow Honda. Lee has had a good winter. He's a professional bike racer now. I know the TV still may be going about him being a plumber, but that's not the case. Lee is full-on focused on racing bikes. And he will be looking to make progress. His teammate Josh Brooks seems to have a bit of a jump as Brooksy comes out the last corner, crosses the line, chased by the pocket rocket Leon Haslam. And wasn't Leon Haslam very upbeat in an interview that we managed to get from him down in the pit lane garages some time ago? So let's have a little look at some of the other times that are coming through. If you're listening on TSL Timing or maybe via BritishSuperbike.com, there's a nice big button at the top of the page now. You can click on that to listen to BSB Radio with Kawasaki K Options. Craig Watson was up here earlier on. He gave us a bit of a brief run through of Kawasaki, but also we talked a lot about Motos and various other bits and bobs. But you can also catch us on YouTube at BritishSuperbike.com as well. And we're in, as the great David Bowie said, we're in sound and vision on that. And somebody has slipped off going through, unfortunately, Craner Curves. Just having a look at the CCTV. Rider up on his feet and walking away from that one. Port West Race Safe Marshals very much in attendance. Difficult to get an ID on that right now as they drag that bike away. I'll wait till TSL and Race Direction put something on our timing screen to give you an update on who that was. But easily done. You know, the wind's blowing across you at Craner there. It's actually blowing into the side where you're going, but not great. That was Rory Skinner who's actually gone down there. Rory Skinner slides off. Number 11 faller at turn 3, Craner Curves. So thankfully Rory up on his feet and walking away, and that will put a slight dent in the progress that he had been making with his new teammate Danny Kent in that Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha squad. They had been putting together some really strong runs, good lap times. Storm Stacey pulls a killer wheelie out the last corner, as only Storm Stacey can do, and trying to maintain Storm and keep him calm is the job of team boss Michael Rutter. Ray Stringer very much doing other things, trying to get on top of that. But yeah, there's lots of teething problems on a Ducati, so it's trying to make sure that Storm remains calm. Just had a text message come in there actually from Cam Dawson. That's lovely. He just said, make sure I can see you before the day's out. Maybe I've said something wrong when Cam was on track. Trust me, it was only for nice things I was saying about Cam Dawson. And great to see him back in a full-time berth in 2026 on that Powerslide Suzuki in the British Sport Bike Championship. We'll come back to that one later on. But nice to get a little text message. We'll just say hi back and no problem. That's great. Yeah, but Rory Skinner, unfortunately, down he goes. And that's a lot of work. Rory's still down there with the marshals just standing, hands on hips, and a helmet still on his head. Not how Rory would have wanted to have his afternoon going, I can tell you that. He'll be waiting for a taxi bike, or if not a taxi bike, he'll be waiting for some way of getting back to the paddock. Unfortunately, with the rules we have, not unfortunately, it keeps the cost down, no spare bike, so they'll be trying to get that bike back. It didn't look too bad, but there's no real necessity to try and fix that bike if it's going to be rushed, because they have a whole day tomorrow, and that's probably the better thing for that team to do. So Steve Plater and the guys down there Ben Wilson on the spanners for that as well. He's Rory Skinner's chassis technician, which is something that was a complete and utter surprise to me this morning as I walked down there and saw, was it Larry calls him? Ben the Valve Wilson. One of the worst nicknames I've heard since Scoop, but it's a joke. Yeah, but Ben Wilson down there, a trained man when it comes to chassis technicians, so interesting stuff. Andrew Irwin's gone to the top of the times, and that's where we have seen Andrew for quite some time. Well, not at the top of the times, but in amongst that area. And we do like the new yellow Ducati that Andrew Irwin has got, Met Healthcare with Fonacab Ducati, and that will be something we'll keep our eyes firmly on this year. Andrew said it in an interview, and I'm harking back to this because I want you all to remember that we are a serious contender. We need to be considered, and that's exactly what they're saying. They will get a 2026 Ducati at some point, but he says that we're quite far down the pecking list. You can see Nitrous Competition are away building theirs just now. PBM are building theirs. Batham's have theirs. You know, Steve Wolf-Moore building theirs as well. This new 2026 Ducati does look like it could be something pretty exciting. Just had a text message coming again from another lovely friend, Roger, the Artful Dodger, who is Mr. Master Mac. So if you need any surfacing done, you can see him or anybody else. He's gutted to miss the testing, but unfortunately the wifey does come first. Wishing all the teams best. Can't wait to get back racing. Yes, Roger was away with his lovely family on a family holiday. I think he was actually in Vegas at one point. So great stuff, Roger. We'll hopefully see you back here soon. Good to see 3 bikes in Master Mac livery. The 2 Superbikes for Rhys Irwin and his teammate Eugene McManus, who both step up into the Superbike class, and also Dan Brooks, who was out there on the Master Mac Hawk Superstock bike. Speaking of Master Mac, there goes Rhys Irwin, and he is following Bradley Ray. So that's a good man to get a bit of a tow from. Speaking of a good man, Clive Paget walks across the pit lane. Another living legend there. We speak about John McGuinness quite a lot, but we have to also put Clive Paget into that mix of things as well. He'll be out there wanting to keep an eye on his charge, who is Luke Mossey, because this is the British Superbike Championship with Pirelli, their riders, and also some selected invited guests. The guests being Ian Hutchinson and Dom Herbertson. Jamie Coward was due to be here, but he's a non-starter after he put his back out working during the week. Jamie does have a job, and best luck, get well soon, Jamie. But also we have some stock riders out here as well. Matt Truelove, Luke Mossey, Finlay Arscott, Damon Rees, Josh Owens, to name a few. But I suppose, would Sylvain Gintoli be a guest? Maybe he would, but he was put out there by the 810 Lou BMW Motorrad team. Unfortunately, Sylvain did slide off in the earlier session, just going through Goddard's, but he just folded the front of the apex and slid across towards the Port West Race Safe Marshals very gracefully, I must say. There goes our defending reigning champion. I love it when he hits the brakes because the brake light goes on. It's quite funny, that. Kyle out there on what we class as a road bike, and I can do that with the fingers. You can. Some people won't be able to see that, but it's a fast road bike. Michael Rutter picked a really great point up as I see Rory Skinner making his way back on the taxi bike towards the tunnel. That's good. But Michael Rutter basically hit the nail on the head when he said that, you know, the bike that Kyle's on has got the road bike electronics. It's completely refined. It's what it should be. You then take that off and you put the Motec on, and it completely transforms the bike. It makes it very, very different to ride, and it starts to highlight all these problems. And these are the teething problems that Storm Stacey and the Batham's Ducati team are going through. You can tell them a little pause here just to make sure I don't say the previous name, because it's very easy to do that. But Michael's saying, you know, we're going through all this hardship and this pain, and will everybody else come along and take our good work away from Motec and get it for nothing? Or do they have to do the same hard work as well? Only time will tell. But Storm crosses the line for another lap. Bike number 79. He was waxing lyrical about his YouTube channel as well. I think he released one. Did he say he released it last night? I think he did. So if he released it last night, that means it will be pretty good, pretty raw. You need to go and grab a quick view of that if you can, as we have a look at the side of the commentary box. A lot of people now starting to come back into the pit lane. Usual Superbike lap 7 hiatus into the pit lane. Yeah, a good few bikes still carrying on, but most of them deciding to head for that pit lane. Kyle Reid, the fastest man, is in. Max Cook is also back in pit lane, as is Lee Jackson and Danny Kent. Danny Kent having a really good test so far, which is great to see. I'm keeping my eyes out the back of the commentary box just to see if we catch a glimpse of Rory Skinner anywhere. He will be making his way back in on the taxi bike, and we'll see, it might even be Ian Parsons who drops him at the back of his Cheshire Moulding garage down there. Thankfully Rory was up on his feet and perfectly okay, but it's all part of testing. These tricky cold conditions that we have. It could be colder though, let's face it. There goes Storm Stacey. One of the prettiest bikes we've seen. Last year's BMW edition for Bathams was lovely, but that Ducati looks even smarter. Looks really, really nice. The way that they have managed to put all the decals and ideas into play. Here comes Skinner now. I'll grab the binoculars and see if we can make sure he's okay. Back of the taxi bike. The taxi bike's provided by Honda UK. Looks like he's on the back of an Africa Twin. And that is Ian that's about to drop him off. So shame for Rory, but I think we're all happy that he's up on his feet and he's okay. So he's back. The question is, how and when does the bike get back? It's a difficult one to get the bike back from the inside of the circuit down there. But where there's a will, there's very much a way. Work for the Cheshire Moulding team to do. There goes the old show across the line, Jason O'Halloran. Great to have Jason back in the factory Honda team, a team where he's spent so much of his time in the past. He was a long-time Superstock rider for them before he moved up into the Superbike class. And I thought when Jason retired, I thought we'd lost him, and I thought we'd lost him a little bit early from our championship and racing when he decided to, not retired, he retired from this and went on to do something else. I thought, you know, there's still unfinished business for the old show. And true to form, he's come back a year later and signed a fresh contract with Honda UK. Now under the team management down there with Scott Hargreaves. After a bit of a swap mid-season last year. I did see Neil Fletcher down there in the pit lane as well. And Honda, good to see them get a bit of an upturn in fortunes. And I think with the second rider in that team, with Ryan Vickers, not saying one's a number one and one's a number two, but just naming them, that's going to be a pretty potent weapon, because Vickers goes to the top of the times at the 128.336. Now, when I spoke with John McGuinness this morning, McGuinness was saying it's such a good vibe down here, you know, it's nice to be in this garage. The bikes look good, they've given them an update, the colour schemes, the decals. He goes, if anything, all we need to do right now is slow Ryan Vickers down, because he was maybe going just that little bit too quick in the testing and the conditions. And you know what, when John was giving me that overview, it almost sounded like John was a team manager. That's what I got from my head. Is that something that McGuinness could maybe go into? Maybe not the most politically correct guy, but I think McGuinness would be a fabulous team manager. Certainly gave an overview of the team and laid it on the line for us, and it was really interesting to hear what he was thinking about. Now, is this Richard Kerr coming at the last corner as we stand up? Put one foot up there. No, that's Eugene McManus. You have to forgive me. The black liveries do kind of catch us out now and again. I do know that is Josh Owens making his way down towards turn number one, as Sylvain Gintoli-Ginters makes his way back into the pit lane as well. A couple of Tag Hondas. One Tag Honda carries on, the other one heads towards the pit lane. Well, Fraser Rogers has been wearing all black all day. And that's Mary Trulove across the pit lane, and it's Charlie Spud-Nesbitt who comes in to the pit lane. I should say Matt Trulove carries on past the pit lane for another lap. And Damon Rees out there as well on the Padgett's by Malenko Honda. So still lots of laps getting done by these guys here, but most of the Superbike guys have done their usual into the pit lane and park it. Don't know what it is with that 7-lap number. That's what we see throughout the course of the year. As the two Honda UK bikes are racing each other in towards turn number one. I think Ryan Vickers just went up the inside of Jason O'Halloran. So whether the team are happy about that or not, the boys seem to be having a lot of fun. good to see so many spectators down there in the Goddard's grandstand as well. Well wrapped up, red noses, hats on, bit chilly, understandable that. But good that they're here on this Good Friday as well. Yeah, the RNG test, the Good Friday RNG official test that we have here. There goes Josh Owens. We spoke with Danger Scouse in the last session. We're down in pit lane, and yeah, he's been a busy boy over the winter. Not a lot of race bike riding, but a lot of enduro riding, and he puts a lot of that on his social media as well. Now, I've just seen the Maxis van making its way across the middle of the circuit down towards the Craner Curves area. That probably means they're away to try and salvage the Rory Skinner Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, and they'll bring that back up and into the paddock area. Well, we've got 43 minutes left to go. Whether they could at least maybe fire the bike up or do something with it, but they won't rush because they have a whole day tomorrow, and they'll probably wonder why Rory crashed. They'll be doing a bit of digging through the old data to make sure everything was A-OK. That's the Osho coming into pit lane. That's Ryan Vickers carrying on. It's funny, Ryan Vickers actually looks a little bit like how Andrew Irwin did last year. The Honda with the yellow flashes, yellow number on the front, yellow boots, yellow flashes on the gloves and the leathers. But his secret weapon down there, Roger Marshall, has got him nice and calm. It's got him in a good place early in the season, and that can only be rather exciting. I mean, last year, Honda didn't have the greatest of years. I think we can all say that. You can't hide results. You can't mask them. They are what they are. There's a few great races from Tommy Bridewell, but just the overall consistency didn't seem to be there too much with the team and the bike. But let's see how they get on in 2026. Celebrating our 30 years of the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli as well. This is their third test session of the RNG official test on Good Friday, and we also have another test day tomorrow before we all get to head home and roll some Easter eggs on Sunday, or eat some Easter eggs if that's your thing. I'm on camera in here now. I'm trying to not do the Easter egg thing. I think that's maybe that's why Stuart's put the camera off here. Try and keep the commentary team slim. Alan hides him for a shocker. I tell you that. The amount of tune he does at that station over the back there with Haribo and everything else. Shall be fun. Here comes Vickers. He's had enough. He's going to ride the bike down pit lane. And the bike is looking cool. Looks very much like the World Superbike and the MotoGP bike, the decals that they've got. And, you know, am I going to say that? It's just good to give it a bit of a refresh, a revamp, as Finlay Arscott carries on for another lap on his Saf Holland Honda. With Big Joe at the helm of that, Joe Richardson. I think the Saf Holland people actually and Joe Richardson have a hospitality box on their way in towards Redgate, if I'm not mistaken. Last year they were definitely doing a charity event there. Here comes Josh Owens in the pit lane as Josh Owens' fan club leaves the spectator area. Danger Scouse rolls in, and they'll be nipping back down. I wonder if we're about to start seeing an Owens blog or a vlog. That's something we might see. Subtitles optional. And there we go. That's the, what have we done, 20 minutes of the session, and just about everybody is now in the pit lane. It's one of these things. They like to come in and they do a bit of a debrief. We've got Ryan Vickers fastest with 7 laps completed. There's Andrew Irwin. He's happy to keep on going. But Vickers fastest, 7 laps complete. Kyle Ryde second place with 6 laps complete. Third was Christian Idden, or is Christian Idden, with 8 laps completed. Max Cook again up there, showing that it's not just a flash in the pan every now and again. That Moto is consistently looking strong, and he finds himself in he finds himself 6 laps deep in 4th place. Fraser Rogers has gone down at McLean's. Ryder is okay. So let's check out the new binoculars and have a look up towards McLean's. That's the corner before you go up towards Coppice. Yep, I can see the bike being wheeled along the tyre wall just now. Fraser's riding along the tyre wall, and he's going to get to ride that back to the pit. So that's good news for Fraser on the Tag Honda. I did say he was all decked out in black RST leathers. He still is. A little bit mud and brown on them now, but maybe in other places as well. But Fraser will bring that bike back in towards the paddock gate. Number 89 has continued. You're not allowed to pick your bike up and just continue. You have to get permission from the actual marshals at that corner. You can also see on the internal CCTV that the Max's van has now loaded up the Rory Skinner Yamaha, and it's going to head back up in towards the paddock. They'll go via the tunnel and they'll head back up. That's still probably about another 10-15 minute operation to get from where it is back to the garage. You take that time away from the 40 minutes that we've got left. If it's 20 minutes, it's a 20-minute look over the bike as Damo Rees comes into the pit lane. And he parks up. The Paget's guys make their way over to have a bit of a look and a word with him. As you say, it's Mitch Rees. There's a flashback. Thinking of our good friend Damo, who unfortunately passed away through illness. Much sadness and much missed. But it's Mitch Rees. Do apologise for that one. Kind of do wish it was Damo, but it's one of these things. Good friend, unfortunately, who passed away through an illness in a very short space of time. But the Pages guy still across there having a bit of a check. Now Max Cook loses a lap time for a course cut as he carries on. And nice clear bit of Donington track. Nobody in front of him, nobody behind him. Just Max Cook and the promoter, KB 998 Rimini. Lovely name. Lovely looking bike as well. Craig Watson was up here saying, just go and stand and look at that swinging arm. Just go and have a look at that area. So I went down and there's that much on that bike that you can actually look at. If it's not the trellis frame at the front which bolts onto the main part of the, I think it's a billet chassis, and then you've got the swinging arm on the back of that, and it's all just so nice. And maybe it's so nice because it's different and it's something that we haven't seen before. But I think a lot of the bikes are looking good this year, looking really, really good and strong. And even the bikes from last year that have been updated for this year, like Andrew Irwin's yellow and blue Met Healthcare with Fonacab Ducati. That's, who'd have thought yellow and blue? Like it a lot. That's Danny Kent crossing the line, and an improvement of 4 places for Danny Kent. Puts himself up into 5th. 128.846 for DK, former Moto 3 world champion. Chatted with him earlier on. His fiancée Laura was across there in the grandstand next to us with Shannon, the sister, Danny's sister that is, for some of the previous session. I could see them watching the live timing. And all working out pretty well for Danny Kent so far. He's just happy he's got a teammate. And I think it's good that he is happy that he's got a teammate, because that's something that you always kind of wonder, how will these guys go with a teammate after being in a one big team for so long? So did Max Cook improve? No, he didn't. But I tell you what, Danny Kent is on a super fast lap now. Purple Shoe sector number 1. 4/10 away from the sector 2 time. That 4/10 would maybe just move him ahead of Max Cook. But this isn't a qualifying session, and I'm getting super excited about times when really what they're out there trying to do is gather some data and just learn. Every time you go on the bike, you've got to learn something. There's no point going out there just to circulate and burn fuel and rubber in this day and age, or any day and age with racing. You've got to learn something. The changes you make in the bike have to be positive, or you have to tell the team if they're negative, and that's something that these riders are very good at. They're very tuned in. Brooksy back in the pit lane, the bad boy. He's had a busy winter. He's done a lot of racing back home in Australia, as Brad Ray drags a leg on the McCann's Yamaha in towards Goddard's. Did he make it? He did. Did look like a rather funny entry angle for me. But crossing the line goes Brad Ray. Where does he move himself to? Well, Brad stays in 9th place. And I said, look, is it a new bike you've got, or is it a bit of an update? He goes, it's a 2025/6 bike. So there's not a lot of mods you can do to the Yamaha. And he says, actually, it's quite an aging bike, but it just works well, and it seems to suit his riding style incredibly well. We saw that when he was with OMG on the on the Grilly Yamaha. That was just, he looked so good on that OMG bike, and he came straight back onto McCams, and before you know it, yeah, some really interesting races last year as Andrew Irwin dives past somebody going in towards turn number 1. Couldn't tell you who that was, but they were just released from the pit lane, and then the blue flags and blue boards went flashing. So I do hope you're having a good time here at the Good Friday Donington Park RNG official test. My name is Duncan Vincent. I do need to apologise if I'm a little bit hoarse. I've been battling a bit of a cold since Wednesday, and it's not man flu, but I do need to man up a little bit. So I do apologise if I'm sounding just that little bit huskier than I would normally sound. If I sound a little bit more like Alan Hyde or Larry Carter, well, that's fine in my book. But Scoop is apparently popping down to see us tomorrow. He'll be coming to pick up his passes. Alan, not so. I don't know when we'll see Alan. But if you're watching on YouTube, you will see Alan over the back of my shoulder on his own camera at Oulton Park. So we will be in sound and vision. Maybe we should get a theme tune for the commentary box there. We could use David Bowie's Sound and Vision. See if Alan's into that. It's always good when we have a young American in a race, and he usually plays that straight off the back of it. But here comes Andrew Irwin again. Another, ooh, nice go, Andrew. Steady, 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 son. I was going to say a nice, long, consistent run, but it lit up the rear tyres. He got out towards the exit curb, and in true Andrew Irwin style, he didn't throttle off at all. And it tied itself in all sorts of knots down the straight. But Andrew, 8th place just now. Only 0.8 of a second away. And his comments about the Ducati, wow, it just feels like a race bike. Love that. And he says that it was the same feeling when he originally got on the B-Wiser Ducati with Paul Bird all those years ago. That's when Andrew actually started his Superbike career. He was teammates to Glenn, if you remember, in the B-Wiser Ducati era. He had his very first test on that at Knockhill. Of all places to have his test, he could have probably maybe found a nice wide, flat, open circuit with some flowing corners. No, Birdie brought him to Knockhill. If you ride it there, you'll ride it anywhere, was Paul Bird's exact words to the man himself. And Andrew did just that. And you know what? He grabbed it with both hands and never looked back. Hence the reason he's still very much a Superbike rider with great ambitions. Interesting to see what he gets on this year. 10th place improvement, if you're looking at the timing screens there, for Leon Haslam on the number 91 Moto Rapido Ducati. And that was Joe Talbot crossing the line, going up 1 position as well. Front row Joe. Bit of learning to do this year. Eugene McManus crosses the line. He's 19th. Where is Rhys Irwin? Well, he's 17th, so they're right beside each other again. And looking pretty good is Eugene McManus. I was impressed when I saw the news that he was stepping up into the British Superbike Championship with Pirelli. Surprised because I thought you might have done it through the own team, the MMB team. But I suppose that's a good way of maybe taking away some of the cost. Put Eugene into Hawk Honda, who are delighted to have him. I think Steve Hickens very happy with what we got there. And yeah, why not? Max Cook on a good lap. Fastest of anybody through sector number 1. Personal best sector number 2. Personal best sector number 3. We try and see Max Cook. He's just going out the back of the commentary box down towards the Melbourne Loop. The legs dangling off the side of the bike as he brakes and gets it back to the apex. Let's see, does he pick it up? Yep. Accelerates from the Melbourne Loop up towards the crest of Goddard's, and his personal best again. This could be a new fastest time for the man about to leave Goddard's on the number 30 Bimota, the AGN Steelstock Bimota. Here he comes. Does he go to the top of the times in the RNG test? Max Cook enters the game and goes second by 0.08 of a second. Vickers, Cook and Ride. But that looked good. Max looked really, really on form there. Bimota's arrived. Here we go. We saw them fastest in session number 1, and we've seen good steady progress from both bikes through this test. It is a little bit sad that nobody decided to pick up the Kawasaki's, the ZX-10RRs from the FSC team. They could have been really good bikes for another team to have run for a year, but I suppose another angle of that, it's maybe good for the AGN Steelstock FS3 team that they haven't given away all their engines. They've still got motors that they can use in that KBB 998 Rimini. Here comes Christian Eden into the last corner. Quietly going about his business, as Christian Eden does. That Senkat Yamaha does look really, really nice. It was a bit of a surprise when he left FS3. I don't think many people saw that coming. He had a good year on the Kawasaki. We saw him pick up victory at Assen. Should have probably been 3 victories at Assen the way he was riding. The bike suited the track. Christian goes so well there. It was a bit damp as well, and you know, he's so good. But Christian finds himself in 4th just now. But it was an eyebrow-raising moment. But then you have to look at kind of the story of it. He says he's not going to be a superbike rider forever. This is maybe a chance to throw your leg over a bike which is winning championships consistently. And these chances don't come around too often. So I think it was a difficult decision for him as well to leave FS3 because he felt at home there. And did he know about the Moto project coming up? Well, maybe he didn't know about that, or maybe he did. Even saying that, he probably wanted to go with something that was proven. And the chance to jump on the Senkat Yamaha with the Chris Barnes team. An opportunity far too good for Christian to turn down. And we wish him the best of luck. Wish that team the best of luck as well, because Senkat are across quite a few championships. Sportbike, Super Sport and Superbike. We don't have a Superstock, not yet anyway. That may be due. There's maybe something in the pipeline. But remember, they were also in Talent Cup at one point as well with Charlie Barnes. So it's a busy old time. Leon Haslam gazumps Christian Eden. He goes 1 place ahead of him as we have a little watch of that on our timing screens. If you are watching the live timing, hello as well. Do hope you're enjoying this new sound and vision format that we're bringing you. You can still listen to us normally. You can still listen to us on Donington's FM frequency, which is 94.3. You can also listen to us trackside if you're out there. That's what we're doing, bringing it to you guys nice and loud. And this new stream is something that was put to myself over the winter. And then you think, well, I need to try and make sure I'm kind of slim enough and have a shave in the morning. And we do get some really interesting guests in the commentary point as well. And that's another great thing. When we get the interesting guests, and that's where you really want that camera. You know, when you get a John McGuinness or the World Superbikes, we used to get a Tommy Bridewell coming to commentate with us. Or, you know, we've had all sorts of superstars. Troy Corsa joined us at Brands Hatch, Charlie Boorman. And that's where you're looking for that little camera. Just picks them up, lets everybody see them. And, yeah. BSB Radio with Kawasaki, once again, back for another year, back for 2026. Into the pit lane comes the Pocket Rocket. After a good run, Christian Eden goes top of the times though. Wow. A 128.285, 500ths of a second faster than the Vicar. Ryan Vickers finds himself demoted to second place. He won't be bothered about that though. The top, well, apart from Christian Eden, the top 9 are all in the pit lane, in the pit boxes. Maybe having just a little bit of heat with only 25 minutes of this session to go. That's a lap from Christian Eden. I did see a couple of personal bests come up, but very, very strong. And he'll be happy about that. So that change that the team made to what looked like the pivot point on, if they can do that, just maybe put in a different spacer or something, but there was they weren't letting me see what they were doing in the garage, but I could kind of get a grips of it. But Christian again on a good lap here, fastest of anybody through the middle part of the lap. We wait on him coming through. There's the Senkat Yamaha now, down towards the bottom of the Melbourne Loop. Good few spectators on the way in and on the way out as the Yamaha picks itself up and fires it out there. Looks really, really strong, and it looks nice in Leighton House green. Or Senkat green, I suppose it is, isn't it? Here he comes again. What can we do? Well, 128.285 crosses the line. 128.462. So loses just a tiny, tiny chunk on the way in and through the Melbourne Loop. Now remember I told you about Rory Skinner's bike. That's it, just been dropped back off with 24 minutes of this session to go. So it'd be at this point I'd be saying, Larry, head down to that garage, have a little look in that garage and tell me what you can see. But I don't think it'd be too much of a rush to get that bike put back together. Wes joins us back in the commentary point. As if everybody has a little look in the camera, Wes can give it away. This is Wes's brainchild. Let's say this man's put it all together. He's the IT guru at MSV. And yeah, it's not often things work absolutely perfectly on the very first day that you install it, but it has. So kudos to that man, Wes. Fabulous, fabulous job. As we see Jason O'Halloran once again back into Goddard's, the last corner on the circuit. The O-Show accelerates hard out of Goddard's and crosses the line. Finds himself in 15th place. I would think that Honda have taken two different paths here for these riders. We've got Ryan Vickers in 2nd place. We've got Jason O'Halloran in 15th place. So maybe just two slightly different setups as Christian Eden again comes out off the last corner and heads across the line. So with 23 minutes to go, I'm going to disappear just for a couple of minutes and come back. So don't go too far. We'll leave it just on the timing screen just now. So here we're back again at, try again. So here we're back again at Donington Park for the official R&G test. This is day number 1 of our Good Friday test today, and it's over the Easter holiday weekend. So a lot of people were travelling yesterday when I was coming down the road. It's possibly one of the busiest Thursdays I've ever seen. And then Radio 2 reminded me, the Easter holiday, lots of people on the roads heading away for the break. I thought, that's why I'm stopped on the M6 in a place I've never been stopped before. Happens to the best of us. But we need to keep our eyes on Bradley Ray, because he is about to put a lap which will move him from 8th up to possibly the fastest time of the session. Brad on a bit of a mission on the McCann's Yamaha. If we can pick him up in towards Goddard's just now, I think. He won't be far away from there. Here he comes now, out the last corner. Accelerates across the line. Where does Bradley Ray go? Yes, he goes to the top of the times, and he puts a whole 2.5 tenths into everybody else. Ray, Eden and Vickers now your top 3. So all change there. Purple first and second sector for Bradley Ray, and then a couple of personal bests across the board after that. So interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much, Wes. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm also noticing that Rory Skinner actually crashed on his out lap, so he hadn't even done a lap. And he got to just going through Craner Curves, 113 miles per hour through the speed trap, and then slid off at that point. So that would tell me, you'd have to think that would be a cold tyre, and a great shame for Rory. He'll be thinking about what's going on there. He's a pretty deep thinker, Rory, and he will try and analyse everything, as these guys all do. You know, they're all professional racers, and they want to know exactly how everything happened. And everything happens usually because of something else. Here comes Ryan Vickers out of the last corner. Vickers 11 laps into this run. Ray and Eden have both done 14 laps. That's is that the most on the board? In fact, Joe Talbot with 16 laps, 15 for Rhys Irwin, 18 for Matty Truelove, but he is on a stock bike. And remember, the last 12 minutes of this session are for superbikes only. I'm thinking that was a new tyre run for Bradley Ray there, because he did a really, really hot lap, and he's backed it off by 2 seconds there, just to see if he can maybe bring the tyre back, maybe go for another hot lap, and see what this new tyre is able to reward the riders with if they look after it. That's the whole part of it. You've got to try and look after the rubber that's underneath you. That was front row Joe Talbot. Where does he go? He goes up 7 places into 7th, 6/10 of a second away. Game on in AGN Steelstock FS3 garage. That's for sure. Max Cook with a 128.425. Joe Talbot with a 128.681. 2 riders very, very close together track-wise. And Bradley Ray is set another, So that fast lap Bradley did, and then the kind of cooler lap, lost a couple of seconds on it. He's now gone purple, sector 1 and sector 2. Drifted away by 0.2 of a second through the latter part of the lap, as we see him hit the brakes going in towards the Melbourne Loop. Big, long downhill braking section in towards there. Really takes a lot out of the riders and the bikes as they accelerate them back up. Pick a braking point in towards Goddard. You've got to hope that the bike keeps his back wheel on the ground there. And the weight transfer in that Yamaha looked really, really nice. Dives at the front, but doesn't dive too quickly, which picks up the back wheel. This could be another fastest lap of the session. It is. 127.838 for Bradley Ray. 127.838. 0.4 of a second clear of anybody else. Party time. Good stuff for Brad Ray and the McCann's team. McCann's making their way back to, is it their spiritual home with the Raceways Yamaha team? It probably is. That was Joe Talbot crossing the line once again. He stays in 7th place. Putting together a really good run of laps, is Joe Talbot. I think we all knew he was a superbike rider anyway, and he was due to get his superbike launch, if you could call it that, with Alan Gardner and the OMG team, but that unfortunately all went a little bit west when the OMG team unfortunately lost their operating budget, and Joe was left kind of high and dry but he was picked up very late in the day by Dave Binch and the 3B construction team. Put him on a super sport bike, and yeah, he's never looked back. Never looked back since. And we even saw him last year. Was it last year he did Superbike and Super Sport in the one day? So he ended up doing 5 races, 3 Superbikes, and then 2 Super Sport. Now that looks like, is that Luke Hedger, or is that Luke Hedger's scooter? We'll come back to that. I thought Hedger would have been on track. Yes, he is on track, so it's not Luke Hedger. Hedger 14th, by the way. And Brooksy comes up 8 places. Josh Brooks goes into 5th. Good lap that for Brooksy. Gets himself up 8 places, 128.463. Joe Talbot certainly is putting the laps in this test. 19 laps. He's going to be the first rider to clock 20 laps in a session. And while Joe's doing that, gaining valuable data, man that's done 7 laps only finds himself in 6th place, defending reigning champion on his road bike. Has gone fastest of anybody through Sector 2, and personal best the other sector. So Kyle Ryde is on a mission here. You see him dragging the Kyle Ryde leg in towards the Melbourne Loop. He's got just ahead of him Josh Brooks, but far enough ahead. That Ducati does accelerate so well up that hill, and it sounds good. This could be a new fastest lap of the session coming out of the last corner. And he does. Kyle Ryde, 127.647. A 1/10 of a second up the road from everybody else on the Ducati V4 Panigale, the 2026 model. Interesting. And does he keep that run going? He goes through Craner curves. He looks like he's backed it off quite a bit. 20 seconds, he's a couple of seconds away from where he would want to be. Brooksy, though, personal best through the Craner curves. And it looks like he's in a happy place now in that Dow Honda. I have to say the working together for a year with Ben Stafford, his crew chief, and starting to understand how each other's personalities work. And that's a big part of it. You know, you've got to build a relationship with your crew chief. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, you know, but you look back at crew chief and rider relationships in the past, you think of Valentino Rossi and Jeremy Burgess. You know, they gelled so well together, and they went through so many winning years. It's the same in this paddock as well. I said it earlier on, I was talking about the Honda garage when Spider, the crew chief for Andrew Urban, and I instinctively went to Andrew Urban, even though he's with Ryan Vickers. So, you know, these guys very much part and parcel of each other, and they will all live it, that's for sure. And the crew chief striving for greatness just as much as the rider is, and we look at that as well, and we kind of see, like, you know, the way that Kyle Ryde has Shannon Etheridge in his corner. They kind of gel, they click, they get it, they just understand how each other works, and that's a big part of it. That's Fraser Rogers back in. Remember, Fraser had a slight slip-off at McLean's earlier on. Hasn't slowed the boy down, that's for sure. 18th place just now, 2.2 seconds away, but work to do. You may notice, if you're watching on the live stream, just over the back of my shoulder, there's a man lurking in the corner wearing full Honda gear and luminous headset. This is Roger Marshall. So great to see Roger working with Ryan Vickers. We've got a camera here, so you can give it a wave. Give the camera a bit of a wave here, Roger. There we go. We're live streaming on YouTube, so Roger Marshall very much in the Ryan Vickers camp. He usually comes to almost every commentary box in the UK, stands in the back and has a little bit of a watch of things that are going on, watches his rider and watches other riders as well to see if they're doing something different from his. So an experienced man, very, very experienced man, we've got to say. As back into the pit lane. Was it the pit lane? Yeah, pit in for Kyle Ryde. So he's gone out there. He's put a fast lap in, and here Ryan Vickers now leaves his pit box, makes his way down towards the exit of pit lane. Ray, Eden, Haslam and Vickers down to 4th place, or, well, is it down to 4th place? It's come up 19 places, it says, but that's Ryan now starting an out lap for us. Max Cook finds himself in 6th place. Then Josh Brooks, Danny Kent. Let's take a look at the stock guys, because their session, their day's now finished. If they were invited into this, they'll now be parked up. Josh Owens ended fastest in the selected stock riders for this class, alongside Mary Truelove and Luke Mossy, with Finlay Arscott and Mitch Rees in 25th place. So Josh Owens 20th overall. It's pretty good running for Josh Owens, that. Look at that, 2.9 seconds away from the fastest time that we have. And what have we got left? Yes, 7 minutes of the session remaining. A nice text message. You talk about crew chiefs and then one text you. How cool is that? Ryan Rainey. Ryan, it's good to know you're listening. We'd love to get a visit from you tomorrow. Feel free. Just do me a favour and bring up the Hall Soothers, would you? I'll get the Lemsip. I'm a little bit struggling. You probably won't come in now, will you? But no, it'd be good to catch up with Rainbow as he's coming on, as Max Cook goes P2 on the Bimota. 127.714 for Max Cook on the Bimota. That's moving. 0.06 of a second away from the fastest time for their first official test in the BSB at this RNG test. That's eyebrow moving stuff, that. Interesting. There'll be a lot of people talking about that tonight, actually, I would imagine. But it is testing. That's what everybody will tell us. It's, there's nothing to get too excited about. We're just spinning laps, getting settings dialed in. But yeah, we know more than that. Thought I'd better quickly text Ryan Rainey back. Didn't want to be rude. Did that send? No, it didn't. So a lot of riders have decided to come into the pit lane for the very tail end of this session. Storm Stacey carries on now, and Storm Stacey carries on regardless to try and make sure that he gets as much data as he can in that Ducati. And great to see Batham's here with effectively two 2026 Ducatis in that garage. And to make that manoeuvre from the BMWs that they were on for quite some time and then come across towards Ducati, it's interesting. That was Ryan Vickers crossing the line, and that was a 129.287 for Ryan as he heads off through Redgate, Hollywood, in towards the Craner Curves, where he's going through as we watch the internal CCTV feed. There's Christian Eden also crossing the line. So a little flurry of activity towards the end of this session. But it's still Kyle Reid, top of the times, but only by 0.06 of a second. That is a big lap put in there by the AGN Steelstock FS3 Bimota of Max Cook and his teammate as well. So Bimota second and 9th. There's only 4 of these bikes in the world. You have to remember that. There's 2, no, maybe 6. The World Superbike team will have 2 each, or 4, I should say. 2 riders will have 2 each. And then there's the 2 in the UK. It's a proper full factory effort. And it shows you the commitment from Bimota and the commitment from Kawasaki. You know, we keep saying that Kawasaki do own Bimota, so there's a big influence from Kawasaki themselves to promote the brand that they also bought. But then again, they maybe don't want the Kawasaki's on track, like I said earlier on. They maybe don't want to race against the ZX10RR because then it's not really doing anybody any good if it beats it. So yeah, it's an interesting point. There goes Ryan Vickers across the line. 131. So Ryan knocked a lot off that lap. He went a lot slower. Maybe try and bring the tyre back towards him before he goes for a push. There goes Andrew Irwin across the line. Where's Andrew? He's in 11th place, just outside the top 10. But looking good. O'Halloran, teammate to Ryan Vickers, comes up 1 place into 15th now. And still with 2 minutes 50 seconds off the final Superbike session of the day. The laps are furiously getting put in. Now there was a threat of rain on a weather forecast, but thankfully it really hasn't come to anything, and it's actually, apart from the wind, it has been a lovely day for our Good Friday test. But the wind is a talking point, that's for sure. I know that it's going to get a whole lot worse over the course of the weekend up north, but that's not going to affect us because we're only here Thursday and Friday. As Fraser Rogers chases across the line Storm Stacey. Max Cook is on another hot lap. He's gone fastest of anybody through the first sector, and it's just drifted away ever so slightly going through sector number 2. Then he's done a personal best, so he only needs to find a small amount to put him back towards the top of the times as we wait for him to come through the Melbourne Loop area. There's the Moto. It's the brakes going in towards the last corner. And what can Max Cook do for the FS3 team here? Out of the last corner, guns towards the line. No improvement in time or position, but a good strong lap. And here comes Andrew Irwin as well. Andrew Irwin up 5 places to just outside the top 5 and 6th. Good run for Andrew Irwin on that Met Healthcare. Number 7 slipped off at Goddard's. Rider okay. That's Ryan Vickers, unfortunately. So Ryan was out there push, but unfortunately has just slipped off at Goddard's. He will get to ride that back. That's probably why Roger Marshall has exited a hasty retreat from the commentary box, and he'll head back down to the Honda UK garage. So into the last 50 seconds of this session. That was Storm Stacey. Fraser Rogers, well, he brings himself back into pit lane. And I would like to say there are more bikes on track than in pits, but that's not the case. There's more in the pit lane for this last hour session today for the 2026 30th anniversary edition of the British Superbike Championship. There goes Bradley Ray across the line. He's chased by Eugene McManus. Change of leathers for Eugene. Interesting. Maybe feels comfier in the old MMB leathers. We'll have to watch Max Cook though. He's on another bit of a lap here as we get Jason O'Halloran across the line. Here comes Max Cook now. Would love to end the day fastest if he could. But it's a 1:27.844. So just on the wrong side of where he would want to be. Checker flag now flies. So will Max have another push lap in him, or will he have done enough in his eyes to warrant that? Who knows, Darren Fry may even take them out for a meal tonight. He might get dessert after being so strong in the testing. But it's Kyle Reid who is fastest overall, and he's got the stock tag next to his name because that's a bit of a different bike he's on. But Kyle Reid fastest by 0.06 of a second. So top technical BSB bike out there is, yeah, the Moto. He tops the times. Here comes Storm Stacey. 12th place for Storm Stacey. Checker flag 1.3 seconds away. A lot of good, valuable laps put down by that young man today. And yeah, he's up against it. He's got a lot of work to do, but he's never let his smile go. He's always still had the smile there. So that's great to see Storm doing a fabulous professional job for the Batham's Ducati team. Reid, Cook, Ray, Iden, Haslam, your top 5. As Brad Ray takes a checker flag, Josh Brooks takes a checker flag. Andrew Irwin, a good 6th place with Ryan Vickers in 7th. Slipped off right towards the end of that session at Goddard's. Brooksy comes home in 8th place ahead of Danny Kent and Joe Talbot. Good running from Joe Talbot. Very, very impressive stuff. Max Cook now takes a checker flag and rounds off his session. 21 laps completed for Max Cook. That is the most out of anybody, well, apart from Chris Sheridan, sorry, crosses the line there and does 22 laps. But there we go. That's the end of the Superbike testing. There are still 2 other sessions to go. I'm going to take a little bit of a break between one of those just to try and give the voice a little bit of a rest. Still struggling a little bit here. But it's great that you've been here. Thank you very much. Remember, there's 2 sessions. Don't head off anywhere. But Kyle Wright tops that one on the stock bike. But Max Cook, the promoters have very much arrived. Well, the last 15 minutes of this session, unfortunately, a red flag popping out there just towards the end. And a great shame, but the track needs to be checked over, that's for sure. And let's give you a run through of how the positions are all sitting right now, because it's Ash Beach who's fastest in this Quattro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Ash Beach fastest from Jack Bednarek, and then first of the Supersports, well, it would only be Jack Kennedy, and it is. Then Cam Dixon in 4th place ahead of Oliver Barr. Then John McGuinness, 6th fastest overall, a 1:32.204. 50-odd years old, and he'll probably want to kick me in the shins for saying that, but going faster than the likes of Ben Curry, Richard White, Dean Harrison, Freddie Barnes, Dan Brooks, Lee Johnson, Ricardo Brink, Eduardo Colombi, Declan Connell, Harry Truelove. That's a pretty impressive run for John McGuinness on bike number 5, the living legend that he certainly is. But yeah, fantastic stuff. So red flag, unfortunately, popping out there, and we shouldn't be too far away. Last 14 minutes of this session, which has been quite interesting to watch. Jack Kennedy does seem like he's got a bit of a grasp on the Supersport side of things, but we'll have to look at the Superstock side as well. Ash Beach, I mean, what can you say about that man? He's been around quite a long time, Ash Beach, but the Jones Dolan Racing BMW man puts himself on top of the times as the green flags now fly. I think that was maybe to get Zach Corduroy back to medical centre. He did walk away from the slip-off that he had going through Goddard's, but it looked like he was holding his wrists, or he's maybe helping a collarbone out. So Zach Attack has been brought back to the medical centre, which is lovely. No taxi bikes in that area, so just quickly bring them back in the back of the ambulance, and then we can all start it again. And that's exactly what we're doing. We have got 13 minutes of this session still to go as the riders make their way down pit lane, but still I'm absolutely flabbergasted by John McGuinness being 6th fastest overall, and being, what's he, 1, 2, 3, the 4th Superstock bike. The 4th stock bike is John McGuinness. That's quite something, actually. That really is, really is. Look a little bit further down, Ryan Campion just outside the top 20, sorry, in 20th with Barry Burrell beside him. Sam Cox, commentary box favourite, Housewife's favourite as well. Sam got a lot of likes when he was up here in the commentary box, so he's very much still in the mix as well, down there in 22nd place. But a phased return to racing, Sam was telling us, and he doesn't want to run before he can walk. Yes, the leg's good, but there's one thing being physically fit that he is, healing wise. It's another thing when you actually have to be bike fit. That's something that he will take a little bit of time to get back into that area. Jeff Van Calster's in the stock class this year. He steps up from Supersport. Remember, he was I think he was on the Bart racing team last year, if I'm not mistaken, if that rings rightly in my head. But Jeff Van Calster, he's in 24th place. And James McManus, what's James? Just in 26th place, just ahead of Harvey Claridge. Cam Hall down there as well. These guys just getting some good mileage, and just good to be part of the official test when you're here, because it's what you want to be doing. So 12 minutes of track time left today for the Quattro Group British Supersport and for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Got to say though, that sun, as bright as it is, streaming inside the Donington Park commentary box windows, I can almost not see the timing screens. I wonder what it's like as you're riding down towards Reggie or down towards that Melbourne loop. That sun will be a tricky one in your eyes, and probably something that's going to require a bit of a visor change. You don't want a wardrobe malfunction with a visor, that's for sure, but you don't want to be squinting yourself at these kinds of speed. James McManus is a bit of a wobble out of the last corner, but he crosses the line with Josh Bannister very much in tow. And just back to that Zach Corduroy slip-off, number 11 off at Goddard's up to the medical centre. The XMT Triumph that Zach is on this year. Be interesting to see how that does unfold. Let's hope that Zach's not done any damage to himself and he will be okay to get going again. So welcome you back to the live stream. If you're watching via YouTube, you'll see just how bright the sun has become in the commentary box now. Whether you can see that and pick that up on the camera. But temperature rising as well with the sun bursting through the windows, which is quite nice. I can tell it's not like that outside with these riders having to deal with slightly colder conditions. And as I did mention, a fairly bright sun right in their eyes. So with some 10 minutes to go, still smiling the fact that my good mate and first man to ever lap by Le Mans TT at 130 miles an hour is in 6th overall in this session. Really is it's quite something that. John is still very much committed to the course and never ever stops. He's got his son Ewan down there in the garage as well, doing a little bit on the spanners for him. And John McGuinness and Ewan McGuinness inside that garage. There's Dan Brooks. He comes up 10 places now. And Dan Brooks puts a 131.578 in. I know that'll cheer up, or make cheer up. It doesn't need cheered up, but it'll please Roger from Master Mac and Steve Hicken, I would imagine. Roger from Master Mac has got a very unique nickname for Dan Brooks. Definitely not going to see it on BSB with Kawasaki key options. Definitely not going to see it on the live stream. If you know who Roger from Master Mac is, or if you know Dan Brooks, go and ask Dan. He'll tell you, or anybody down there might tell you. It's yeah, it's one that the friends have got between each other, that's for sure. But Dan Brooks, a good lap for Dan there to put himself only 4/10 away from the back of Ash Beach, ahead of Jack Bednarek, and then Jack Kennedy. Look at that, puts the super sport bike between them all at the top. Beach, Kennedy, Brooks, Bednarek, Dixon, Barr, McGuinness. McGuinness gets shuffled down 1 place to 7th. If he can finish the session inside the top 10, I will put my hand in my pocket and go and buy that man a cold beer, because that is a pretty impressive lap. Carter Brown now comes up inside the top 10. Carter Brown goes 7th on the second of the 3B Construction Binge Pro Bikes. A teammate Carter Brown this year with Oliver Barr. I got Carter Brown's ride mixed up with Spiatella, Eduardo Colombi's ride mixed up, but yeah, I do apologise for that, as we have just a quick look down at the note. What else do we have out there? Freddie Barnes ahead of Lee Johnson. That's quite a talking point, actually. Freddie Barnes to be ahead of Lee Johnson. The Sencat triumphs both together on the timing screens and on track. And that's all part of Chris Barnes' philosophy. Lee Johnson's there to kind of help guide that team to maybe bring on the youngsters, because the General has been there, seen it and done it. That's one of our lovely Yamahas, the Ben Curry R9 crossing the line. It goes through and it does look really, really tidy. Lovely, lovely little R9 that, and it sounds just so good through the commentary box windows. And Jack Kennedy now goes fastest of anybody in this session. 130.966. 130.966 for Jack Kennedy. 10th of a second faster than Ash Beach. Harry Truelove gets himself up 13 places as well. Remember what I said about buying McGuinness a pint if he finished inside the top 10? Well, he's now slipped down to 9th place. He is on an outlap. I do hope that Ewan hasn't told him I would do that. But let's see how he gets on anyway. Let's see what happens. Cam Dixon in a good 6th place. Now, remember, we saw Cam last year, and he was trying to campaign the Yamaha for quite some time, Cam Dixon, and we were just thinking it wasn't really working. And it's a great shame, because he's a long-time campaigner on that Yamaha. As soon as he threw his leg over a Honda, bang, there he went. He was so much faster, so much more in tune with the bike. And that's what we've seen from the get-go with Cam Dixon. So, very interesting. Even if he did try and run me over in the pit lane when I was having a chat with Bradley Ray earlier on, and he'll think that's quite funny, will Cam. But no doubt we'll be able to have a word with him later on. McGuinness has now slipped to 10th place because Ben Curry has gone ahead up into 8th. The pair of McCann's Supersport Yamahas, piloted by Harry Truelove and Ben Curry. Both coming good now. And who else has just slipped up there? Dean Harrison. Wow, good lap for Dino. Up 5 places into 7th, which squeezes John just outside that top 10. So my £4.50 is probably safe in my pocket. Still an amazing run for John, who's a pretty late addition to the actual test. Popped himself into the Honda garage. It was busy enough down there. Then McGuinness arrives with the Superstock bike and tries to get in. But yeah, Scott Hargreaves and the guys more than happy to accommodate John. Here he comes out in the last corner now, crossing the line. 1:33.7 for John, so a little bit away from where he has been. Whether he's building, I mean, it's just track time for John at this stage of his career. He doesn't need to be setting fast laps. He doesn't need to be setting the place alight. He just wants to be on a bike. He wants to be riding that bike as much as he possibly can. It's his Superstock Honda that he will race on the Isle of Man TT, and you can't compete with laps and being bike fit and doing more and more miles. A very Harvey Claridge-esque moment out of the last corner. He was rodeo riding that up the exit curb. There's somebody sliding off into my view. Let me see who that is. Number 73. That could be Jack Maffei on the Astro GGR Hippo Suzuki. He ever so gracefully slid into my view on his side. And he's already picked the bike up by the time the Port West Race Safe Marshals get there. They give it the once over and tell him to head straight towards the pit lane. And Jack doesn't do that. Now, I'm quite surprised at that. I think he kind of lost the message in translation there. I would expect him to get brought in after that little misdemeanor. There's one thing falling off, but you would expect to... You expect the marshals to have sent him into the pit lane. I think they probably did, but I think maybe Jack just didn't hear that. Here comes McGuinness out the last corner. Any improvement, John? 1:33.1. Well, he's getting faster, that's for sure, but he's about a second away from where he has been. So with only 3 minutes of the session to go, just get some laps in. Just get some laps in and see what you can do. Impressive run for Jack Kennedy. You would expect that from Jack as well, to come back here with the Honda Racing, Honda UK CBR 600RR. Lovely little bike when you get up close to it. Really, really well put together bike. And Jack Kennedy seems to extract the absolute maximum from that bike every time he's on it. Good lap for Ben Curry as well. He goes into 3rd. So Kennedy, Beach and Curry. Now the top 3 with Harry Truelove, Dan Brooks, Jack Bednarek, Cam Dixon, Dean Harrison, Oliver Barr, Carter Brown, and then John McGuinness. He's just ahead of Richard White, Eduardo Colombi in 13th place. Some would say that's unlucky, but in Italy, number 13 is a very lucky number. There you go. And then Freddie Barnes, 14th, still ahead of Lee Johnson in 15th. Ricardo Brink in 16th place on bike 18, and Jamie Davies, who wasn't meant to be here actually. He was listed as a non-starter. But yeah, he's actually out there. That was the first thing that I got told yesterday by the timekeepers downstairs. Richard Evans said, you can mark Jamie Davies off your entry list. He's a non-starter. I thought, okay, boss, no problem. How times change. So Jamie Davies out there, stepping back from Superbike into Supersport with the XMT Racing, teammate to Zach Corduroy and I suppose Zach Shelton. And he's just ahead of number 33 Rapid Honda's rider Declan Connell. Declan Connell has Ben Luxton in 19th behind him on bike number 99. And then Jeff Van Calster is in 20th, rounding out the top 20. 1.5 minutes to go, just outside the top 20, Ryan Campion, Paul Beaker. And James McManus on the MMB Ducati Supersport, remember. Here at Barry Burrell, Sam Cox. Cox is still down in 25th place. Jack Mahaffey is there as well, and somebody has slipped off. I think that is up at Coppice. Let's get the binocs and have a little bit of a look. It's a long, long way away. But I can tell you that Marshall's very much in the gravel. Is that Harry Truelove off of McCam's Coppice? No, it's not. Calm down, Duncan. Calm down. It's not. It's Cameron Hall off the G&S Racing Kawasaki. Number 40 faller at Coppice. That's a great shame for Cam Hall. A great shame for Cam Hall, who finds himself in the gravel trap late in the day with only, 40 seconds to go. Just not what you're wanting to do. Yeah, there you go. The team run off the pit wall back towards the garage. The wind definitely picking up now, because the CCTV camera zoomed in on that one, was almost unable to hold its focus with all the wind buffeting about. Down towards the bottom of the Melbourne Loop goes Jack Kennedy, one of the Honda CBR 600s. It's difficult to tell him and Dino apart last year because they both had blue helmets on. And you know what? They've both got blue helmets this year as well. But Dean kind of throws his head up, slightly different from Jack, as they come towards the braking phase. Kennedy crosses the line, and who was that went straight on? Was that? Yeah, that was a McCam Yamaha. So Harry Truelove this time. Harry decided to go for the scenic route in through Goddard's. Got the bike turned and went away again. But checker flag now does fly. But yeah, it's quite difficult to tell Kennedy and his teammate Dean Harrison apart. Both on the same bike, obviously. Both with a blue helmet. Dean's slightly lighter shade of blue than Jack Kennedy. It's all very well. You're maybe screaming saying they're different numbers. But it's very difficult to tell that from the commentary box when they're doing 100 and whatever mile an hour past you. But you can watch the way that Dean Harrison brakes. He kind of throws his head up a lot more violently than Jack Kennedy does. But yeah, that's the nuances of how commentators maybe try and distinguish two riders who look very similar. But Kennedy's fastest at the end of that Quattro Group British Supersport session, with the Pirelli National Superstock Championship runners as well. Jack Kennedy fastest on Supersport, and Ash Beach once again fastest on the Jones Dorland BMW. Ben Curry second in Supersport, and Dan Brooks second in Stock. And then in third place for Supersport, Harry Truelove. So both McCams R9s up there in the top three. And third in the actual Superstock class goes to Jack Bednarek. Impressive run for those guys. Dean Harrison was 7th overall, Cam Dixon 8th overall, Oliver Barr 9th, Carter Brown 10th. My beer money is safe in my pocket. John McGuinness just outside that top 10. But what a great run for McGuinness to be 11th fastest in that session. Only 1.2 seconds away from the time of Jack Kennedy and 1.1 seconds away from the fastest stock time. That really is a great run for John McGuinness. He'll be happy with that one. He's ahead of Richard White in 12th, Eduardo Colombi 13th, Freddie Barnes, Lee Johnson, Ricardo Brink, Jamie Davis, Declan Connell up to 18th place ahead of Ben Luxton, and in 20th, Jeff Van Kalster. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with the remainder of the last session in just a couple of minutes. So here we come back for the last 20 minutes of this session for the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. And, well, he sent me a text message earlier on saying, I just want to say hi. And it's nice to hear you talking about me saying nice things. And Cam Dawson is delivering in this session by being top of the times and doing it with some spectacular 0.4 of a second in his pocket over everybody else. I'll stop myself again and say, yes, but it's only testing, Duncan. But it doesn't matter, it's still good. Impressive for the young man to be that high up there, or to be leading the way on a new bike with a new team is fabulous. So Cam Dawson from Alfie Davidson and Zach Shelton with Charlie Atkins and Alistair Seeley. Now I got given a little bit of background on Alistair Seeley, which was always nice. And I need to thank Ian Barr for that. 3B Construction decided to give the wee wizard a go at the Northwest 200 on the Ducati V2, which is clearly what the team do best. But I've got to say, they were talking about it, and then all of a sudden they mentioned there was an Aprilia there, and they could also ride that. So the team collected it, and they got to work. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're not getting into road racing. It's definitely a one-off, and that's coming from the horse's mouth. That's coming from 3B himself. Ian Barr, that is not something that they're going to do. It's just a one-off to try and see if they can help Alistair out, give him a bit of a boost. I think Dave Binch has got enough on his plate trying to run the likes of Oliver Barr and this year Carter Brown and focus on a full British Championship. But doing the roads is just a one-off. But it's great to see that. It's great to see that Ian's helping Alistair out. And you know, Alistair Seeley, he can ride almost anything, can't he? He really can. I would just love if Ian Barr is listening to this, and you know, how's about just seeing if Seeley could finish the season, or could he do the whole season in sport bike? That would truly put a cat amongst the pigeons, and it would be fabulous to see. So there you go. Hope you heard that, Ian. We'll see where that goes. Alistair Seeley currently sitting in 6th place on his sport bike at 8/10 of a second, or almost 9/10 of a second away from Cam Dawson's fastest lap. He's got Aidan Davey hot on his heels, and he has got Lewis Smart and then Kieran Kent. Kieran Kent's having a really, really good test, which is what we like to see. So many seasons can be almost make or break at this time of the year. We've seen Zach Shelton go down. We've seen Zach Cordoy go down and end up going away with a bit of a sore wrist or a sore arm. And you know, it's types of things like that you hurt yourself a little bit in the early parts of testing, and before you know it, you could be in all sorts of trouble. Rhys Stevenson in 10th place, and that's where he's been for quite some time in this session, actually. And it's good to see Rhys Stevenson very much still in the mix in Rocket Racing. And he's just ahead of bike number 79, which is Harley McCabe. And he's back with Fibertech Aprilia by MLav Racing. So a year with Matt Bainbridge at Rapid Honda, and that's now come to an end for Harley McCabe. He now finds himself very much at home, kind of almost back where it all started for him in this paddock, because he was a Fibertech Honda rider back in the day for Michael Laverty, before he and his dad, John Boy, went off to try and run the bike themselves. But, you know, that's not as easy as you think. Sometimes think it's a good idea, it saves you money, but in reality, you end up coming back to one of these big teams. And Harley had quite a lot of help last year from Matt Bainbridge with Dave Hewson and everybody else involved in that Rapid Honda team. And now he finds himself back with MLav, but still in sport bike, which is the most important part of it. So, while we were talking away there, a certain Mr. A. Seeley Esquire has gone to the top of the times. So Alistair Seeley fastest with a 1:36.6, 0.08 of a second faster than anybody else on track. If I have a little bit of a look at BMWs, we just need to go to bike number 88, and that's Bobby Very. And it's great to see Bobby Very back, because remember, he went missing halfway through the season last year. And the Stamford racing ride was gone, all but gone. So it's great to see him back. He was a big loss to the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, but thankfully we've got him back, and having Bobby Very back will make sure that that championship is very much alive and very much an interesting one as well. 13 minutes of the session to go. The second BMW is Davy Grace. He finds himself on a 140.4, Very a 138.5. So you can see just the step change that's come along in the BMWs. All the rest of the bikes in between those two guys are 12th and 24th. Everybody else in that gap is on a sport bike. And the sport bikes really are reigning supreme. The next BMW, third place, would be Alex Pearson. He's 28th overall. And Harley Preble finds himself in 30th. But don't take the positions too much, because these are two separate classes racing against, or testing, sorry, against each other on the one timing screen that's given to us by TSL and brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile also for your data. But Alistair Seeley, very impressive for Seeley to be up there so well ahead of all these young guns who've been in it for quite some time. So Seeley and Dawson, I think that's quite an interesting mix at the top with Zach Shelton, Alfie Davidson, and then the two Stevensons together. Jacob Stevenson on 7 and Rhys Stevenson on 76. Charlie Atkins, Aidan Davey, Lewis Smart and Kieran Kent. As we have a little look further down though, good improvement for Harley McCabe up to 9th place. He's right hot on the heels with Kieran Kent as it sits. The session earlier on, actually, we never did too much of a recap on that. It was Rhys Stevenson who ended that session fastest from Alfie Davidson and Alistair Seeley, with Lewis Smart, Cam Dawson, Jacob Stevenson, Charlie Barnes, Aidan Davey, Rossi Banham and Harry Cook. That was session number 2. This is session number 3. This is the final session of the day. And Rhys Stevenson will be looking to try and do back-to-back sessions at the top of the timing screens. He has had more than his fair share of bad luck as Rhys Stevenson, and he rides under the proud flag of Lincolnshire. You can see that on his, I think it's on the helmet that he wears sometimes, also adorned on the side of the bike, very much like Harrison McKay. Harrison McKay has it very much into his logo, if you can see that one, the logo there with the flag through the HMR. And apparently all those colours symbolise something to do with Lincolnshire. I think if it's not the green is the grass, I'm not going to go into that because it'll go horribly wrong for me. I'm a Scotsman. I'm trying to tell you about Lincolnshire. It's probably best to stay away from that. But trust me, it's a lovely flag. And Rhys Stevenson, he's had his fair share of bad luck, and sometimes it always seems to land on poor Rhys. But could 2026 be a turning point for that young man? We certainly hope so with what he's got planned, that's for sure. Big improvement for Carl Harris. He gets himself up into 11th place on the Rocket Rookies bike. Young Carl steps across from Steve Brogan to Leon Haslam. And a lovely, almost tribute-esque helmet that he's got. Very much a nod towards his dad. Yeah, lovely to see that. Bomber Harris. Good stuff, that. And young Carl, well, he's a race winner in this paddock. We've seen that at Super Team. We've seen that many a time. Remember, I think he got his first victory here at Donington Park. And then he went through a series of 2 events where he couldn't stop winning. It was quite bizarre. It's like you wait for buses and then 2 come along at once. Well, it was like that for wins with Carl Harris as well. So he very much was in the driving seat for quite some time when he was riding with Steve Brogan in the Super Teen Championship. Super Teen Championship now has all but gone, and those bikes have kind of been swallowed up and hoovered up and put into the Junior Sport Bike Championship. So that's something to keep your eyes on for 2026 as well. Not much has changed in classes apart from the RNG Talent Cup has now been called the RNG Moto 4 British Cup. And again, that's sanctioned by Dorna, looked after by Dorna, and the kids are technically schooled by Dorna. We've got Alex Baldolini here looking after them, and also Matt Balkin. So that's a really good way for the kids to be schooled in the Dorna kind of bringing themselves through the ranks. Now, remember earlier on I talked about how tricky that sun can be. That's the sun directly in my eyes now. It's very, very bright. So on the run down towards that Melbourne Loop, you're going to be looking at a whole face full of sunshine as you hit the brakes. I suppose it would be worse later in the year if it was that little bit lower, but right now we're 25 to 7 at night, believe it or not, here. It's been a long day's testing, that's for sure. I think we'll all sleep tonight, but 25 to 7 with 9 minutes to go in this Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship and the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. A couple of photographers moving about down at pit entrance there. They get themselves across to a position of safety. If you can do that whenever there's sport bikes in the vicinity, that's for sure. I don't know, I think you can. And a name has just jumped off the screen at me, Finn Smart-Whedon, 17th place for Finn Smart-Whedon. And he's also on a Suzuki this year, on the Powerslide Suzuki. Now, the last time we spoke with Finn Smart-Whedon, he was actually moving to Perth. They were moving from basically where they stayed down in Lincoln all the way up to Perth, and that was quite a move, actually. When you think of how the distance works for that, I think it did make Knockhill his home round. The thing is, he was moving there just after Knockhill, so we'll need to find out from Finn Smart-Whedon if he still is a native of Perth, living in the same town or small city as Rory Skinner up there. But yeah, interesting move for Finn Smart-Whedon to find himself part of the Powerslide Suzuki team, teammate to the likes of Cam Dawson, and a bike that we know can definitely deliver the goods. He'll be trying to put a little bit of pressure on himself to see if he can also do a bit of podium hunting this year. Brodie Goth, another one of the Powerslide racing guys out there that we see. And Brodie Goth, remember, he was our inaugural Super Teen champion. Young Australian won it year number 1, and the next Australian to win it was Henry Snell, who won it in the second and final year. So a little bit of extra track getting used by, who was that? That was Harrison McKay there, yes. So Harrison McKay. I wonder if Salty Sellers is here, or if he's listening and tuned in. Need to find out. Dave Sellers, who made a comeback to racing last year, if you remember. And did he not then manage to have a bit of an incident at Cardwell Park on the mountain? That seems to ring a bell. Bit of a shame for old Salty Sellers, but good friend of the commentary box and good friend of basically everyone in that paddock as well. We do like Dave Sellers. Been around racing a long time, done the roads, been there, done it, seen it, and still enjoying it to this very day. Seeley back at the top of the times from Alfie Davidson now. Alfie Davidson slots himself into second place. 13 hundredths of a second away. 0.013. Was that 13 thousandths? Yeah, very close. Then Cam Dawson, well, they're all within the same second. This is quite impressive. You've got Seeley, Davidson, Dawson and Shelton, and it's 9 hundredths of a second separating Seeley back to Shelton. So yeah, great to see these guys in the first official RNG test of the year getting so close together. Then there's a bit of a chunky gap back to Jacob Stevenson. And when I say chunky, it's only half a second, but it's a half a second that would keep you awake at night if you were a racer. 5 minutes off the session still to go. And Alan Hyde sends a text to the commentary box. Good to know that Heidi is tuned in and listening. And looking forward to joining us for round number 1 at Alton Park. Great stuff. Get the team back together. Harley McCabe up 4 places into 8th. It's interesting that he's taken their Aprilia back to the MLAV squad. I think he'll just be in there because it feels like home to him. That's where he's been racing for these very early part of his career. And some young riders can be like that. They become very attached to who they start their racing careers with. And I think Harley's maybe just in that era where he just wants to feel at home, and also a place where he has got previous experience, and that would be the MLAV team. So Michael Laverty and the guys looking after and running him there. And Michael must be one of the busiest guys you ever know, because not only has he got his team there, you would have seen the news announcement from TES that Michael was very much involved in that as well. And he's also got his superbike kind of concern, which, well, it's not Superstock now, isn't it? The Superstock concern. And he's got his MotoGP TV stuff. So, I mean, I don't know if he's ever at home, actually. But very much does a cracking job. And the Laverty family have been involved in this paddock for a long time. With John, with Michael, and obviously Eugene as well. Remember Eugene, one of the original Red Bull rookies on a 600 CBR. He and young Jonathan Ray at the time. That's going back quite a few years. Cam Dawson goes back to the top of the times as well, as we're going back on anything. With 4 minutes to go, Dawson fastest, but he's only gone a fraction faster. And also, Zach Shelton goes from 4th to 3rd. So Dawson, Seeley, Shelton, Davidson now the top 4, and they're only separated by 0.03 of a second. So that gap's condensed even more. You wouldn't have thought it could. But in a second, we're going to have times that are absolutely identical around this Donington Park circuit, and that's something that we do like to see. Oh, somebody coming in pit lane there. Who's that making their way down? That was Samuel Munson. He just come in there looking like he was needing a bit of help as he made his way down. Samuel on bike number 70. Samuel finds himself in 19th place, just behind Finn Smart-Whedon and just ahead of Joe Ellis, who is number 23. I remember Joe Ellis from Junior Supersport. Yeah, if you remember Joe Ellis here at Junior Supersport, one of the latest breakers you've ever seen in your life. But right down towards the business end of this session, and a few bikes still wanting to leave the pit lane, and a lot of bikes deciding that, well, maybe that's enough for the day, and you don't want to go and do what Cameron Hall did right at the end of his session, which is end up in the gravel trap. But it's been a fabulous day. It really has been a good day. We were threatened by rain. The rain never really came. It gave us a few splashes on the commentary box window, but what it has done is given us a lot of excitement on track. Yes, there's been wind, so the riders have had to deal with the wind. And looking at the flags, it doesn't look like the wind has calmed down any at all, which is a great shame. But hopefully tomorrow we get the same kind of conditions and everybody can roll into the second day of their official R&G test here at Donington Park. Remember, the 2nd to the 4th of May, the bank holiday weekend, is when we rock up to Oulton Park for the first time of asking. That's where you can get your tickets. You can join us, get trackside. If you're going to go camping, you may as well want to check with the circuit. That might be sold out. It's always a super busy weekend for us whenever we go to Oulton Park for that bank holiday Monday. And remember, it is the Monday, the 2nd, the 3rd and the 4th. Let me just check my diary and make sure I have that correct as well. Because imagine if I didn't. Yes, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Saturday, Sunday, and then into a full day's action on Monday for round number 1 for the 30th anniversary tour of the British Superbike Championship as we move into our 30th year. And what a way to celebrate it, starting a bank holiday weekend at Oulton Park after a test here at Donington that we're having. We'll have a test at Oulton Park, and then we'll move swiftly on to round number 1. Big black cloud just crossed in front of the commentary box, but as you can see at the back, there's still, I feel like a weatherman here, a lot of nice kind of sunshine. But with only 1 minute 10 seconds to go, it's Cam Dawson. And it's very much an impressive Cam Dawson from Alistair Seeley, Zach Shelton and Alfie Davidson. Still Bobby Very the fastest in the BMWs, as you would very much expect. He has been very fast. And the second BMW is actually now Alex Pearson, and then it's Harley Preble. So don't know where Davy Grace has gone to. He's been gazumped just ever so slightly. Well, with 40 seconds to go, the end of the day is looming rather quickly towards us. I'll have to return the mug to Harrison McKay, which he brought to the commentary box, full of tea, which was great this morning. Thank you very much. And also a massive, massive thank you to Amber Manning, who dropped me in a packet of Hall Soothers. You've got no idea. This isn't a plug. You've got no idea how much those have been needed today. But yes, definitely required for a bit of an issue that I've had ongoing all week. But thank you very much to Amber and to Harrison McKay for delivering some lovely goodies to the commentary box, and to the wonderful Wes from MSV, who has set all this up, the streaming on YouTube, the video picture-in-picture. Just wait, Alan Hyde's going to have his own camera when we get to round number 1, so it really will be sound and vision from the commentary box. Don't worry, we can turn ourselves off so you don't see us all the time, but we sometimes get a lot of interesting guests in, and when we do, bang, on will go that camera. It's not Dunk TV, it's very much BSB TV, or BSB Radio with Kawasaki K options. Checker flag now flies for the last time here. And now I know for sure I'll be looking forward to resting the vocal cords overnight and coming back fresh for everybody tomorrow. Cam Dawson has taken the checker flag, and on that last lap he's moved the goalpost. 1:36.348. He's put 0.2 of a second into Alistair Seeley. And that will please that young man. He will be able to go to the motorhome and sleep well this evening. The rest of the riders all start to come through and take that checkered flag. But that's really all we have to say here for day number 1 of the RNG official test. Tomorrow is day number 2. I do hope you have had a good Friday. Make sure you have a good Friday night as well. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, where we start with the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship. This will start first tomorrow, so there we go. No me hanging about in the morning. From everybody here at Donington Park, we hope you've had a good day. We hope you've enjoyed tuning in, and we'll look forward to seeing you if you're online with us tomorrow, or why not get yourself to the circuit. You can buy tickets, get yourself trackside. Till then, goodbye.